Welcome, my friends and enemies. Glad you are here. I am back with the Council of the Light, or at least half of them. One day we'll get the group back together. But yes, I am joined by Matt Findell, Herald of Hellrond. That's a mouthful. Heaven Rond, help us. And then I am also joined by Unknown Sage.
Indeed, yes. Maybe I should change my name to Counselor or something.
Counselor of Hellrond.
Counselor of the Council of Light, right?
You should be like Arbiter of Heaven Rond or something, like to contradict him.
Perhaps.
Wise man of Heaven Rond, you know.
Advocator of Heaven Rond or something. I don't know. or what would be another what about I can't say Sinrod. I was gonna say Finrod or something, but like Sage and Finrod mixed together, or maybe Fin. What about Fin Sage? Fin Sage. There you go. Fin Sage, Herald of Heaven Rond.
Yeah, Kerosage. Kerosage. You know,
it's like kerosene.
No, Celeborn. You know.
You mean Celeborn?
I mean. I'm trying to mispronounce the way she's mispronouncing stuff.
Kelly Bryan?
Yeah. Kelly Bryan.
Intros! Woo! Yeah!
Sagey Bryan.
Sagey Bryan? That's perfect. Sagey Bryan, Herald of Heaven Rond.
Yes.
Shall we change it? I don't know if you have to do it or if I can do it. I can do it. I'll let you do it, though. You're there. Might as well. It has to have the Y, though, for Sagey. Sagey Bryan.
Yeah, sure.
Sagey Bryan.
No, but I don't think that works.
Y, so both Ys. Huh?
Why?
Let me see if I can do it.
I think, well, you can change it live. You should be able to right-click on it. Right-click on your... no, not right-click.
Let's do something like this.
On your little picture down below.
I'm doing it right now.
Yeah.
No, we can't do it that way.
How are you planning to do it?
I was going to do it with the Y, but I'm going to do it with an I.
But the Y doesn't work because then you don't get an E sound.
Well,
in the US, you would.
There you go.
Okay, yeah, that works.
Put capital I, double capital I. It's like
double. Yeah, why not? Why not?
Oh, that's saggy.
Yeah. Let's do it like this.
No, because it would put the emphasis on the wrong syllable the way she does all the time.
Saggy.
There we go.
Yeah.
Saggy Bryan.
Yeah.
There you go. Herald of Heaven Rond. There we go.
I think if I watched that in 20 years, it would still be just as funny, that video.
Could be.
I will head into the West and remain the High Inquisitor Doman.
Yes.
But yes, today we are jumping into another thing by Tolkien Society. It's depressing. Woo. Yeah. We have Sonali Chunodkar. I think that's
maybe. I don't know how you pronounce that.
It's an Indian name. I don't know. Not Native American, Indian. An Indian academic's adventures in her quest for the perilous realm.
Lovely.
That doesn't cause you pain. I don't know what else will. So we're going to read this before we jump into the visual. We got, in the first part of this proposed presentation, and this is Sonali speaking, I hope to share my experiences of being a second-generation Tolkien researcher in India. I will compare my experiences with that of the first-generation Indian researcher who wrote his own PhD dissertation on Tolkien in the late 1980s. While discussing how issues like access and dialogue, or the difficult possibility thereof, shaped our respective research, I will highlight the current promising possibilities of global dialogue for current and future Tolkien researchers, best exemplified by the Tolkien Society's open to all online seminars. The second part will discuss the kinds of knowledge that Indian researchers are expected to possess for engaging with Tolkien's work. I will examine an interesting epistemic possibility where a reader misreads certain objects in Tolkien that also exist in the primary world, albeit in the West as fictional ones that belong only in his secondary world. The third part will dwell on Tolkien's reception in India, where his works have had to contend with a rich, pre-existing mythological, historic, fantasy literary culture, the influence of which can be noted in the lukewarm reception of his recent Marathi and Bengali translated editions. However, the popularity and monetary success of Peter Jackson's films provided renewed creative economic impetus to Indian movie and television producers and fantasy fiction novelists in English. Instead, there we go. While popularizing Tolkien's work among English-language Indian readers, Jackson's film nonetheless cemented the image of Tolkien as a British English writer who wrote only about white people. I will instead emphasize that. Hold on. I'll instead emphasize the need to unlearn such received imagination so that we can all appreciate Tolkien's radical description and the implications of Sam with his brown hands being elected mayor of the Shire that is peopled by the browner skinned Harfoots, who are the most normal and representative variety of hobbit and far the most numerous. Now you can say something.
Not only is going to,
first, let me note these things are not all public.
What things are not public?
These videos of the Tolkien seminar.
They are.
We are missing one.
Well, it was removed. For reasons unknown.
For reasons unknown, yeah. Very strange.
I mean, if you're going to remove one, you might as well remove them all.
The Hobbits, brown.
Is the Shire most Harfoot?
It's it's Harfoot descendants, which.
Well, yes, but there's three major branches of.
Yeah, so you have the stores, the Harfoots, and I don't know what the third one are called.
Research time.
Proud Feet.
No, that's a family.
That's the family. The Tooks.
Halfling.
I think the not Harfoot and not stores are the ones that now live in
Harfoots, stores,
Fairhide.
Fairhide, yeah.
All right. So Harfoots are the most common hobbits. They were smaller and shorter than the other kinds and had browner skin. They did not grow beards and rarely wore shoes or boots. They were skilled with their hands and feet and preferred hillsides and highlands to live in. In ancient times, they had frequent contact with the dwarves of Middle-earth and lived in the foothills of the Misty Mountains for a long time, while the other varieties of hobbits were still in the Wilderland. The hobbits moved west, traveling across Eriador as far as the South Downs. The Stoors often chose to live near water or on flat land. They were broader and heavier in build than the other hobbits, and their feet and hands were larger. Their feet. Did I really just say that? And their feet and hands were larger. They were the most reluctant variety of hobbit to leave the River Anduin, where some Stoors continue to stay. Others traveled west after the Harfoots and followed the River Loudwater and southward.
And the third are basically irrelevant, and they don't exist.
I'll get there. Many of the Stoors settled in the marshes of Swanfleet between Tharbad and the borders of Dunland before they continued north. The Fallowhides, which preferred trees and woodland, were the least common variety of hobbits. They had fairer skin and hair and were taller and slimmer than the others. So apparently Frodo, Merry, and Pippin. They also had better relations with the elves of Middle-earth and were more skilled with language and song and preferred hunting to tilling. They crossed the mountains north of Rivendell and then followed down the river Horwell. That's a great name. It's Hoar, for anyone wondering. They settled in a triangular forested region between the Horwell and Loudwater rivers known as the Angle of Eriador.
Yeah, the Tooks have Fallowhide blood. I remember that.
Well, that makes sense because they're of a light, fairer skin, which Frodo is fair compared to Sam, and slimmer and taller. I think Merry and Pippin.
But by the time of the end of the Third Age, the three breeds had mostly bred together.
Yeah. But it's one of those things where, like, it's kind of annoying that we even have to, like, talk about it, because it's like...
And the reference would be how the Angles and the Saxons eventually intermingled,
Well, it's like talking about Sam. I gotta find the spot again. Oh, yeah. Sam with his brown hands. But how did he get brown hands? Are they naturally brown hands? And if they are, how brown are they? There's a lot of... We have the same conversation when it comes to Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time, they've got people with dark skin. They have people with darker skin, but not necessarily darker than dark skin. So the people with darker skin could have a whole range. Even people with dark have a range, but it's all in a smaller options to choose from. Like, are you like as dark as can be? Like African is dark? Because like the sea folk have a range of dark, but they're almost all dark. Like they're exotically dark comparative to the rest of the Westlands. So the same thing could be applied in this. It's like, oh, they're brown. I'm like, well, if they're compared to the Falahides are fairer of skin, which is what Frodo would be.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's the case,
even well, except with
anything brown,
we cannot disregard the fact that Sam is a gardener.
Well,
yes, they're saying
out in the sun all the time.
Yes, but they're saying that they are brown. Yeah. Like they are brown-skinned Harfoots.
Well, they're in the sun, though. I mean, that's what I'm pointing.
Well, they are, but the way it's described doesn't make it sound like it's because of the sun. It's just they are brown. The thing is like you can be brown and still be very white.
Mm-hmm. Like like the Arabs.
Not even the Arabs, just go like Bulgaria, Romania, and stuff. Like they have darker skin.
The Arabs, the Persians. The Persians are white Europeans who moved back to the Middle East.
Yeah, it's just like there's Eastern Europe is filled with, I mean, either solidly white like Poland or somebody like Bulgaria, Hungary, and all that, like Romania, where they have like a mixture of fair-skinned to darker skin.
Eastern Europe's a little more difficult because there was a lot of influx from the Middle East as the Ottomans and the other populations of the Middle East pushed that way.
The Ottomans are the biggest influence.
It's like saying, it's like Sicilians. We have actual sub-Saharan African blood, so we can't say we're dark-skinned. No other Europeans could be dark-skinned.
And most of Eastern Europe.
The olive complexion of the Mediterranean is different than that thereof of basically everyone who's non-Mediterranean in Europe. Yeah. That, I mean, I'm Sicilian. You're Sicilian.
I'm not.
But we obviously... No, I pointed to him.
Yeah.
Obviously, I didn't go like
adding information.
Yes, you're not cool enough to be Sicilian, but
you're a second-class citizen because of that, Sage. Only Sicilians are first class.
That's why you're on the bottom, good sir.
Nice.
We're Sicilian power. We're on top.
Yeah.
Wait, does that mean I get oppression points?
Yes.
You are the minority. Actually, I really think Sicilians are probably more of a minority than you Netherlandians, whatever you are called.
Yeah, that words.
the Netherlandanians.
That's what you'd be called the Witcher world, at least.
The Netherlands.
No, in the Witcher world, we're called Nilfgaardians.
Oh, so you guys are oppressors. I see how it is.
Yes.
But no, like, I mean, for Sicilians are actually
the colonization.
I mean, now I gotta find the question now, because what would
what question?
Let's see. Yeah, how many people live in the Netherlands?
Probably around 17 billion. No,
did you say 17 billion?
So are there? Yeah,
it's a million,
17
right?
billion people.
It's like, dude, there's not even that in the world. There's 17.7 million people living in.
There's like a bunch of different variants.
The question is: are there more people of Dutch descent in the U.S. than there are in the Netherlands?
Oh, that's a good. Oh, I don't know.
Well, there's 17.7 million people.
There probably are.
There's 17.7 million people living in the Netherlands. There's only 5 million living in Sicily. So technically, we are the minority. So checkmate, and we rule world.
There are way more Irish Americans than there are Irish people now.
Well, yes, because all their ancestors were slaves pulled over here by somebody or other, and
yeah, we're innocent in that. Probably no, we're not.
If I recall correctly, weren't there more Irish slaves in the Americas than there were African slaves?
Initially, yes, with the indentured servants, but what happened is Europeans stopped slave trading Europeans because the Africans were selling their people en masse to others.
Yeah, it was much cheaper to get them in Africa.
You cannot possibly be hinting at the fact that the Africans were responsible for the African slave trade, were you?
Well,
the
Europeans couldn't set foot on Africa because they would immediately die of malaria.
Yeah.
I mean, there's that too.
Not just malaria; they would also be enslaved.
Also, a lot of other stuff. Yeah,
they'd be enslaved and killed.
Well, they stopped at the ports, but the ports were specific for that kind of thing.
They were allowed in the Japan. You were allowed in the ports. If you left
it's
that
almost
port, you were basically.
It's almost
killed.
as if Africa.
It's basically Shara,
Yeah.
Trade in the ports, or otherwise you disappear forever. But yeah, so in the regards to like, look at me, look at Matt. We're both Sicilian.
Yeah.
I'm the Frodo to his Sam. Like he's browner than I am, but we're both Sicilian. So
you could say that.
I can get really dark. Like I can, if
I know your sense of humor can be really dark, but that's the way.
I mean, skin wise, I don't go in the sun anymore. But when I was young and did, my arm from here, like where you could see me, I would look almost like an African person.
Well, that's what I'm saying though, is that when somebody says the Harfoots are brown of skin, they're not saying they're brown of skin because they're in the garden.
Because there's a lot of varieties of brown.
Yes, but here's the thing. If you're brown of skin and you go out in the sun and you get browner, you're still brown.
Yeah.
But the thing is that when you say they're brown hobbits, are they brown, or are they like brown for a white person? Because that's a different story.
Well, they're brown for a Caucasian. When you say brown, like there's to
me, olive complexion of the Mediterranean is considered brown.
Well, no, they're considered white.
More important to understand, Sub-Saharan Africa is black, not brown.
Yeah.
Brown people who are like have Sub-Saharan blood, it's because they've intermingled with people who are Asian or white, like European.
Yeah, but it's like it's like seeing a mixed race between.
No, that's inherently racist. Don't do that.
I know, obviously, D&D said so, but Wizards of the Coast, as I call them, the Grand Wizards of the Coast. Basically, if you're mixed, you could have a very light skin for a black person, but they're still black. But then you have a darker skinned black person, and they're black. But it's like, okay, they're both of the same overall category.
But are we talking sub-Saharan or like northern?
I mean, that's the thing is when it comes to hobbits, they don't differentiate because they don't have that kind of continent information to tell which ones to come from where. We just know
because they're not. They have nothing to do with Sub-Saharan. They're Germanic. We got to remember. We got to think of Tolkien's
like
people.
Germanic. What is Germanic brown? What is Germanic brown? What would be an example? Because for me, that would be the Mediterranean. Like the Romans had
the Romans were not Germanic peoples.
No, but they would be brown in the perspective of Germanic.
They're white.
Yeah. I mean, because they would have the original Mediterranean.
The Germanic people are like in
which would be like the
wastelands and super pale.
Yeah. So. Well, the original Romans would have been like related to the Phoenicians and all that. That sort of Mediterranean, Middle Eastern.
From the Middle East, yeah.
Yeah. Well, in terms of population spread. Because like before the Romans were there, the Etruscans disappeared, right? That was one of the more native populations.
Well, disappeared is not really a good way to phrase it.
Well, from the tombs, they don't know what happened to them. I mean, we suspect what happened to them, but from a lot of those ancient cultures, like they had no written tradition. So unless someone came along and wrote it down before they died out, like what happened with the Celts and the Germans at the end of their time periods of existence, the Christian scholars and the Muslim scholars wrote down as much of the culture as they could find. In some cases, they Christianized it or Muslimized it, but the point is they recorded it.
I can't find anything of like accurate representations, but a lot of people act like they try to represent Romans as like blonde hair, blue eyes, and I'm like, that's not very accurate in terms of. I mean, I'm not. I'd say some of the Germans, maybe, but most of Rome, no. Most Rome would have dark hair.
nowadays Northern Italians have heavy Germanic.
Maybe they mistook the Roman Empire with the Holy Roman Empire, right?
Well, yeah, maybe. But
by the time that happened, they would have intermingled with the Norse and Germanic and Celtic people and all that.
I'm talking like when you see like a bust or something of like Julius Caesar or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
People will take a marble bust that doesn't have color; it's just marble, and then they'll be like, "Here's the recreation of it," and then they give them blonde hair. They just throw on colored attributes because
that would be silly.
It would be. Now, I'm not saying there weren't.
Did they actually do that with blonde for Caesar?
Caesar has black hair and black eyes.
Yeah, but did they do the reconstruction with blonde hair?
We would say that dark eyes.
They've done reconstruction of Caesar that made him like a full black African, that made him Asian. Like
they basically take the facial features and stuff, and they just basically play with the paint and just you can make it whatever you want.
Yeah,
it's like a character customization thing from like just like change the hair whatever you want.
Whenever Metatron debunks these videos that are trying to take Romans into non-Europeans,
he does look like have a stroke.
Yeah,
but it's funny though because it's like people have this concept where it's like, hey, everyone thinks Italians are white. And I'm like, well, we're not Germanic per se, we're not Norse, but like we are white, but we're also not white.
Modern Italians have a mix of that blood, right?
Yeah.
Ancient Romans from before the empire spread and had all the people assimilating, like so when Rome was basically just that province in where it is in Italy, plus conquering North and South in Italy itself, the early Republic days.
Northern Italy was kind of Celtic though, so.
Yeah, the Celts were all over the place, and the Romans pushed them out and got rid of them, basically.
Yeah,
but they integrated their populations into their.
Yes, to an extent. I'm saying before they began integrating them, those classic Romans would have been dark-haired, dark-eyed people who looked like Mediterraneans that spread out in the area beforehand through the sea.
Yeah, so they're going to look very different. Just like North Italy versus Southern Italy are going to have a very different appearance because of their locations of where they are. And obviously Sicily being technically the furthest south of part of Italy, we're going to have
having major Greek colonies.
Major Greek, major Ottoman, the Moors and all that.
Phoenician and
whatever. The Phoenicians would have been way before.
Well, yeah, but like the whole family traits and stuff would have been around in some way because the Phoenicians are basically everywhere there was land and water on the Mediterranean.
You have to go back between
mostly on the southern half of the Mediterranean. The northern bit was dominated by the Greeks.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I'm saying like when they traded with each other and stuff.
To find what an original Italian would have looked like before the mixing in the Republic and the Empire, you'd probably have to go back to between 800 and 400 BC. Before the population
regardless, though, even if they are brown, it does not make them Indian.
Correct.
Neither Indian nor did it even make them like African brown, Eastern brown, anything like that.
I know this moron is not going to know this or say because of the Indo-European culture. Europeans would be more closely related to Indians than they would be to sub-Saharan Africans.
Who would be?
The Europeans.
The Europeans.
There's a primordial Indo-European culture. You can trace it's whoever you call could trace
Wouldn't you be closer to? Wouldn't everybody be closer to Middle Eastern though? Because I'm pretty sure Middle Easterns
they've traced these ancient cultures to like dissemination of language, dissemination of artifacts.
Yeah, basically it means the Indian and the European cultures are connected, along with also the Middle Eastern.
Yeah,
well, that's what I'm saying. It was like the Tigris River.
It is possible that the first group originated in for example, probably Babylonia.
Well, that's more Middle Eastern.
Yeah, Mesopotamia
think
and
of
such.
It this way.
And it could also equally be the westernmost big river. I forgot what it's called in India.
So,
the Tigris, or no,
the Tigris. That's somewhere. I think that's Syria, maybe.
It's kind of goes to that little spot between Sinai and Saudi Arabia.
So, think of it this way: here's Africa, right? So the majority of people spread out of Africa through the Middle East, right? So
yes,
first
because that's the only connection.
and then became differentiated from the sub-Saharan Africans. Then more of them traveled into the Middle East and became ancestors of Phoenicians, your Semitic peoples, and all that. Then another chunk of them moved into the area, say, where India would be, and that became your Indo-European group. Okay, and then that group split, and the Indian part populated that area, and the European part became the Caucasians.
Partially Asian, mostly cock.
Well, they think the speculation that the Asians either spread out, branched off of the Indo-Europeans, or left an earlier population group.
I don't think Hellron caught my comment, but yeah.
I was in the middle of saying something like an academic point, and then I did catch your comment. It was, it's kind of fascinating. This, by the way, is one of the things Tolkien was especially interested in, the sort of how languages and cultures evolve from previous languages and cultures. And then he found that the Germanic one was basically gone, and that led him to making up his Legendarium.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I do find it funny that Dr. Sonali, I believe it's a her because she's talking pronouns of hers. So I was like, okay, I'll take it. She's a woman. But the way she's talking is like, we in India have a multi-mythological culture. And I'm like, what does that have to do with Tolkien stuff when it's specifically, explicitly an English mythos? Like,
this is a person who's I'm gonna bet she's offended, or we're not ones in the video, but she's gonna be offended that people in India like Tolkien stuff. You got to remember, India has a very strong English-based culture. You know what I mean? Like the English.
I mean, that comes mostly from the time period where the British Empire was a thing, though.
Yeah, but the point is, and the Indians are proud of that. Like, the majority of them are fine being associated with Western society and all that, you know?
All right. We'll give this a shot after Seiji Brian stops.
Is this called Bad Font of the Ring?
Yes, actually. That's
Desire of the Ring. It's Desire of the Ring, I guess. An Indian academic's adventures in her quest for the perilous realm. I don't know why she has to include herself in this. That just seems weird. But anyway.
Because it's
the presentation today is divided into 4 parts, which we'll discuss in brief. 4 aspects.
In brief, half an hour's brief.
Well,
hopefully
yes.
The end of that Q&A.
Well, maybe not half an hour of us watching a video.
I don't know if she's going to say these, so I'm just going to say them so everybody can't see them or is just listening can hear them. 4 aspects of this presentation: far from the door where it began, on the Fellowship of Tolkien researchers in India. Number 2, shadows of others, pasts on quote unquote Indian readers reading Tolkien, or on readers reading Tolkien. Indians kind of an insert. Homeworld bound, Tolkien's reception in India. The reader's choice concerning Mayor Samwise. That one's gonna be the best part, I bet.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know why it matters what other people think. Like, anybody outside of Britain having an opinion on Britain's mythos shouldn't really matter, because it's Britain's, it's not theirs. I don't understand.
They have to erase
you can enjoy it if you want, but
I'm saying opinion on, as in like, oh well, I don't like this because X. I'm like, your opinion is irrelevant because it wasn't inherently made for the whole.
Made for you, yes.
Yeah,
well,
made for you.
To these Marxist scumbags, they have to erase it because it conflicts with. You got to remember that stuff, that the mythology, like Western civilization, conflicts with Marxism. So you need to subvert and destroy it wherever they can.
Yep. Specifically capitalistic, because obviously Canadian and Brazilian.
Well, no, it's the freedom and individualism.
I know that's not Canada or Brazil. That's my point.
Yeah,
I'm talking the ideology that arose in the Middle Ages.
I'm saying they don't have Western ideologies in those places. My point, while being in the West. Anyway,
well, because they're socialists.
Periods of reading and studying.
Well, commies, but yes.
Tolkien's fantasy fiction while being based in India. Part 1. Far from the door where it began.
Okay. She is going to say them.
On the Fellowship of Tolkien researchers in India. In this part, I wish to share some of my academic experiences of studying Tolkien's fantasy fiction in India This is a tale in which the problematic access to scholarly publications on Tolkien and
I hate the term problematic. It's problematic.
Of learning from established Tolkien scholars took center stage.
I am triggered.
I was fortunate enough to study with the late Professor Aniket Zavre, who was, to the best of my knowledge, the first to study Tolkien's fantasy fiction in India for his own PhD. He noted it was a risky project at the time, which saw light of day because of the backing of his own supervisor and a few other then faculty members who had in turn completed their own doctoral studies in the UK and the US. 26 years later, in 2012, my choice to study Tolkien's works was not as risky, but still quite rare. While there still remains some.
Why is it risky to study something?
Well, it could be that it doesn't actually have any good research questions or something. So maybe you end up with a study that's actually garbage.
Well, she's studying something that if she doesn't have the proper woke leftist interpretation of it, she'll get canceled.
That's also a thing, yeah.
That too.
Academic distrust toward popular fiction, I found much support in the presence of scholarly work produced by Western academia. Professor Zavre's academic history and reputation was also instrumental in conjuring institutional acceptance for my research projects, as did the presence of courses on fantasy fiction in some Indian universities of good repute. When it came to the difficult access to books by and about Tolkien for his research,
it's not a difficult access to books if you ask the right.
It's maybe difficult to access them in India if they're not translated yet into their language.
Well, yes, but my point is that if you're like, okay, I want to hear about so-and-so's research on whatever the heck they want to look at, and then somebody's like, I want to research that. I'm like, well, who would you ask first? Well, you go to your library. Do they have a translated version or copy of whatever in the archives or whatever it might be? Do they have a holocron of it laying around or something stupid? But then it's like, okay, well, I don't have that option here, or I don't have enough ample options or supplies or whatever. So then what do? Well, then you're like, okay, well, where's this from? Can I get a hold of the author? Are they alive? Are they dead? What is the situation? What about their family, their legacy? Is there a university? Because, I mean, a lot of authors are related, especially if it's like a scholarly work, is related to some form of university or college or something like that, because, you know, a lot of them are professors or PhDs and whatever. Unless they're like whatever. Like, you know, Tolkien was a professor of linguistics and stuff. So if that's the case, then it's just like, okay, well, we know that about them. Anybody could find that out. It's pretty easy to come across, especially if you got the book for Lord of the Rings. It's going to say in the book, he was a professor of linguistics. He's this, that. Like, they give you the bio in like virtually every book about the author in some shape or form. So if they do that, you'd know where to look. You'd be like, okay, well, how can I reach them? It's like, well, you could send them a mail. I don't know if, and then 89, you had access to telephones to call somebody. I don't freaking know.
Email might be.
So, okay, so this is stuff
probably.
You could send a letter to them, probably, presumably.
So, this is stuff I learned reading about. So Tolkien, for example, like if you want access to all of his stuff he wrote, not just the books, but the background and his letters, his diaries and whatever, they're all over the place. Like the original manuscripts for The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings are owned by an American university that Tolkien donated them to. Tolkien's actual like letters, eventually the university has them, Oxford. His private papers, a lot of them held by, he donated to Oxford. Some remained private till Christopher died. I don't know what happened after that. His diaries remained in the family, and you had to have the family to give you access to his personal writings like that. You know, a lot of his correspondence was like that. You know, like there were chunks of it he would give to various organizations or universities, or as he got older and was, you know, but then you know, which is, you know, makes sense in the sense that, you know, now he's dead. Christopher's dead. Things are going to the public domain. Eventually, everything he has will probably be gathered in like one place eventually, like Oxford or whatever, you know. So,
well, I mean, 1989. If you live in India, are you saying nobody from India is going to be in Britain that you could have like a counterpart that you could pen pal or something, and that person checks into this thing for you by going down to Oxford or wherever it might have the current information for that?
Well,
and be like,
she mentioned
you have to also know the person that's in Britain, right?
Well, she mentioned Rainer Unwin.
It would be a person from India in Britain at that, probably 1989. I would assume.
But a person in Britain from India doesn't mean that that's also someone and can connect.
Put it this way. You guys have seen my fancy Eye of the World, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Matt, you might not remember. I don't know.
I've seen it. I'm nodding. I'll do it vociferously.
I can't see you. My head's this way. I can't see you nodding. But it was only available in Britain for whatever reason. So I call my buddy who helps out in funding this channel. He lives in Bulgaria. So
that's Britain.
I was like, okay. And he's like, dude, check this out. And I was like, oh, that looks really nice. We should get some copies. I was thinking it was going to be everywhere. They're like, oh, well, it's only available in Britain. I'm like, yeah, what now? That seems really stupid. He's like, oh, don't worry. I got a buddy in Britain. So he ordered two of it. His buddy picked it up or had it delivered to his buddy. His buddy shipped it to him in Bulgaria. And then he shipped one from Bulgaria to me. So like that right there is two people who don't live in Britain, different countries entirely.
Yeah, but one of them knows a guy in Britain.
You got to remember though.
This is 1989, though. This isn't exactly like back then.
But the person doing the research must know someone who lives in Britain, or must know someone who knows someone.
If she's going for a PhD, or this other person, Aniket Jawar or Jawar,
well, the way it would work
is in India.
You go into your college's library.
Over there.
Say you need documentation about so and so that you don't have in our library. That librarian will reach out to a librarian in, say, Oxford, who could then do field research for you and then send copies of that to. Yeah,
but like if you go to them and say, "Hey, I need this information. Do you know anybody who can get it?" It's like, well, we have a contact in Britain that can get this thing. They don't even have to be Indian per se. Like just be somebody who correlates between India and Britain, and then they can
have to be. That just needs to be a contact, and I'm not sure.
Yeah.
That was the case back then.
I'm just saying, 1989 is not that long
ago.
No,
that's how the. I know
basically a century ago.
Say your post.
It's 24 years ago, you loser.
I know your college is post the rise of the web and all that, but first I went to college before the web even existed. That was the way you had to do research. You had to go to if you couldn't get it in your local library, you would go to the librarians. And they would work with if you had any authorities at your school who knew stuff about that. And they would contact other libraries for you to get material. And they would either ship it in or arrange for you to go visit it, or if you had to see an original book. Let's say you had to see an original book, they could arrange for you to go to the Smithsonian, for example, and when an official handler of the book, you wouldn't be allowed to touch it, they would turn the pages for you or whatever.
That's really awkward.
Well, no, because those books are basically in hermetically sealed things.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Put on all those white hazards.
Imagine you have to read a book and you have to get someone else to turn the pages every time.
I know someone who had to do that. So.
A pre-web existence. It was crazy that you had to actually do things
and
crazy.
You weren't even allowed to take photographs because they thought the flashlight would damage the pages for old books.
Yeah. So you have you would normally be like, oh, I'm in India. They have all this source material in Britain. And they confirmed that there's all this stuff there. They would just go on a trip, go to Britain, and be there for 3-4 weeks and just pour through stuff or however long they need to.
They would take a sabbatical.
They take a sabbatical, and they would just pour through research. And if it's through the school, if they're at a college or university in India, they could potentially get the funding from them, or maybe they have to raise their own funding. I don't know. That depends on where they're at and how that worked. Maybe they have enough money from their family. They don't have to worry about it. One way or the other, they could get the information. It's one way. So
not very risky then.
That's what I'm saying. Risk. I don't know what risky has to do with it, but
the only way I can imagine risky in this case is if there's no source material available.
Well, I see Unwin in this quote, so that's gonna be funny.
Well, Unwin is Unwin and Allen. They're the publishers for Tolkien in England.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like I recognize Unwin, so I'm not sure what
they would have. They have access to more stuff on Tolkien that's their property, like letters he wrote to them, correspondence, and things like that. So.
Christina Stull and Werner Unwin, who came to his proverbial rescue during a visit to London in 1987.
So he visited London in 1987. That's 2 years before this was written. There you go. We solved the problem.
Yeah.
It's risky, guys.
In comparison, my introduction to Tolkien's works as a teenager was facilitated by the ready availability of The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings in bookstores and circulating libraries in a metropolis like Mumbai. Since 2003, Peter Jackson's marketing campaign led to several urban bookstores also housing The Silmarillion, Unfinished Tales, The Children of Húrin, and so on.
Almost like the books got popular because everyone liked them. Shocking.
Yeah, wow. Who would have thought? But also, weren't they released only after?
Well, what happened is, if you read Tolkien's bibliography, so the only thing, most of his stuff that was still in print were the big 4 or 5, like Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, Silmarillion, Unfinished Tales, and I think like the poetry book, and everything else was out of print, right? So the movies come out. Peter Jackson's movie comes out, and everything he ever did dropped back into print. So
yeah, but for example, The Children of Húrin was released in 2007.
Yeah, and then you have the Fall of Gondolin,
in
a whole bunch of those.
2003 in a library in Mumbai.
They said the Silmarillion.
So
and also other works such
like
as
at the time,
The Children of Húrin.
People don't realize.
Maybe they had notes on the. I don't know if they had the notes for that type of stuff.
So this is Appendix C of the biography. It lists all of Tolkien's published works. There's actually like a couple hundred things in here, including his academic papers, his translations and stuff like that. And a lot of this stuff was magazine articles he contributed to, and a lot of it was out of print. But when the movies came out in some form or other, they dumped it all into print again.
Yeah,
and that happened again with Rings of Prime because obviously Amazon wants to make money on all this stuff. So they said print up a bunch of books on everything he ever wrote. You know what I mean? And there was another surge of his work.
Okay.
Now, funny enough, they didn't make like I have it's called, what's it called, the salt. Can you even see that? Well, you can see it, but you can't read it.
Wow, it's a very small screen.
Yeah.
Maybe if I look very closely.
It's very
can't see
it's not in focus, but it's right where my finger is. The book there. That's the song.
Yeah.
Well, that's the Road Was Ever On. But music by Donald
with the songs.
Yeah, and that's the second edition that came out in like the early 80s. So there were 3 editions: the first, second, and third. The third edition it came out in the 90s, late 90s, if I recall correctly, and has 2 more poems and songs in it than the previous 2 do. I got my second edition off of eBay years and years ago. I tell anyone we're looking for it, get the third edition because it has the 2 other songs in it, you know. But I was surprised they didn't put a 4th edition of that book out anytime since then, because you would think, especially every time there's a surge in popularity, people they can make money on music, you know what I mean, on the music. But when I looked on eBay, because I'm always trying to find the 3rd edition, and like something, you know, like, and I'm like, I didn't have any money at the time, but I found a copy for like $20, like not a great copy, but like and then a year ago I was looking in the 3rd edition, there's someone to sell $500 for it, you know.
Damn.
Because you know how it is, it's like any kind of whenever there's a surge of interest, you know.
Let's see which edition my PDF is.
The edition of what?
The Road Goes Ever On.
Oh. Well, there's a couple of versions, weren't there?
3. I did. Oh, you were away. So there's 3 versions of it. The first and second are almost identical. There's a little more notes and stuff in the second. The 3rd edition is the one that came out in the 90s and has 2 more songs. So it's so you can find like various copies from like $35 to $100 and something for like the 1st and 2nd edition.
Of music or of books?
The book. You can't see it behind me.
You said songs, so I was just like,
Let me.
What?
Yeah,
I have all the music over there. No, over there. You see it. There's. Yes. I have all three.
You see this?
The music and poems of the books. Yeah.
This is second edition revised. If you look, you get the music. Donald Swann wrote music to all the poetry. And
that's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Oh, do they have the Rivendell Tralala elves?
And then the third edition actually has 2 more songs.
Do they have the Lord of the Rings Tralala edition? Didn't we sing that one last time?
I think so. Yeah.
Namari 22.
It's from The Hobbit. I don't know if The Hobbit's in there or not, but
is it from The Hobbit? Oh, even more of the songs in the book. Well, if Donald Swann did music to it, it would be in this book. Because this is music by Donald Swann to the poem J.R.R.Tolkien's.
So probably not.
Maybe. What books is it from? I thought The Road Goes Ever On and On was supposed to be based on The Hobbit, wasn't it? Or is it based off of Fellowship?
No, that's in The Road
Goes Ever On is the name of The Hobbit.
The actual
what Bilbo called The Hobbit.
That's what I'm asking. Is it referencing the use of the term in Fellowship, or is it referencing the actual name of the book, which is The Hobbit?
This is the actual poem that J.R.R. Tolkien wrote, called The Road Goes Ever On.
Okay, so is it just that one, or is it multiples?
Well, I mean, there's the poem he wrote, The Road Goes Ever On, which Donald Swann put to music that Tolkien approved of.
Yeah, but I'm saying, is there any other songs of poetry in that from The Hobbit? Or is it just that one?
I think the form, you got to remember that the poems Tolkien wrote, he wrote them mostly independently and incorporated versions of them into the Legendarium. You know what I mean?
So, I want to hear what the sound for the Tralala elves from Rivendell is.
I'm looking through the wording to see if because remember so when he writes, let's say he writes the Willow Meads of Tazarian, right? So you might only get a small piece of that in wherever it was referenced.
It'd be called Down in the Valley.
Down in the Valley.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he didn't call any of the poems in here that turned to songs. None of them are called Down in the Valley. Like the names of the poems that were turned into the Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, were changed.
Well, it wasn't necessarily a poem. It was directly in the Hobbit. It was directly sung. It was sung by.
He might have just created that just for the Hobbit. You know what I mean? Like where these are poems he wrote separately. That some of which got incorporated into Lord of the Rings.
I just want to hear the music, the rendition of that for music. But we can.
There's a whole other book of just. He wrote a lot of poetry for Tolkien. People don't realize that.
Oh yeah, I'm aware. The Book of Lost Tales Part 1 and Part 2 are filled, stuffed with it.
Where is it?
But during my MPhil, I found that book-length scholarly publications on Tolkien were not available in bookstores nor in university libraries. One had to take recourse to online resources for the most part.
Well, we don't have a whole lot of it in India. It was yes, because it's a European-based thing, which is the English language, which is mostly known in all of Europe and is going to be known in America, which is going to be the wider audiences you'd expect. And then from there, they're going to slowly translate them and put them into other places further out. I mean, it was 90 to 130 countries or something it was translated into for language-wise?
Now?
I think it's close to 90. Well, by the end, the books became super popular, and then they began translating them for different languages, and it was 90 to 130 countries it was translated into their languages.
As of right now, I just Googled it. It's been translated to 38 major languages. Now you got to remember, like a major language, like Chinese has 4 different major, sub-major versions of it.
Yeah, Japan has a couple versions, dialects, and everything.
Yep. So. When you subdivide out, then you get the 100 or whatever.
Maybe I'm thinking countries, not languages. So it was 90 to 130 countries that could read it.
Many countries.
Because it was in the information originally.
Possible.
Let's see if I can find something. Which country is the Lord of the Rings based on? Was based on England, particularly the West Midlands. Huh. Well, there goes all everything. There's 150 million copies sold.
We'll have to throw this presentation out immediately.
So 150 million copies of the Lord of the Rings. Just the Lord of the Rings, not the Hobbit, not anything else.
Damn.
Just the Lord of the Rings. 150 million copies worldwide.
That's nerfed. So they used to say there are over 500 million copies, over 440 million copies of Lord of the Rings. But then they did something about 10 years ago to stop counting a whole bunch of them.
Well, see, they're saying the Harry Potter series sold over 500 million copies worldwide, while Lord of the Rings, second place, sold over 150 million. I'm like, I feel like Lord of the Rings is a bit higher than that.
Well, they uncounted because Hobbit and Lord of the Rings were two of the five most high-selling books of all time. Tolkien the only author was like that.
Well, also, when they say who sold more books, Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings, it's like Harry Potter sold 500 million. I'm like, yes, but that's 7 books.
Yeah.
That's 7 books of 500 million as opposed to
Lord of the Rings, you could sort of split in 3 books.
Well,
Lord of the Rings itself is 1 book.
Yeah, I have a version that comes in 3 separate books.
Well, that's what they're typically sold.
It's printed in 3 separate volumes, but it's 1 book.
It's technically 1 book, so like the whole big version of it, that's what it should be.
Yeah, but you count those separate books as books, right?
No.
If you sell them, you don't say, "Oh, I sold 1/3 of a book."
When they list the number of copies,
you sell the volume. It's volume 1, volume 2, and volume 3.
Yeah, like when they say number of copies of Lord of the Rings that are sold, they're talking about all 3 together.
It's like when you look at like manga. Manga does things in volumes. So you have 24 volumes or 30 volumes for like the first box set.
So if I only buy, say, the Fellowship of the Ring and the second bit that's in
2
there.
Towers. You forgot 2 Towers, really?
No, it's not 2 Towers because 2 Towers is the 3rd one.
Oh, you're talking part A and part B.
We have part 1 and part 2 in one of the volumes.
That's Fellowship.
Then 3, 4, that's the 2 Towers.
Yep.
And then 5, 6, that's Return of the King. So if I were to only buy 1, 2, does it count as 1/3, 0, or 1?
Well, it depends because when they say there's like for manga, they go by volume sales.
Yeah.
Because volume 1, volume 2, volume 3, if you buy each of those, it's 3 volumes, but they count as 3 individual sales.
Okay,
because they're basing it off of volumes because they always sell volumes. But Lord of the Rings and books would be sold in book format. So do you sell the Lord of the Rings for 3?
So, like the Lord of the Rings trilogy, right? That's when they say that over 150 million, they're saying the trilogy and they're calling it a book, right? That's what I got, right?
It's all 3.
But that was nerfed because they stopped counting certain things as copies of Lord of the Rings. So like so some of the stats were, well, if there were like 100 million additional copies of Fellowship, but there weren't that sold, but maybe not a corresponding copy of Twin Towers, they stopped counting 100 extra copies of Fellowship, for example. Because people would buy 1 book to replace one that was broken or whatever. What they're trying to say is like they don't want to do like some politician will mass print 1 million copies of a book to get a kickback. The accounting methods when they try to tally book sales, try to discount things like that. Anything that would, like, they want to say, if everyone would try to read the Lord of the Rings at once, how many people could read it at the same time with books? And they're saying it's around 150 million copies.
Let's see.
Like there aren't another 100 million copies in a Tolkien warehouse waiting for a rainy day to make money. You know what I mean?
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone?
Yeah, Philosopher's Stone. Well, or the Sorcerer's Stone, depending on whether you get the American or the British version.
There's a version that says Philosopher's Stone. I don't know.
Philosopher, that's the American one. Sorcerer is the British one.
I found a stats listing for Lord of the Rings.
Apparently, it was translated into at least 73 other languages. So 74 languages total, and it has sold 120 million copies. And it's the 4th best-selling book of all time. But just like Wheel of Time and everything else, everyone buys the first book, but not everyone buys the later books because they may or may not enjoy them longer continuously. So 120 of that 500 million is just the first book. That's not really that good if you think about it.
Yeah. Well, but again, Wheel of Time and Harry Potter, they're all separate books. They're a series, but whereas Lord of the Rings is one book.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like when they say they sold 500 million copies, 7 books, 500 million total, but 120 of that's just the first book, which means that it dropped every single book of how many got sold.
Yeah, but that's always the case.
I know, but what I'm saying is like with Lord of the Rings, you get one book. It's 3 parts of one book that are each part is split in half. Because it's I feel like it was written more like a play where you have like intermissions and stuff like that for the book. It's a weird way to put it, I guess. But it's like you have the first half of Fellowship of the Ring, you have the second half of Fellowship of the Ring, you have the first half of Two Towers, the second half of Two Towers, the first half of Return of the King, and the second half of Return of the King. But it's still one story. That's one book, but they broke it up into 3 books. But do they count it as each one individually? Because like if you go to how many, why is this thing here? Go away. I don't care. Block that. Let's see. Fellowship of the Ring.
I'll be AFK for a minute.
Okay, so Lord of the Rings is one of the best-selling books ever written, for 150 million copies sold between 1937 and 1949 is when it was written. 150 million, but I can't find one where it says Fellowship of the Ring specifically. Because it says J.R.R. Tolkien novel sales pass 600 million. But I don't know if that's all the books. I don't know. That was as of 2021. That was just HarperCollins, though. What about Allen and Unwin? Allen and Unwin would have different numbers too, wouldn't it?
Probably.
Apparently, William Shakespeare plays have sold over 4 billion copies. Agatha Christie's novel sold at least 2 billion copies, probably closer to 4 billion. And there's a steep drop to Barbara Cartland, who sold around 750 million copies of her romance novels, just ahead of Danielle Steele on an estimated 700 million. Harold Robbins and George Simenon are about 700 million apiece. Apparently, Tolkien's sales put him approximately parity with Enid Blyton, Sidney Sheldon, and J.K. Rowling, were between 500 to 700 million sales, comfortably ahead of the likes of Dr. Seuss, Leo Tolstoy, Jackie Collins, Dean Koontz, and Stephen King. Tolkien's friend C.S. Lewis can only muster 200 million sales of his book. Well, his books were aimed at kids. Lord of the Rings was aimed at families. Like The Hobbit sold over 100 million copies by itself. George R.R. Martin, Sir Terry Pratchett, and Robert Jordan have just received just short of 100 million sales apiece. That's recent stuff. By 2001, Tolkien had sold over 400 million books, but an additional 200 million sales in 20 years, where his popularity exploded beyond all recognition due to the success of the films, and HarperCollins was attributing a 50 million boost in sales as early as 2003. But that's the thing, is it international? Because there's a lot of German, according to this article, there's a lot of, somebody commented and said the number of German and Spanish copies are also quite big. So, I mean, just HarperCollins, that's not a very large percentage if you think about it in the grand scheme of things. Because you have Allen and Unwin, you have all the other different published versions. You have, is HarperCollins is the American side, correct?
Don't know. Probably not, because I know HarperCollins also does Harry Potter.
But Allen and Unwin, well, yes, but they have an American publisher as well, I believe. Because there's HarperCollins and Allen and Unwin both did Tolkien's books for Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. But they're not telling me how many just the Fellowship of the Ring books were sold. I cannot find anything about that. It always is just Lord of the Rings. Let's see. The Hobbit. Ooh, that's not how you spell The Hobbit. 100 million total of The Hobbit. if you add that to the Lord of the Rings, for the low end, that's 250 million copies of 2 books, as opposed to 7 books at 500 million. I just find it hard to believe, considering I remember seeing a long time ago, there was a statistic talking about how many countries had they have Europe, North America, what is Australasia? Australasia? Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. And this is the Tolkien Society. Let's see. In Europe, North America, Australasia, and Japan, the works of J.R.R. Tolkien are widely available. The books are available from most, if not all, major bookshops, either in English and or translated into the local language. In most of these countries, the price are within range at the large border. I don't understand this. Most major public libraries have at least The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings copies available for loan, and those libraries that don't will be able to find copies through local interlibrary loan systems. And much of Africa, Asia, South America, and the Pacific books can be very expensive. Well, yeah, probably. Funds for public libraries are limited to blah, 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 blah. They'd have to have a huge stock, especially with how popular they are. What is it? Okay. We have supplied 78 books, 73 audiobooks, and 1 Braille book, and reached up to 19,030 people. 4,070 of them are 18 and under. Cost total of £2,594 and 3, is it pence? I don't know, whatever cents is in Britain. Including the cost of the books, packaging, and shipping, that's 0.14 pence a person. I don't know what
Probably.
change. I know pounds is 0.14 of pound, whatever that is. Long-term drivers applying for books, that's all other stuff. Yeah, I don't remember. It was probably 20 years ago when I came across that article. Gosh, I wish I could remember, but it was translated into ridiculous amounts of languages. And it was all over the world, and there was hundreds of millions of people who have read it and everything. Like, it's by far the most popular individual thing.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, obviously, like, Harry Potter is very, very popular. Understandable. But all 7 of them being 500, 600 million copies versus a single book being 150 is like, is that really comparable? I don't find that being something that could be comparable in that regard. But I mean, they're in totally different leagues in terms of quality. No offense to J.K. Rowling, because I never read her work or anything.
They're also in completely different target audiences.
Well, Harry Potter, it's a family one, but it's more aimed at children, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Lord of the Rings,
it is very much aimed at specifically roughly 10-year-olds, and the idea is that they read the books as they grow older.
Well, and people are still fans of them as they are older.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
But then you have Tolkien stuff where The Hobbit was aimed at kids, but The Lord of the Rings, I think, was aimed more at families to young adults, and obviously adults. Like, anybody could read it per se, but the way it's written is also a little hard to read because it's like an old English style of reading in some ways. But I guess we'll just continue to let her talk about this stuff because I don't know.
Since a few works became available.
She's spending a lot of time on this one particular slide. It's kind of annoying, just saying.
Well, no, that's just because we paused it.
Yeah.
No, I mean, in terms of, like, she's talking, but she's only slightly, like, she's referenced Unwin, and I think she's referenced the bibliography. I don't think she's even mentioned the Tolkien Society. She hasn't mentioned Christina Skoll. Nothing's been fully around. She's basically talking about, like, oh, woe was us. We didn't have access to all this stuff. I'm like, and it's not Tolkien's fault. Like,
No. That original quote is what the original guy from 1989 wrote.
Yeah.
Not.
But she made it a slide of it and hasn't referenced it.
She's saying she referenced his paper, and we know she's going to be shitting all over that previous paper, obviously.
Probably.
Full-length scholarly books continue to remain out of bounds on a student's budget. In such conditions, during all the...
Is she going all communist of like, not everyone can actually afford these kind of books? And like, that's a publisher issue, not a author issue for a whole bunch of reasons, but okay.
The years of my research, I've had to rely quite often on legally and ethically problematic websites that share electronic copies of some such books. On a more hopeful note, the appearance of open access Tolkien research journals since the mid-2010s, the current shift towards open to all online seminars like this one, and the posting of recorded lectures on YouTube are helping to realize the possibility of a global dialogue and research exchange among those who study Tolkien's works. They also provide valuable avenues of learning from established Tolkien scholars to current and future Tolkien researchers based in India and other such areas.
iPhone 15.
Oh boy.
I thought you said you fixed the.
No, I did run it through. That was the opening one. So, of course, YouTube's going to YouTube. So I'm going to run this through while you can't hear it, and I'll hear it. And now that it's done, I can pause and re-bring it up. There we go. YouTube. This is one of the reasons I don't like Mozilla is that I don't have the natural ad blocker. I think I used uBlock or something on it, and it still doesn't work half the time because Mozilla's stupid. I'd rather use Brave, but whatever.
I just pay $10 for YouTube Prime. Don't deal with that.
Yeah,
it's not like $10 a month though. That's not $10 a year.
Yeah, but you get. I mean, you look. I'm not going to say you should pay $10 to YouTube, but you get like YouTube Music with it or whatever. So like their $5 million catalog songs.
I can access YouTube Music on a Brave browser, get 0 ads, and have access to all the music. I just got to go find it.
You can get 0 ads until the next fix comes through, where they start blocking everything with that ad block.
Brave just has it like built in, like,
and they're going to block that.
I've not had. That. Well, it's going to take them forever because they'll just put another block back up.
When the way they do it afterwards, they're changing the actual underlying standard. Well, they did change it a couple of years ago, but no one uses it. Everyone uses the older standard. Well, YouTube is basically saying no YouTube videos will play with the older standard after a certain date. And once it happens, every browser does an update. They'll no longer be able to ad block.
Well, Brave will update. Brave's still really popular.
No, once you update to the new standard, you can't ad block. It's not built in anymore. The function call that lets you ad block won't exist anymore.
Well, they also have block origin now as well. Like, there's always going to be ad blocks. There will always be ad blocks, and YouTube will never be able to fully stamp it out.
Most of it will disappear. And what will happen is if it detects it, your browser just won't work. Remember, Google controls the underlying infrastructure as well. So it's not to Chrome and Chromium, which Brave.
Well, yes. Just because it's a Chromium doesn't mean that the guys who are making their own browsers couldn't make modifications to it either.
No, but this underlying standard, which all the again, I'm not saying to pay $10. I'm saying just get used to eventually there being ads everywhere.
Yeah, sure.
They should get comfortable with me not watching their videos then, as Ubisoft would say. Get comfortable with not having my money, because this is one of those things that I think is hilarious that I don't think ad companies understand, because the more I see your ad, the less likely I am to buy your product. Because it's annoying me.
That might only work on you like that.
Well, I mean, anybody who's not a tourist when it comes to like intelligence, why would I want to be seeing 7,000 ads to the same thing? Like, it's like those games where they're obviously the scam fake games.
Yeah.
And you see like 150. I have blocked like 100 different versions of this ad for the same game. I'm more annoyed at this ad than anything. Nothing. You couldn't pay me $100 million to play this game for 5 seconds because I'm so freaking annoyed with it. Like, it's just, I don't want the product because you keep shoving it in my face, and I'm like, I don't know why you think I want this. I don't want this, and they make up whatever thing they have in their minds, and I'm like, how about no? That's why I wish there was like a software that could like basically anytime they send in a link to like, or that they send in information to gather information to send back to them, it like catches the information and strips it completely bare. They just get nothing back. It's like, oh, that'd be great. Huh?
The protocol, the internet itself wouldn't work if that happened.
No, I'm saying like if it's very specifically ad based like software, like things that go in there to grab ad information, like, oh, you clicked on tennis balls, so here's a whole bunch of ads for tennis balls, here's tennis rackets, here's tennis shoes, tennis clothes, tennis headbands, whatever. Like it would be like, oh, it's grabbing this information from what you're taking, and then it's just stripping it or mucking it up so much that they can't get any good data from it in that particular instance. Not all data, but just that specific data that they're trying to hunt.
Don't use Google. Like I mean, that's the one.
I mean, there's
the only thing I'm not divorced from Google on is because I still use Gmail and all that. But if I could find a way to host that myself, they would get.
Oh yeah. Oh, trust me, I'd be right there with you. Maybe the next version of Brave will go up and completely separate from them.
No, you need like a home server and all that to say your own email server. You know, like it's not.
Well, I'm talking just like having a browser that would avoid all that nonsense, so you don't even have to deal with it. Because I honestly don't want to deal with any of it. But that's beside the point. Oh, that's the wrong button. Oh, I think I have to turn it back on, don't I?
I don't know.
I do. Hey-o.
And living scholarship has obviously determined the research areas one could engage with while remaining in India. For his PhD dissertation, my supervisor borrowed concepts from select philosophers and phenomenologists and arrived at diagrammatic accounts of the causes and grounds of the being of any novel. He relied on Tolkien and Powell's respective novels to test the validity of these schemas. He also emphasized how these diagrams help map most, if not all, of the possible approaches to studying any work of art. Now, obviously, any worthwhile writer-centric research continues to be beyond our respective reach because of our geographical distance to Tolkien's unpublished writings and other archival bibliographical material.
So this is from that book she mentioned, the like how it analyzed writing or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not understanding what purpose of telling information.
Has no relevance to anything really.
She's explaining her methodology.
I don't think she has any, but okay.
I think she's not explaining methodology, but rather
well, explaining the history of somebody else doing it. I'm assuming this is her version.
She's explaining how this dude's system works for what she did.
I feel like they're going to come to very different conclusions, but okay.
Well, no, the system she's using has nothing to do with The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. If you go back on that slide, she mentions something about how to analyze books or whatever, a book on how to analyze books. She's saying she used the methodology from that book to break down Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit and all that.
Oh, that's
so stupid. She's showing the diagram of how she used this diagram is probably right out of that dude's book.
Well, the previous one, if we went back to this previous one, it's got writer J.R.R. Tolkien here.
Go back further. Go back one further. On that first slide, right there.
This one.
You see that thing that says Anik Jakawari, a cartography of the novel. She's probably using a methodology in that book, right?
Yeah.
And these diagrams we're seeing are probably from that dude's cartography of the novel, and she's filling in the stuff for Tolkien.
I'm just saying, like this previous one.
I'm pretty sure that book was specifically already about Tolkien. The title just continues on the next line.
Yeah.
Part 2. Shadows of Others Pass on Indian readers reading Tolkien. In this part, I enumerate some basic types of knowledge that readers in general and Indian readership in particular must possess for achieving an adequate, if not accurate, cognition of Tolkien's works. The most fundamental of these is knowledge of the spoken and written form of the primary languages of the works. These primary languages include not just English, but any of the languages in which Tolkien's works have been translated. Secondary languages include words, passages, and illustrations in its constructed languages and scripts.
Wait, whoa. Primary languages also includes the translation?
Well, primary languages would be like Indian.
Do we use primary here as like real languages or?
Well, it's like English
Well,
as opposed to like Scottish, Welsh, or Irish.
This is complicated because Tolkien's a
English
philologist,
is
and
primary language.
he considered his created languages to be real languages, just made up real languages. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
It's otherworldly languages, but they're real.
yeah, so the primary languages of his work would be English plus his made up languages. You know what I mean? So that's how we would interpret that. Now, whether she interpreted it that way, I don't know.
I think she said the primary languages is the English and all the translated versions of the book, and secondary is the in-worlds created ones.
So primary would be what it's translated into, and
At
then
least
the secondary is like Sindarin, Dwarvish, or whatever it's.
Yeah,
the Dwarvish. Yeah, I think that's what she's referencing, which I don't really care because I mean that's technically true, but I don't know what this has to do with Indian experience or whatever. Like when she started, she's like, "Here's these points." I'm like, "Okay, what is the point of these points? What are you trying to achieve with this talk, other than just talking?" Because so far, every single person we've covered from the Tolkien Society, every single one tells us something, but they don't tell us why they're telling us that thing. At the beginning, they don't tell us like, "Here's my presentation on Tolkien and his inner bigotry," and then be like, "Okay, so your goal is to explain his bigotry through a specific area, whether it be Gondor, Rohan, the elves of Lothlorien, the elves of Mirkwood, the elves of Rivendell, like the Grey Haven." The goal is not been explained. It's just saying, my academic adventures in the quest for the Perilous Realm. Academic adventures of what? What quests in the Perilous Realm are you going for? What is the point? Are you saying that Indian people were incapable of getting their hands on these books? Because if so, that's not a Tolkien problem. Or is it the Tolkien problem because he's not Indian and he didn't translate the books or didn't write the books in India?
Yeah, I think it's the latter.
Because it's like every book that's not based in India is probably not going to be written in Indian. Therefore, you're going to have a problem with every single one of those people. Like, if you don't like it, then don't read it, I suppose. I'm not saying you shouldn't read it. I'm saying you seem to have not you, but like her. She seems to have a problem with this entirety of an issue.
Remember, in India, there's a segment of woke leftists who are anti the British influence on their culture.
Which, I mean, if you want to have the influence or you don't want to have the influence, those are two entirely different things, as opposed to, like, I don't want to have this British culture. I'm like, okay, then don't read the Lord of the Rings because it's British.
No. They don't want them to use English in India. They don't want them to, identify as citizens of the Queen or whatever.
But there's like 800 different languages in India. Like, they have so many different factors.
You're not understanding that this is their leftist ideology.
Well, I know. I get that. I get that there are people who want to be like, our country is our country, and I want everything in our country's language.
But that's not why they want to do that, though. They want to do that because they want to wipe out Western civilization, not because they care about the Indian language, because they're just using it as a gateway to gain power.
Well, if that was the case, then they have to get rid of all of Bollywood and all those studios because those are all just ripoffs of the Hollywood model.
They'll do that, and they want to get in power. And once they're in power and have control, because they want is control. What most like leftist cultists don't understand is, like, for example, Lord of the Rings is in China, right? It's approved work in China. If you did like what these people do to Lord of the Rings in China, they'd take you to a gulag. Because you were not allowed to alter the original material once it's been stamp approved. The authoritarianism is the issue, and these people, like the cultists, or she could be a cultist. They don't know they're trying to implement this system, but the end result is that's what happens. So they're just trained attack dogs, basically. So either she's a cultist or she's a cult leader, depending on viewpoint.
Yeah. Crazy Cobb, Lazy Lob. What? Or think Radagast, Addercop, Eowyn, Tembe, Pukelman.
So a lot of the name Tolkien used came from Norse sources, basically.
Yeah,
Or Finnish.
So Gandalf is northern.
Old English, or Germanic, all that sort of stuff.
Eomed,
I think she's going to argue with how do you translate a secondary world language into another language. I'm like, you probably would just leave it as a secondary world language, wouldn't you?
Could be.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, like Tembe or Eowyn. How do you change Eowyn into?
Eowyn's not a fancy Tolkien invented.
Well, I'm talking like the E with the apostrophe thingy on top of it.
No, that just means the accents on the E.
Well, I know, but I'm saying like, how do they do that in India? Not every culture or every language, I should say, has.
Well,
accents.
they have English.
No,
That's how they do
just yeah. Or they just change names anyway.
Like Westu Theoden.
For example, if you go, most German translations also tend to change the names to be more German standard names, right?
Yeah.
Maybe not in Tolkien because he was
J.R.R. Tolkien,
specifically
no.
My name is Adolfo, also known as
Oh.
John.
when the translations for Lord of the Rings were rolling out, and The Hobbit too, but he would read because he knows a lot of these European languages. So I think it was Finnish, right? In Finland, they changed dwarves to dwarfs, for example.
Yeah, and he gets really
And he
angry.
blew his stack over it,
These are two totally different things.
Yeah.
But that's the other thing. Is
there was
like
another one where he was like, because the name he used is a cultural reference from Germanic culture, and they changed the name. And I think his response was, "Don't you whatever know your own culture?"
Well, like in Japan, if you were to do this in English, it'd be Razy Rob, because they can't say L's in English. That's just their culture. So instead of saying Lazy Lob or Crazy Cobb,
also they can't spell most of these things, right? Because of the double setup of their letters.
Well, they have a completely different alphabet, so you have to find an equivalent pronunciation.
You have languages that don't have vowels in them; they're just all consonants. So it's like you can't just take them one for one, because not every language will understand it. So I understand like there's a lot of translating issues, but if the name's consistent, it technically doesn't have to be the original name. Like if you're reading an Indian and they don't have Frodo, you can call him an Indian version of Frodo, I guess, whatever that may be. But I don't think it has much, if anything at all, to do with like what would you even consider it? What would you consider Frodo in Indian? Like go to Google Translate, say Frodo is blah, 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 or whatever, and then they'll be like, okay, then they use that name. Like nobody cares, because all you have to do is know is that this character has a name, and that name has to be consistent with that character every single time it's brought up. That's the main point. So that way you can differentiate characters that do different things.
The names
also have like a sound associated with them, and which you usually associate with further things.
In languages that don't have any cultural association with, say, Germanic languages, I suspect they would make the sound, like say just saying. So they'd say, what in kanji script sounds like Frodo, and use those symbols.
Frodo, probably.
Whatever, whatever the ideograms would be, they would,
Is it?
Well, they likely would use katakana rather than kanji.
I mean, the one because of my association with Naruto, I'd always think of kanji first.
Hold on. Let's listen to this.
Kanji is a language of Fuinjitsu.
So hold on. I'm assuming Hindi is the language they would probably relate to the most.
Possibly.
Probably. So this is what it's going to sound like, and obviously
it could also be Marathi, I think. Or
hold on.
Frodo.
You hear that?
Yeah.
Okay. This is allegedly what it is in Hindi.
Frodo.
It sounds just like Billy Boyd. Frodo.
Well, it's pronounced that way.
Frodo.
But what would the spelling look like?
Phrodo.
So those, no, but that's our alphabet in whatever language.
Okay, I'm going to try posting this. I don't think it's going to show up in private chat, but I'm going to post this That's what it looks like in
Ooh,
Hindi.
yeah, I can read that.
Well,
Yeah, not Hindi either. That's my point. But
that's-
they
that's good.
have a writing for it, so they'd be able to look at it and say, "Oh, it's Frodo, Frodo Baggins." You know,
Yeah, that's
like,
pronounced Frodo, basically. Yeah.
yeah, that would be Frodo to them. So it's like, okay, so we have the language that would translate into the language. I would assume possibly back then they would have that option as well.
Probably.
Maybe it might not be as good, but it does exist. Like there is a word that can sound out the same thing, and then they just have a language / fantasy definition to it. So like if the word was Frodo, but it's Fhrodo, and it doesn't literally mean Frodo Baggins, but they have a word that says Frodo, they use the word Frodo, and then under the fantasy section, be like, okay, under Lord of the Rings, the definition of Frodo is,
doesn't really mean anything, though, right?
well, that's what I'm saying. It's like Eowyn means something, something, something. Theoden means something, something, something. Eowyn means something, something. Frodo may or may not have a meaning to it, because I feel like the professor himself would have a meaning to their names.
Could be,
But-
yeah, okay, sure, but like names you.
But in translating that to another language, you don't have to
for
necessarily.
example, say we take the name John, that probably has a meaning. I don't know it, but you don't go and translate it into the meaning in another language. You just
You
use
try
the
to translate
same word.
like
sound
wisdom,
out or whatever. Yeah.
wisdom or something like that. I don't remember.
It could be.
I mean, every name that I know of in English has a version of it that has a meaning to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like Matt would be short for Matthew, but that's like a Greek take off of an Aramaic name. Like,
Yeah.
it's a translation to a translation to a translation, and it eventually comes full circle. And we have a definition for it. But like all of that, I don't see how this is a difficult thing to translate in modern times. It might be difficult in like 1989 when they were originally handing things out, but if we can translate it now, that means they had words back then, because it's not like Hindi got updated recently and just like, oh, now we have Frodo.
I don't know. Maybe they can't update. Who knows?
It's a language. That's not how that
Yeah.
works.
Wow.
It'd be a whole new language. But anyway,
That's how it apparently works here in the West.
apparently. And she's gonna just stay quiet now.
Mm-hmm.
That was, yeah, she's struggling.
When it comes to
There it
semantic knowledge, readers do not know all the words belonging to the primary language in question, nor their meanings.
So
But you don't need a meaning for Frodo to know Frodo
I
is
don't
Frodo.
need to know that Gandalf means a want elf, right? It's just a name.
Well, like Gandalf Greyhame. Is it Greyhame or Grey?
Could be, yeah.
Gandalf Greyhame is what the Rohirrim referred to him as, but then somebody else has a different name. Somebody else has a different name, because different cultures in Lord of the Rings have their own names designated for these things. So if that's the case, then it shouldn't matter, because all you're doing is saying, oh, this culture refers to him as this. But as far as I recall, because it's been a while since I've actually read Lord of the Rings, as I recall, it states in it like Gandalf Stormcrow or Gandalf Greyhame or Gandalf the Grey, or obviously Gandalf the White eventually. Like, you know, it's not okay. Does Hindi have the word for Gandalf? Probably they have a word that they could come up with it that sounds similar or whatever. And then the White.
No, but they should just use something that is basically Gandalf, right?
The question is going to be: do you translate what it sounds like or what it means?
You translate what it sounds like.
I agree, but I know there are people who translate what it means. So,
well, yes, but if it has multiple meanings, that's going to be virtually impossible to do. But like,
it would be impossible.
But the whole point is that as long as whatever the term they use is consistent, like every time the reference to the Shire pops up, if they have a word that means Shire that they understand as Shire, every time it pops up, whatever the word is, it could be toothpaste, for crying out loud. Every time the word toothpaste comes up, they should know it means the Shire. It's the location in which the hobbits live. You could literally change every proper noun or anything like that inside of the Legendarium to something else, as long as it's consistent, and it will always pop up as, and hobbits lived in the toothpaste. As long as they know that toothpaste is the place that the hobbits live, every time the toothpaste is referenced, they would know it means the toothpaste.
Yeah, but it would be extremely silly.
Although sometimes,
Well, yes,
sometimes you don't
really
you don't want to translate directly. Like for example, if you guys never heard of this, the Chevy Nova, which did not sell very well in Spanish-speaking countries.
I haven't heard of that.
The Chevy Nova is a car. Like Nova in English means
Yeah.
star or something. Nova in Spanish means no go.
This card, no go.
They released a Chevy Nova in Spanish-speaking countries, and we're like, why isn't it selling? And someone's like, so they had to change the name of the car. In Spanish-speaking countries.
But that's the thing. It's like, whatever it might be, they could do a short sample with somebody there and say, hey, what about this translation? And then people read over it and be like, oh, I don't like this translation, or I don't understand this wording or whatever. But if you just take something and make it consistent throughout the whole series or a book or whatever, as long as the people recognize it, they can understand it. Yes, obviously toothpaste and the Shire being the same thing is silly, but it's to show how stupid easy it would be to be able to translate the Lord of the Rings if every time the Shire popped up, I just replaced it with toothpaste.
Yeah.
At least every time I'm knowing as a reader that toothpaste equals the Shire, because the Shire, as in where the hobbits are from, or where they currently live, I should say, every time toothpaste equals where the hobbits live. That's literally just what you have to do. And people who read it should be able to figure it out. But if you're using something that's close to the Shire or the equivalent of what they know to be a Shire, like we don't have Shires in America, but we have the equivalent of Shires. I'm trying to remember what Shire even really means in British.
It's sort of a little region
is it a county or
smaller? I think
it's like a chunk. It kind of means the same thing as county in my interpretation, but that's interpretation.
Well, it's also it's a horse apparently. What makes a town a Shire? A town that is a town that is the seat of the government of a Shire. I don't know.
No, a town is not a Shire. Shire is a place where towns could be, like a county.
Yes.
So it's a county that are not metropolitan counties. That's what a Shire county is. In England and Wales, the term Shire county is used to refer to counties which are not metropolitan counties. In other words, it's not major city zones. Okay. I guess what does it depend on major city? Is that like a 5 million population, or does that mean 100,000? I don't know.
Who knows?
But either way, we have the equivalent of Shire, but we don't call them Shires. So we would just use our word if we didn't have a word for Shire. Does that make sense?
County.
So,
county.
We would use the term county. So the hobbits live in the county. Which grammatically doesn't make much sense from our particular standpoint, but we're also not capitalizing it like they do in The Lord of the Rings.
Well, but remember, the reference is because like the Shire, there are no other Shires, there are the counties or whatever.
Yeah.
So if there were only one county, like
there's only one capitalized S Shire in The Lord of the Rings. So everybody who sees the capital S Shire, they're going to know that's Shire. While they still have Shires pretty much in every country, they don't all refer to them as Shires either. So whenever you see a capital S Shire, you know what it's talking about because it definitionally means the place the hobbits live.
Yeah.
That's really all it means.
But
so
you can basically use whatever language variant fits, because that's an actual word, right? Rather than a name. Of course, it's a name, but the name is the word of the thing. So
that's usually how words work.
It's an actual sort. It's like if you call your village with the capital V, right? You would obviously translate that to whatever village translates into.
I mean, if you go to a quote unquote village, aka a small little town or whatever, it'll say "Welcome to the village of," and the village will be capital because the actual title is Village of.
Yeah,
Frankfurt,
it's the village of village because it's named village in this hypothetical situation.
We are the villagers of village in the village of village.
Yeah,
that's confusing.
This can often result in curious misunderstandings concerning their fictional provenance. We now know that Tolkien.
It's not a misunderstanding if it's a constant use. That's what I don't get. It should be pretty.
Yeah.
He uses words and phrases derived from Old and Middle English alongside his constructed languages. For those not well versed in them, archaic English words.
I mean, yeah, he uses languages that other languages are used. I'm confused.
Oh.
What is bad about this exactly?
She's just
If I
she's
could,
not she's not
if
at
I
the phase she's not at the phase where she's saying anything bad yet. She's just info
She's not
dumping right
saying
now.
anything yet either.
She's
That's the
she's
problem.
just info dumping right now. She's just info dumping.
Well, it sounds like she's
Yeah,
complaining
but
that
it's not really info dumping if there's no real content.
there's no substance to
the
it.
the premise of this would be like she would say in Appendix A, which I'm not presenting, you could read in the paper. I have a whole blah blah blah, the names and whatever. She'd show one slide and say for my like she would so anyone who's really interested would read the appendix to supplement this. Like you wouldn't, if you're presenting your paper in front of a group of people, you would not spend 25 minutes just going over all your sources and whatever and like this stuff would just be like a 20-second mention saying regard to the names, I will cover this in briefly and have expanded in Appendix C or whatever. That's why Tolkien didn't drop the history of all the dwarven people into the middle of when Gimli shows up and doesn't spend 6 chapters giving the history of the dwarven people.
I mean, I don't know why I would totally have dug that.
Yeah,
hard.
same. But
it's one of those things where, like,
in favor of the dwarves.
Like,
so.
for example, I know I'm going to use a movie because that's all I can really think of off the top of my head, like Bahubali, right? Because I have
it's an Indian movie.
Yeah, it's an Indian movie.
Okay.
It's 2-part. So there's also RRR is another reference that is pretty popular. I still haven't seen it. I can't find it anywhere, which is annoying. But basically Bahubali, it's an Indian based fantasy, but not fantasy. Like, it's real world, but it's like it's over the top as Indian movies typically are. There's dancing. They literally catapult a whole battalion of guys in the air, and they're like spinning with their shields, and then they land.
Is that okay? Yeah.
That's
it was all over. Yeah, it was all over. Like people,
you see clips of it all over the time on like Facebook.
That is a genius idea.
It's goofy, but it's fun. But you're not looking at it and being like, this is a very serious literary work. That's not what you're doing. It's like people randomly walking in, they start dancing and singing. I was like, why is the guy just taking his shirt off? And it's like he's got ripped abs and he's dancing all like super Fabio style, but Indian Fabio.
Yeah.
But it's just like, okay, they're doing this. You're not taking them seriously because it's not meant to be taken seriously. It's meant to be fun, which it is. Like you can't go in with a serious critique and be like, this doesn't have it. Like it's just a good story. It's got whatever. Like it's not great. It's not sucky. It's just kind of an average whatever. And they probably see it differently than we do, obviously. But if I go to Bahubali, I'd be like, okay, well, how do I translate Bahubali from the Hindi, which I wouldn't hear it, like the English would be Bahubali, but I don't know if I'd necessarily hear the original Indian and how it's scripted to be like, how do I translate this word into a language somebody else can hear, like English or something, or French? Gosh, that'd be a pain in the butt to translate to French. But like, how do you do that? And it's like, well, they made it work. So if they made it work, then why can't you do the opposite? Why wouldn't you be able to translate these other languages into this language because they did the opposite?
And phrases
it's a
often
giant
end up
nothing
being
burger.
understood, at least upon first reading, as belonging to his fictional constructed languages, or in a few instances, as nonsensical. Any reader's desire for continued engagement with Tolkien's works, however, requires more than
Because it's not Indian,
linguistic and semantic knowledge.
Because she has no idea what she's talking about.
and also that, yeah.
What it requires is prior lived experience.
Just imagine spending a ton of time to write this paper and to literally say nothing.
Master Helleron does not approve of this.
Yeah, Heaven Road also doesn't do so.
Neither does the High Inquisitor.
Of some, if not all, of the types of objects and actions described in the works, along with some awareness of their socio-cultural connotations and associations. These types of objects and
all of this stuff is shown in the. I'm confused. All of this is shown. Do they not have it in the Indian version? Do they have like a 10-page Lord of the Rings version in Indian because they don't have any of this stuff? Like what? I'm confused.
I mean, she did talk about stuff being not very available in India, right?
Words were not available. Ink wasn't available.
They don't have words in India.
They hadn't invented them at that point yet.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, in 1989 they're in trouble.
I believe that an underlying reason for the popularity of The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings across different cultures is the prevalence of such commonly shared experiences and objects. But at least
I thought it was because they enjoyed the journey, like everybody else. What?
some of these mundane objects, like marigolds, tea, apples, cabbages, potatoes, tobacco, are commonly known only because of their historical introduction to other geographical areas by European trading companies and colonial rule. Indeed, as we
So,
saw yesterday, an
but it's
awareness of
like a
the
fantasy
history
world.
Well, it's like everybody. I saw this ironically. If
Why
I was
do we
to-
need to have the fantasy world have the exact same crops in the same
because
cultural
representation, good sir, I don't feel represented if I don't have the exact same stuff.
We don't see it. They do.
But like, think of it like if I was to shrink this video down and I looked at the side recommended by YouTube or whatever, guess what? Guess what one of the videos is? It's a very popular topic in discussions of Lord of the Rings and Tolkien legendarium in general.
So she's 7.5 minutes into her 27-minute presentation and has yet to talk about
Anything.
Yeah.
But one of the recommended videos is what is pipeweed?
Yeah.
Because so many people have this crazy, like this weird obsession with it being weed, like Mary Jane marijuana, drug weed, because it's fun.
Yeah.
I'm like, why would Tolkien, a devout Catholic who smokes tobacco, want it to be marijuana?
Well, not to say he wanted to be marijuana. Remember, marijuana in his time would have been nothing like the horrible, like overly addictive.
Well,
tactic.
yeah, it wasn't bred to have a specific effect, but
Yeah.
it's like it's tobacco. Tobacco is what it's a weed that they put in pipes, thus pipe weed. Yeah. Like it makes logical sense as the most simple. Like, was it Occam's razor? What that would have just
that's Occam's razor.
Yeah, it's like it's just Occam's razor. It's the simple explanation. They're like, oh man, he's a druggie. And I was like, I highly doubt he would be promoting drugs. Just saying. Like, you can find no evidence that he would be like pro-drug in any shape or form. But I mean, he's ultra conservative to the nth degree. I highly doubt that would be a thing. But people actually think that. So somebody has to actually make a video saying, what is pipeweed? I didn't watch the video, but I'm assuming they probably came to the wrong conclusion because they always do for some reason for the giggles.
Yeah.
It's a nothing burger, but just that kind of a thing is like little things like that people can't get right. So obviously, if you're like, oh, well, they didn't have enough oranges in this. Well, they don't have orange freaking in this entire series that I know of. I don't know if there's oranges in the entirety of Arda. We don't know because it's not relevant unless he brings it up.
Wherever they are in the real world in Arda, I don't know what oranges are.
Well, maybe
no, but that's the argument that makes us unable to use potatoes in the Shire.
But they have potatoes.
Yeah.
Potatoes are known.
So you can't use real world examples to say, oh, this is where the oranges are in Arda.
Well, yes, but the Shire saying that's where potatoes are doesn't necessarily make sense either, because that's not necessarily where potatoes are. They could have been brought there, migrated when the Harfoots got there. Or
no,
whatever.
Potatoes are there because they are there.
Or they could have been potatoes that the hobbits bred into edibility the same way. But then,
that's what I'm saying. Like the Harfoots could have brought potatoes from where they originally are from, and then started planting them there because potatoes can literally be planted anywhere. Like they can be planted in tundra and grow.
Well, to follow the logic of what Tolkien established, maybe the hobbits bred potatoes to be not poisonous and edible, right? But then after the whole fourth thing ended, I think it happened. Potatoes in the wild bred to be poisonous again and weren't edible again until the Irish bred them.
No, potatoes are always poisonous. It's just that they are only poisonous if you grow them above ground.
I think they're less poisonous because the Irish did something. Like it's the same way they bred them to be less poisonous. It's the same way tomato leaves are poisonous no matter what, but you can eat a tomato leaf now and not, risk dying.
Well, they crossbreed them out, but my point is that the reason that's not poisonous for Irish is because of the alcohol.
Yeah.
But it just kills the poison.
Colonization and colonial overrule is required on the part of a reader of The Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion.
Intelligence is required for the reading of the Silmarillion. That's it. You have to be an intelligent, sentient being to read it. That's literally it. Of course.
I'd rather have a Polaroid than this presentation.
I don't know how a Polaroid's going to hurt you, so I'd rather not have ads.
Well, the Polaroid, I can take a picture of the Lord of the Rings and actually get something of value. Whereas Looking Hard thing is like, what the hell is this?
A Snapdragon, eh? Oh, I gotta turn the voice back on. Sorry.
It also helps if the reader knows something of the broad genre or genres of the works, if not much about its author. This awareness could be gleaned through their marketed genre classification, their physical location in a library or bookstore, recommendations from others, and so on. An awareness of genre includes that of mythofantastic folklore creatures like fairies, dragons, dwarfs, and so on. Such awareness can in turn result
Is
in
she gonna make some
interesting
BS
epistemic
reason like,
possibilities.
oh, we got it from
For
the Indian
instance,
mythos
as
or
in the
something?
case of archaic words,
Maybe.
different species of actual world flora, which are not found in other geographical regions or are known only by their local
It's
language
a
names,
fantasy
can
series.
similarly be taken to
No, we don't use such arguments.
Tolkien's works demand from any
For a second, I was like,
reader
I think she heard
are
me.
not unknown
She just
to most
stopped.
English
She's
language
still not
thinking
saying
people.
anything. She's still just
The two main
data
reasons.
dumping.
Mhm.
So that should have been Appendix D.
In some areas for the
Macaulay's
worse, in
February
others for the better,
1835 minute on
by the
Indian
negotiated
education.
upheld colonial legacy of
Is she arguing that Indians are too stupid to read this? Is that what she's arguing?
No comment.
Because she says from Macaulay's February 1835 minute on Indian education. So she's questioning it?
No, that might just be the title.
Well, that is the title, but like when you're referencing education, but she's referencing this reference of education as if, because remember, so far it seems like she's complaining about it being British origins for all this stuff and how it's supposed to be understood in other languages like normal people. I don't freaking know. That's just freaking weird.
British educational policies, as exemplified in Thomas B. Macaulay's infamous Minute.
Infamous.
Second, the growth of Indian state-owned and private television broadcasting networks since the mid-1980s and early 1990s respectively played a crucial role in bringing fantasy and science fiction to urban middle-class viewers. Television programs of the state-owned Doordarshan network during the late 1980s included, for instance, Disney cartoons, Star Trek The Original Series, the dubbed Japanese series Giant Robo, and even Carl Sagan's Cosmos: A Personal Voyage. Part 3. Homeworld Bound, Tolkien's reception in India. These years also saw a marked growth in the production of locally produced content, particularly in Hindi,
You're
belonging
welcome.
to the broad
I
genres
don't
of
know
popular history, mythology, and science fiction. They also saw a few fantasy fiction programs in Hindi. Aleph Laila was based on select stories from the Arabian Nights. Vikram or Betal adapted stories from the Betal Pachisi, 25 Tales of
I just want to say that's a really creepy GD on the left.
Yeah. Also, what does this have to do with Tolkien?
Genies is
again?
supposed to be creepy.
Well, Blue's not as creepy as an old lady looking man genie.
Mythological jinn are not good.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
Jin's
they're
freaky
basically
looking.
demons, right?
I get that, but I'm saying the person they picked is kind of a freaky person.
Betal. These stories find their oldest extant versions in two 11th century Sanskrit poetic compilations by Kshemendra and Somdev, respectively. Interestingly, these compilations are held to be recensions of an even earlier but lost even mythical collection, that is Gunadhya's Bruhat Katha, the Great Tale, said to be written in a so-called unrespectable Prakrit language called Paishachi, which I quote literally means the language of the Pishachas, the goblins, or of ghosts, ghouls, and so on. Another TV series was Chandrakanta, based on Devkinandan Khatri's famous sword and sorcery novel of the late 1880s. The novel, written in colloquial Hindustani, got thousands of readers to learn the Khariboli dialect in the Devanagari script. Borrowing from Perso-Arabic and literary traditions of the Qissa or Dastan, this work was peopled with skillful Ayyar and Ayyara and an almost technologically operating Tillism. Its popularity led to the publication of sequels like the 24-part Chandrakanta Santati and the 21-part Bhutnath. Indeed, as Sultana mentioned yesterday, mythological, fantastic, and marvelous elements have been an inescapable part of the Indian cultural milieu. It is therefore not surprising that Jackson's trilogies became quite successful in India as well and generated interest in Tolkien's own writing.
Is she trying to explain why it was successful in India? Is that her thing?
Maybe
Something to do with she's saying. I think she's trying to say there was a foundation for Indian fantasy already. So and maybe because there was a big English audience in India, that that's why Tolkien was well received. Maybe she's trying to say that.
I feel like she's trying to say that because they had this before it got there, that it wasn't it didn't get popular because it was good. It got popular because other things existed in India. So Indian culture existed and made it popular because Indian culture was already there, as opposed to it came over, was a big hit because it was a great story. And, how dare the Brits create this? I don't know. It's weird.
This interest also resulted in the publication of translations of The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings in two languages, Bengali and Marathi. Aniruddha's Bengali translations, illustrated by Shanti Prasad Chatterjee, are Hobbit and the first two volumes of Chor Badipati Angti, Angtir Moitri Shonga, and Dui Minar. I will restrict myself to the Marathi translation since I don't know Bengali. Meena Kinikkar translated The Hobbit in Marathi, while Mugdhakar...
What? She doesn't understand the 3 billion different dialects and languages in India? Oh, boy.
Translated the 3 volumes of Swami Mudrikansa, Mudrikete Swatidar.
Like, I think it's funny because she's like, how do we translate all this stuff? And I'm like looking at these right here in front of us. I'm like, well, apparently they did translate them because they're right there translated.
Yeah.
What? Like, I'm assuming Swami Mudrikansha just means the Lord of the Rings. And then Mudrik Sathadar would be Fellowship of the Ring. Te Don Manor would be the Two Towers. And then Rajachi Punaragaman would be the Return of the King. Like,
well,
that
Swami
right there.
Is Lord, yeah.
Raja definitely means king, so...
Punaragaman is like Return of or something. The Return of, and then
Probably.
Like, just saying, like, just how it's set like that. That's the English version. Obviously, the above version with the lines through it and everything. That's going to be the original dialect text, however you want to call it. But, like, if they can do it, then what is the point of this entire thing so far? Because they clearly did. I don't understand. They clearly did.
She has yet to get to. This is just her talking about her experience. She has yet to get any of those points about whatever the hell she was talking about.
I mean, we've got like 4 to 8 minutes left.
Unless this whole presentation just about her interest in Lord of the Rings.
I mean, it did say the title was someone's quest for the perilous realm or something.
Yeah. I mean, if that's all she does is say how she gets interested.
This is just about an Indian academic's adventures.
Like I said, if that's all she's doing is like saying this is how I got interested in it or whatever, I mean, as far as these papers from this shitty organization go, this is tame,
Mm-hmm.
We haven't gotten to Sam yet. Remember, we still have Sam.
Yeah. And his
brown. And Raja Te Punaragam.
He's brown, don't you know?
These translations have mostly appeared.
I can relate to Sam because he's brown. I'm like, what? Are you also a servant that plays in the garden? Like, I'm confused. Like, and then I was actually listening to a podcast thing at work today, And somebody had mentioned like they feel the representation, and I'm just like, or the reasons why they feel represented is because their skin color, their height, and all these obviously just superficial traits. And it's like you don't relate to their heroism, you don't relate to their bravery, their courage. You don't relate to them when they're cowardly because you're afraid of something, and you'd have the same like you don't relate to those things. You don't relate to the attributes of actions. You just relate specifically to the physical essence. Well, they shout and I shout, so I can relate to that. I'm like, but why are they shouting? Are they shouting in anger? Do you relate to the anger? Are they shouting because they're trying to stun their foe because they're courageous and brave and they have an impressive, presence? Like, what do you relate to? And these people, they pick the most superficial things, and then that's what they relate to. And it's like, I can relate to Shaka Zulu and wanting to destroy my enemies. I don't have to be African. I don't have to be black.
You have to be African.
I don't have to have the same height. I don't have to wear the same getup. I don't have to have that in order to relate to them. It's just, he's a warlike dude. In games, I like to be the warlike dude. I like to conquer countries in games like Total War. He conquered tribes and other things, possibly other countries. I don't remember the details because they don't ever talk about Shaka Zulu on the screen, so whatever.
Yeah, I remember the Zulus in I think the Zulus in Age of Empires too.
Yeah.
Only
they were pretty fun. Very deadly, but also really, really not armored at all.
to those who are already familiar with Jackson's adaptations and or the novels in English. Since these translations have had to compete with the rich literary offerings in
what does ancient Sanskrit have to do with any of this?
Not very much.
A comparison between women and men, nobody cares.
Oh,
women are not men.
Stylings would have been similar to like Old English in the sense that like it's very poetic and telltale-y. In other words, like how to explain
story driven.
Like a lot of books we read are narrative or prose, I guess is the way to say it if you want to be formal. Whereas Sanskrit and Old English are more poetic structure. So when you're telling anything, even if it's like the list of the groceries, it's more like you're telling a tale of the groceries you have to buy, as opposed to just giving a list, which would be in just showing a list of them.
Yeah, it's the presentation of what you're doing. It's just as opposed to just
which would go back to the connection between Indo-European culture, which she's not mentioning, but
I don't think she's a fan of that.
Marathi, belonging.
I mean, she blames all these issues like we're in 1989, we have no connection to Britain. I'm like, besides the fact that you used to be a British colony, besides that, I shouldn't say British colony, British. What's
subject?
Subject. But I was looking for the
used to be a
ranch. I don't know.
To the genre of mythic fiction, they have
You wanting to say something?
No, I have to Google it before I say it.
Okay.
not been quite successful among Marathi readership in general. The situation
British Empire
might be similar in the case of the Bengali translations. Interestingly, the Sanskritized literary vocabulary of Swami Mudrikansa has allowed the work to feel completely at home in Marathi literary tradition as a descendant of the Adbhut Kadambari.
So she's saying that all this stuff feels right at home in our own mythos. That's why we like it. Is that what she's saying?
I mean, it sounds
he does these characteristics. We have these characteristics, so it worked out really well because we all had these same kind of characteristics. I'm like,
no,
okay.
It's cultural appropriation. It's not allowed.
He culturally appropriated the Finnish, and thus the Indians are offended, I guess.
Yeah.
The very use of the word mudrika, for instance, rather than ankhi, can bring to the minds of Marathi readers the more famous mudrika of the Ramayana and of Kalidasa Shakuntala through their various adaptations over the years. Because of such linguistic, semantic, and genre naturalization, this translation bear the brunt of historical criticism against the Adbhut Kadambari and its recourse to fantastic, marvelous elements and archaic writing styles. For instance, in Stri Purush Tulana, the first Indian feminist tract, Tarabai Shinde offered apt, pointed criticisms of a few such escapist novels for their incredible portrayal of female characters. Even Dastan-influenced works like Chandrakanta suffered from the censure.
To be fair, I don't look at Lord of the Rings and say, wow, these are fantastic renditions of male characters. That's not why I'm reading it.
I do, because women should be making sandwiches.
Wow.
Fair enough, I guess. Based.
If women don't make sandwiches, we'll have no sandwiches.
That is a sad reality. And also, they typically, when they make them with love, they are very good sandwiches. Because then they're not usually spitting in your food either.
Matter of fact, if someone tries to make it who's not a woman, I don't even call it a sandwich.
What
Just call it a sandy patty.
It's just a collection of ingredients that have no soul.
It's a loveless witch.
Of that highly influential Hindi writer of social realism, Premchand. A more recent critic in Marathi was Bhalchandra Nemade. Such criticism has shaped the literary tastes of current readership and publishers' decisions.
I think what she's saying, at least I keep picking it up, is that we had these writings, and then Lord of the Rings came along and shared the similarities, and because of our writings, it was so successful. Is that what she's saying? Am I missing something, or am I just completely making it up in my head? Because all these dates are put in here, and I feel like the dates are put there on purpose.
Well, the dates are just the publication dates, or whatever those are.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that they're before Tolkien.
No, but you have to put them when you reference a book. You have.
You don't have to. Nobody else does in these other Tolkien Society things. There's no source.
I
gotta give her credit.
Trying to be.
I give her credit. She does source a lot of stuff, which I appreciate to no end. I will give her massive credit for that.
Yeah.
Nobody else has done that, really. I think in the entirety of this thing. So
I think we're being a little jaded or hard because of the awesomeness in quotation marks of the previous works.
Yeah. When I say awesomeness, I mean not.
The popularity of Jackson's trilogies nonetheless led to a creative reinvestment in the genre on the part of English-language Indian novelists, as well as movie and television producers in some Indian languages.
I've heard of some of these.
I mean, like the entirety of the Western fantasy genres were all basically made based off of the Tolkien. Like they're all influenced by Tolkien. It's not a surprise. It's not even a bad thing. Like,
well, no, there was a fantasy. But no, the market. Yes, Tolkien carried a lot of weight. Don't get me wrong, but there are older fantasy novels and such you can find before Tolkien's work.
I'm not saying it's the first or the only. I'm saying that it was definitely the most influential.
Yeah, he carried more weight than almost anyone that you could think of, other than maybe Jules Verne.
Yeah.
Recent years have seen a marked rise in English fantasy fiction novels in the Indian marketplace. The influx of
if they like them, they'll keep making them. That's how markets work.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've heard of some of these books. So,
fantastic features and plots in the case of the already problematic.
The only one that looks really interesting to me is The Devourers. Mostly because I like wolves.
If I had time, I'd probably give some of them a shot. Yeah.
If they had them in English, you mean?
Well, these are English language Hindi authors.
Yeah. Are they translations?
Well, they're written in English, she said, the English language.
Were they translated in English or were they written in English?
They're written in English. These are Indian.
Were they
in English?
Written in English and then translated, or not translated at all?
Or are they written in broken English?
No, these are English like the people of India speak. The people of India who, for the most part, a lot of them can speak, read, and write English about as well as the average American, sadly.
That's not saying very much.
Yeah.
That's why I said sadly. But the point is, I've read some stuff written in English by Indians, and they may speak a broken English, but they
you
write
realize
it really
the
well.
average American doesn't even know the capital of America. That's embarrassing.
That's a separate issue,
But it just shows the level of education. So when you're saying, well, they know about the average American, I'm like, that's not saying much.
television soap operas is more troubling. Recent years have also seen the
Why?
She was troubling to have these English.
Well, remember I said from the beginning, I think she's.
Oh yeah, because everything English has to die.
Yeah, she seems to
Don't
be in
buy
that
it.
camp of the anti-English Indians.
But why is she speaking English then?
Because she's anti-English, obviously.
success of the two Bahubali movies,
Ah, Bahubali just got mentioned.
strongly influenced by Hindu mythological epic.
Okay, nobody's bothered by the fact that Bahubali is influenced by Hindu mythology.
Oh
And
no, she would be.
she's offended that Hindi
I
film
don't
was
know.
by Hindi stuff. I thought that she'd be so for that.
Popular history, and even Jackson's Lord of the Rings, they have come under criticism for their often problematic treatment of female characters, casteism, and religious nationalism.
As far as I'm aware, India is a caste system, is it not?
Yeah. Well, maybe not anymore.
I mean,
It
legally,
definitely
no.
used to be.
The caste still exists. Same thing like Japan,
We still have a samurai class.
the caste technically sort of still exists. They're just very loosely.
So if I
held.
show up with a small army of people, I can be like, I am the shogun.
like for example, people who like eat a lot of meat and work with leather, that was actually the lowest caste in Japan. So that still kind of exists. There are areas where that's encouraged.
Well,
nowhere else.
every society has their undesirables all the way up to their preferables.
Yeah, but in Western culture, you can transition out of them much more readily than you can in these legacy cultures that still have caste systems.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just saying, like, I feel like I've heard nothing about them not having a caste system in India. Like, India and a caste system is like 1-to-1.
The British stamped it out, but it still
They
exists.
tried to stamp it out.
It doesn't exist legally.
Well, which is a good thing, but I mean, that doesn't mean much in other words.
As well as colorism and racism.
Okay. As far as I'm aware, Asians are some of the most racist people on the planet.
No, that's just the Chinese.
Well, I know the Chinese. Well, no, even Japanese.
The Japanese aren't racist so much as ethnicist.
Yeah, they are that. Koreans are massive racists. They want to be white people so freaking bad.
Not racist, ethnicist. The Koreans are. If you're not, remember the Koreans and Japanese are almost genetically identical. They're two.
I know, but what I'm saying is South Korea idolizes Europeans for whatever reason. I don't know why.
They idolize European culture, but they can.
No. Like they want to look European. So they'll have like facial structures like shaved down to have their face look European. Like it's a whole big thing in South Korea.
That might be a thing for the last 10 or 20 years. I know a lot.
Yeah.
I looked a lot of Korean nurses who were pretty much open about what they, especially they said it's worse in North Korea because
everything's worse in North Korea.
South Korea, a lot of the older folks are like Korea. If you're not Korean, you suck.
Well, yeah. I mean, old people don't like change or differences, and everybody who's not their people type are probably not liked. But I mean, I just find it funny where it's just like if you go to China, they hate black people so much.
Yeah.
And I don't know why they hate black people. They just do hate black people. And they're like, oh, you have Indians. I'm like, Indians hate other Indians for
To
the
be fair,
smallest.
though, that might be because the Chinese, I think, idolize white skin.
Lighter skin is idolized, but that's a pretty.
So maybe if you're a black person, you have the opposite, and therefore on the.
I mean,
the
if you look at even manga and anime, they draw the Japanese character like almost a European type character. They don't follow the traditional looks in most anime and manga. There are certain ones that have it, but like
because the Japanese don't care about that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying like the art style that's typically used. When you see them, they're like the average person who doesn't know the first thing about manga or anime is like, that's a lot of white people. They don't think Japanese when they see those characters.
Because remember, the artists who do the mangakas and all that, what they're drawing is something. Because remember, especially that the manga art is very, I don't want to say simplistic, but oftentimes black and white. just black and white contrast. So having people look ethnically different call highlights to it.
Yeah. But like they'll have a black person pop up and we're like, that's plainly a black person. Like, what's her face from Bleach?
Yeah, because that's because they shade the skin to be specific.
But I'm saying like, but it looks they don't look they look obviously not Japanese in original ethnicity.
Sure.
That's my point. Is that like when you look at the average characters, like you look at a classroom full of kids in a slice of life, they look like white people in Japanese clothes in a Japanese school system and a Japanese cultural and ethnical thing, but they look like white people.
But that's only because they have super big eyes.
Well, among other things, they don't have the same facial structure as Japanese people typically have either, but that's a different story.
Well, no, but they don't have human face structure in the first place anyway, so...
I've seen some
from the side, they look like cats, right?
Yeah, I don't know the origin of this, but so if you watch a lot of kaiju movies, right, and you see black people in them, they quite often have blonde hair, especially the Japanese ones. Okay,
you're talking like Mr. Popo?
I'm talking about like kaiju, like Godzilla movies, Godzilla. Yeah.
Oh, so, monsters. Yeah.
The creator of Naruto, Kishimoto, was a big fan of kaiju movies. That's where all the giant monsters got incorporated, right? So eventually, the people of Kumo, the Village of Lightning, are all blonde-haired black people, and no one who never watched a kaiju film has no idea.
Is that Bee's Village?
Bee, yeah, they're blonde-haired black people, and no one who didn't watch a kaiju film had any idea why he included that.
I mean, I didn't know that, but I knew Bee's Village was a lot of dark-skinned people with blonde hair, but I didn't know why he did it.
Yeah, there's like I remember the first time I saw it, I was like 10. There's a Japanese kaiju film, and the people of the world are talking about the monster attack and what they're going to do. So like now the peoples of England will stand up. So a white dude stands up. Now the peoples of some African will stand up, and a blonde-haired black guy in African stands up. And I was like, what is that? And
but the thing is, like in Naruto, it's like a different world, and in that different world, that might be the norm. So I don't even blink at it.
No,
that's the funny thing.
But he included it because it's the trope from the kaiju films. Whether he might not even have known where it came from, but he remembered the blonde-haired, black-haired thing people from it because he's a big fan of kaiju films.
But yeah, I mean, it's just like in general.
Yeah.
I mean, you go across the map. Different cultures have different idolized whatever types of either skin, culture, or whatever they take after. I mean, a lot of people in America, namely like weebs and otakus or something, really idolize Japan, like hardcore. But some of them are a little over the top. Some of them just like appreciate the honor society. They appreciate how they treat their communities. They appreciate how the families are related to each other.
If this woke trend continues, and Japan continues to depopulate itself, those of us fleeing the woke might find our last refuge repopulating Japan as immigrants.
For democracy.
The last 1 billion non-woke people all moved to Japan and become the most powerful nation on the earth, as prophesizing Godzilla films.
I don't feel. I mean, there'd be a lot of Godzilla -1s coming out of there, but I don't feel like 1 billion people could fit in Japan. Just saying.
Japan's massive. Of course, it will fit.
Yeah, you just build up.
It's massive after the Imperial Army comes back.
you just build up.
This crisis concerning Miyasam.
On top of the bodies of their enemies.
Unlike Bahubali, which was not an adaptation, the wide reach of Jackson's adaptations has helped cement our view of Tolkien as someone who restricts his positive characters, regardless of their gender, to those who are white. However,
there's one right there. I'm assuming you guys heard that.
Well,
the race thing?
I think I heard it, but
let me go back a couple seconds.
She said, who knows?
Here we go.
Cement our view of Tolkien as someone who restricts his positive characters, regardless of their gender.
Racist positive characters.
Okay, I'll go back again.
Has helped cement our view of Tolkien as someone who restricts his positive characters.
Restricts his positive characters.
Regardless of their gender.
Regardless of their gender.
Those who are white.
To those who are white.
However, one of the fundamental differences between the visual medium and the written one is the latter's essential inescapable characteristic.
Which doesn't make sense if Sam's brown, then obviously that's not true. But
Yeah, because
whatever.
Sam is the main character, right? So,
Well, he's one of the main characters.
well, no, the main character.
Well, no, he's the hero at the end, but
That makes him the main character.
there's at least 9 main characters, good sir. It drops down to 8 pretty quick.
Tolkien does sort of comment that he does consider his heart.
Well, he considers Sam as the hero, yes. But he wasn't the main character. He's not the one everyone references and talks all the
The
time.
main character is Sauron.
The Lord of the Rings, obviously.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Never being descripted.
Well, the main character motivates the story. Who motivates the entire story? Sauron.
I mean, I'd say Eru, but yes. All of his creations are what moves, so yeah. But who's counting?
But by that logic, right, nothing is.
By that logic, Eru is the main character of the Satanic Bible.
Yeah, wait, that sounds
To be
weird.
fair,
Well, he motivates everything, doesn't he?
no, he motivated everything into motion. Everything happened because he created it. Does not mean he authored every action. That's a difference.
So why is he still the author of the Lord of the Rings?
Because without Eru, Sauron does not exist, and Sauron cannot be the Lord of the Ring without
So without Eru, Hitler did not exist.
if Eru's. But that's the thing, is that he didn't author his actions, but he authored the mechanism in which Adolf Hitler existed. There's a difference between being the author of an existence of someone who goes on to do something
And
than the
by the way,
author.
I said main character, not author. So the main character is Sauron.
Yeah, because Eru, last I checked, didn't make the Rings of Power.
But he made the person who made the Rings of Power.
Right, which is the same argument as in the Hitler thing.
No, because he did not make him make the rings. He made the being that ended up being corrupted that became his own free will action that made the rings. But he would not exist without him. Just like Eru wouldn't exist if Tolkien didn't write him. That's the point.
Wait a
The
minute.
author, I know, I'm going to blow your mind right now.
Eru, Tolkien would disagree with you because Eru is, Tolkien's stories are real.
Eru is a fictional representation. The fictional representation.
No. Tolkien will tell you nope. He will not tell you the fiction. He said Eru
did not believe in or worship Eru Ilúvatar.
Eru would be what God,
Of course he
Yahweh
did. He
would
was
do
Christian.
if the Lord of the Rings were real.
But the Christian god is not named Eru Ilúvatar. It's
Or
a
is he?
comparison for a fantasy series of a
That's
fantasy
your
world.
opinion, not Tolkien's opinion.
It's not
He's
an opinion.
named that back in the old days.
You find me a quote where he says, "I worship Eru Ilúvatar as a Catholic." Go find me that quote right this instant. Find anyone in the Catholic Church that says, we worship Eru Ilúvatar." That's not how
Tolkien
it works.
specifically says Eru Ilúvatar is Yahweh in the letters.
But where did he get the name from?
The name is irrelevant. The name is irrelevant.
Well, it's kind of not.
No, the name is irrelevant.
It's
You're
not
not your
Catholic.
name. You're not your name. You're your being.
Well, if he's saying the being, then by according to the same logic of the Christian Church and of this, he'd be the author of everything, but not the author of the actions of everything.
Again, you're looking for some weird, obscure point.
That's not a weird point. It's the
Sauron-
basic.
Sauron is the main
I have a
character
son. I am
of
the
Lord of
author
the
of my
Rings.
son's
Which has
existence.
nothing to do
Everything
with
my
Lord of the
son
Rings.
does
Has
is
nothing
how
to
he
do with Lord of the
calls
Rings.
it.
Has nothing to do with Lord of the
Yeah,
Rings.
but Eru
But it
will
doesn't.
still take precedence over you in that.
I agree. Yahweh would take precedent over me because he's the being that created the beings. But if he creates the world and the systems in which ecology and everything else happens to be, this, as we call it, the circle of life. Things grow, things spread, things die, things grow, things spread, things die. Repeat process. He put that into motion, but he doesn't put in he didn't make everything act in such a way that causes unnatural death.
So therefore, he didn't cause Sauron to make the rings.
He did not cause him to make the rings, but
So
he would
you
not be
agree-
able
you
to
disagree
make
with
the
that.
rings. He did not make the rings without Eru, because he would not exist
Just
without
like
Eru.
you did not make your child without Yahweh.
Without the system put in place
Yeah.
by Yahweh. If
So
that was the argument for the
Tolkien's
Catholic Church,
creation
yeah.
is what Yahweh would have done had he actually done that. So
What he would have done? What are you talking about?
If the Lord of the Rings were real history and not fiction,
Well, by your argumentation, it is.
no,
So
you need to read it. You need to read more Tolkien. If the Lord of the Rings were real, if it really occurred when it did, right? Tolkien is saying this is how Yahweh would have created it.
okay, I agree with that. Yeah.
Yes. So
I'm glad we've agreed that
yes.
Sauron was created by Eru. Okay, we
Yes.
agree.
Well, Sauron would have been created by Eru if Eru had actually created them.
Did Eru create Sauron to be corrupted?
Did he create Melkor / Satan?
He did not create him to be corrupted. He created him with the capacity to be corrupted, but he did not create him to be corrupted. He not said, all right, Sauron's plan, he's going to be corrupted.
But he's omniscient and saw that it would occur.
Yes, but omniscience does not equate to causing. If I know everything, I'm like,
you're
okay.
You're confusing causing with responsibility. Okay? Maybe because Sage and I live in a world of physics and cause means something very specific.
I like how you think I don't live in a world of physics, but okay.
You don't if you keep equating causation and responsibility.
What responsibility does he have if he creates something with free will?
None.
Exactly.
But he still caused
But he still caused it.
How did he cause it?
By creating Sauron.
It's not a mechanism.
By putting the system in place, establishing the rules under which it could occur. That's by putting the energy in motion. That's causation.
So you're saying that if he creates a system like the ecosystem, where everything grows, dies, repeat process, all of the ecosystems where wolves kill the rabbits that are destroying the local wildlife, which brings wildlife back and creates an entire ecosystem, all these really difficult, complex mechanisms. He puts those in place. Somebody comes along and abuses those things. It's his fault.
Someone he also created.
Again, fault is responsibility, not causation. You're equating things you're making them synonyms and they're not. Causation and fault or causation are not synonyms.
Okay, so do you say causation as in Eru is responsible for the rings being created?
Eru is the cause of the rings being created. He is not responsible for it.
How is he the cause without being responsible?
Because he implemented the system.
Yeah.
But he implemented the system.
That's causing.
But causing is direct relation.
Yeah.
Everything that's part of the system is directly related.
Made for them to be caused by him.
Everything that's part of the system is directly related because it's only the system.
But what system is being used? What mechanized system? Which one?
The laws of physics as they exist in the world.
So you're saying that every ring ever made by the dwarves, by the elves, or anything was
because
by
then, well, yes,
cause.
But they don't have the same properties as the rings of power, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, you could argue maybe Ale because he taught them how to make rings, but I mean, in terms of like, if I don't go to you, Sage, and say you need to make this, and I cause you to make it, or I come to you, I should say better off, I want you to make these things for me, and you make them. I caused you to make them because I hired you to do something work-wise for me. But if if I don't show up and you're just like, I'm going to make rings, well, I didn't cause you to make rings.
You can argue that the word cause has multiple meanings. The one Sage and I have focused on is the physics-related one.
Which is what definitionally? What technical definition?
You create the system or implement the system, how you want to phrase it, under which something arose.
Yes, but what's the system? There's no
laws of physics.
But the laws of physics don't make you do anything.
Yeah,
you can do things underneath them, but that's it.
Everything you do is under the laws of physics. Everything. You cannot violate the laws of physics.
Is evil part of physics?
Yes.
Yes.
Is evil part of physics? Because isn't physics the physical world? Evil
is physics are the fundamental laws of reality
in the physical world.
I know, but there's things in the physical world that cannot be explained by physical means because they're not physical things.
Yeah, but evil is one of those things that we can't explain.
They cannot be explained by us. The laws of physics. We don't know enough. If we cannot,
So we don't know. Like, can you physically show me evil? Like, just like a physical implementation. Like, this is This is evil.
You can't physically, because it's not a physical thing. It's an action.
There we go.
Within the physical world.
It's not necessarily explicitly an action. It's a state of being.
The idea of evil.
I can make no action be evil.
The idea of evil requires the ability to think about it. To think about it requires neurons, which are physical things.
Are you equating the brain and the mind together? Because not even scientists.
The mind is software that runs on the brain.
That's not the scholarly stance. It's still in the air.
That's pretty much the neuron. Well, where's a mind
That's
without
what
a brain?
naturalists would argue.
Where's a mind without a brain?
Where's the brain without a mind? We don't
There are
know.
tons of brains without minds.
We're not talking about those people.
No, I mean dead people. Dead people have brains but don't have minds.
But they're not active brains.
But they're still brains.
Well, their brain matter. Yeah.
Where are the brains without minds? Ferrets have brains and no minds.
How do they not have minds? You can train them.
You could train. You could build a machine that makes a rock do stuff too. It doesn't mean it's just a ferret.
Well, I mean, if you're forcing the rock to move by the machine, then it's not.
This is the whole thing about the dwarves. They're automatons, just like nature.
And they had to have something that was not within the bounds of laws of the physics to come in to make them be
which are not ferrets, which are humans. Humans have something that might be extra. We don't know. Okay,
so extra, but what I'm saying is that just like the case with the dwarves, the laws of physics could not create the dwarves.
Well,
it required something else that they did not have, aka souls, which are not physical, tangible things.
We don't know that. Spiritual. Okay, see,
it's literally the source of the knowledge of how the dwarves came to be.
Back to the real world. Back to the real world. So we do not know that anything exists besides the universe. Okay,
I know that's what we call a materialistic view. That is not the only view, nor is it
the only one that counts.
Well, not necessarily, because all the things that in this world that cannot be materialized to be
everything that happens is a subset of the materialistic view of reality.
But why would things like selflessness exist? Selflessness itself is not physical.
There are genes that promote altruism.
It is physical because it's an action.
Okay, so like the law of gravity tells us that things go down, but there's no physical entity that we can have that is.
Down, but yeah.
Well, I'm making a very simplistic form of it. Like we have the law of gravity, but we don't have physical, tangible gravity.
Mm-hmm.
It's not something we can create or recreate. We can just say thing fall down because of gravity. You can give me a blink of gravity.
You spin an object like you spin a space station, and you create acceleration that works just like gravity.
But that's acceleration you're creating.
Gravity
but gravity is acceleration.
I thought it was mass.
No,
the mass causes the acceleration
by curving space.
Okay, so is the gravity the space or
gravity is the acceleration?
Gravity acceleration caused by the presence of mass in space-time. If there were no mass in space-time, it would be flat. Therefore, nothing would move by virtue of what we call gravity.
However, it requires a spherical nature for gravity.
It requires that space-time be curved.
Yeah.
So space-time has to be curved. So if there is no space-time curve, there is no gravity.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So there is a world or a universe in which gravity could not exist.
There's only one universe.
We don't know.
It's hypothetical for a reason. This is the philosophical aspect.
Yeah, but you say there is. That's not hypothetical.
I did not say there was. I said there could be a world in which it didn't exist because it requires something. So if that something was not required, then it would not exist.
Well, this is back to why we were talking about how mathematics and physics, mathematics is just a system.
It's philosophy versus science. It's materialism versus philosophy.
Under mathematics, you could create a mathematical model of a universe that
everything was
had
not
gravity.
curved.
But
Yes.
that
So
the
it would not be a guaranteed. We only have it as a guaranteed. Like for a law to exist, correct me if I'm wrong, but for a law to exist, it would apply no matter what at all times.
If the law, if the law
depends on what you
specified
mean
at
with
all
law.
times,
Laws of nature, like the basic things that we expect in science, that we apply.
Okay, so a law of physics is going to have a set of conditions under which it's true. So long as those conditions are true, it exists. The function exists.
Okay, so if those requirements were not met, it would not exist.
Well,
no, the
it
law
would not
would
affect.
exist.
It would not take effect.
The law would exist, but the reality would not exist. Okay.
No. The law would exist, but if the conditions aren't there, then the effects of the law would not be present in that particular scenario.
Well, that's what I just said, but yes.
Yeah, but that's not the same as the law doesn't exist.
Well, I'm saying, could the law exist if the effect does not exist?
If it does not
If
exist
universally,
universally,
if everything in the universe was flat,
if everything in the universe was flat, and yet still
gravity could not exist.
If there is
the law of gravity still exists.
There could still be the law of gravity.
But how could there be that if we don't have the concept of it?
Because you don't need the concept for the law to be true.
So, if hypothetically, from the beginning of the universe in whatever capacity, that shape or form that might take, everything was flat, how would we even have the concept of the law of gravity?
We would not know that law would exist if it did, right? Because we don't see it. But that doesn't mean it's not there.
Okay, that sounds like a irrefutable claim.
No,
the law of gravity
we know it exists right now, but if the universe at this moment were to suddenly become flat, right? That could happen without changing the law of gravity.
Also, did the law of gravity exist 10 million years ago?
I would presume if things were spherical at that time and had mass and space and time, then yes.
But you just said if we don't have it in our heads, how could it exist?
No, I'm saying if from the very beginning everything was flat, there was no spherical, there's no curve, there's no nothing, all of which is required for gravity to exist.
It's required for gravity to take effect.
Take effect.
Well, if you don't have the effect, how does it exist? How do you know it exists? You can't test it.
You don't know.
No, knowledge requires us.
That's my point. So
yeah, but you say it definitely does not. That's different.
I'm saying in a hypothetical situation, from the beginning,
in a hypothetical situation where everything was the same as now here on Earth, right? Okay. Except we have a flat universe.
Yes.
I got a real simple one for say.
That means nothing for the existence of the law itself.
What have I got in my hand?
The law only exists if we have knowledge of it. It doesn't. If we don't have knowledge of it,
no. If it's not dependent on our knowledge.
Knowledge is what we know.
Yes.
Okay. What do I have in my hand?
This in reality, and you said there's a law of it, I'd be like, how do you know there is a law of it if it doesn't exist in our reality?
What do I have in my hand?
You don't know that.
I would assume oxygen particles.
But if we assume,
he's talking to me. So
if we're working
under
the same principles as our current universe, then a flat universe would still have the law of gravity.
Well, okay. So
I understand what you're saying, but I don't know how you would come to the conclusion that we have that law in existence if we don't know.
Because we are doing the exact same universe as we have now, in which the law of gravity exists, but we set all the space-time to be flat.
But I'm not saying we make it flat now. I'm saying we make it flat from the beginning of the point of the universe.
Yeah, but in that case, you can literally change everything else as you desire. Right, so there is no possible way to say anything about anything in.
Well, we wouldn't exist. So
you wouldn't be able to test it. Is my point?
Yeah, sure.
But you still have a materialistic world, hypothetically, assuming that life was doable, etc. You'd have
awkward without gravity, of course, but yeah.
Well, I mean, sure, but I'm saying, like, in terms of something else might come into play that prevents us from all just bouncing off the surface to another plate or whatever. But my point is that if everything could hypothetically grow, and we'd have food, we'd have oxygen, we have an atmosphere, all that kind of stuff. Hypothetically, if that all existed, but we didn't have a sphere, basically Arda before when they had the trees and everything, before it became spherical, it was flat. So if that was the case and there was no gravity, could you from a scientific method show gravity exists?
No.
Okay. So you couldn't show it because you didn't have it. So it's not a materialistic claim then.
It would still exist, however.
Gravity would not exist if it was not possible because there was no spherical source to make any form of gravity.
The law of gravity still exists.
Well, the law of anything could exist at that point.
Or put another way,
right, literally anything exist, make up whatever you want.
The question is, does zero exist? If the acceleration due to gravity is zero, does it exist?
Well, it depends. Like black is both a tone and a lack of. So which one are you referring to?
Either, it wouldn't matter.
Well, it would, because context matters.
Does a lack of something exist?
Black as in nothing would be like a void. Black as a color would mean the lack of white, or also a dark
either
skin.
one, both must exist.
They both must?
Because both describe real things.
Well, yes, but they're also there. It's the difference between a noun and an adverb, an adjective, pronoun, like the differences of the same word because they are used differently in the context of how language
works. The void of space doesn't cease to exist because we don't observe it.
But how do you get to the void of space as black until you know what black is?
Well, why would it be black? Why does this?
Because it's lacking of light. It's darkness.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it black.
Okay, if you look out into the sky at
black,
night,
things that are black are things that absorb light specifically. Right.
So there's a whole lot of absorbing of light and not a lot of light, but we see a fairly decent amount of light amongst
Just
it.
because we do not observe something does not mean it does not exist.
Welcome to theology.
Well,
but my point is, I'm not arguing that gravity doesn't exist. That's not my point. My point is that there are things in the physical world in which there are things that are not physical that you can't test.
Yes.
On a physical. You can test the action, but you can't explain why the action happened to begin with.
You can. Well, we don't know if we can.
You can have a hypothetical of a motivation, but you can't say that's exactly why. It's not like, oh, there's a murder hobo gene that just happened to go in this person who becomes a murder hobo.
But that could be the case, and you could test for that.
Well, actually,
if you have sufficient,
you can test and say, here's a chemical that's causing something else to happen to cause this person to go angry, but that doesn't give rise to the thoughts in the person's head as to why they want to do something. Their motivation, like, oh, I don't like them because they looked at me wrong. You could say they got angry at this person because reasons, but you can't say it's specific.
Well, you can't say because the system is in place that created the circumstances that made them into a psychopath.
Well, it didn't necessarily make them into it. It allowed them to become under
in the sense of causation. It did.
But making a person angry doesn't mean that person is angry.
Not make. Angry is another word. We're saying just make. Forget the
no. I'm saying, like, if a person has a genetic predisposition to become angry quicker than the average person because of a genetic reason, like a chemical in their body that causes them to get more flustered and more angry, and I'm so angry. They get more angry than a person who's like, really, dude, just chill. Like, those are two different people. They might have a different chemical build or whatever. People are unique and individuals. I know, shocking, but people are unique. So one person has that disposition to where they get angry because of a chemical system in their body. That allows them to build up their angry, like embarrassment, for example. You can show the chemicals that cause somebody to be embarrassed, but you don't understand necessarily why they were embarrassed. You can show that they become embarrassed, but the mental. If we don't have evidence of now, you can't guarantee that we will have evidence of it.
Yes, but that doesn't mean it's impossible later.
Based on the system,
but I'm saying embarrassment is not a physical thing that you can test. You can't be like, this cloud here, this cloud here.
State, though.
No. You could have chemicals in atoms.
If you had a brain scan going when someone demonstrated an emotion, you could see that emotion.
You can see the chemicals bouncing
you can see
around
the parts
as
of the brain
opposed
lighting
to
up, and they say
the
well,
mechanical
that's the
part
angry
of the
part
body.
of the brain.
Yes.
That's the embarrassed part of the brain. They know that stuff now.
Well, yes, I know that, but I'm saying their embarrassment. All we know about of embarrassment is that it's the reaction of things pushing together, but embarrassment itself is not a thing you can look at.
We just
It's the
said
name we gave to that specific state of being.
It's a name you gave to. Okay. I try to explain the philosophical aspect of things that are real, like love, is not a physical thing you can just pull out of somebody.
Yeah,
I can pull out an ability of a person to react to something like a lobotomy, but I
you
can't.
can dope someone up so much they can't feel any emotions.
I know, but I'm saying that's not. You cannot remove love specifically from them.
You can with medication.
You can deprive the ability for these chemicals to function in a way that would get a physical attraction, like arousal or blood flow or whatever you want to say.
I'm going to help you here. Okay, I'm going to help you. There are different types of love. The love you're talking about is the choice to love, which has no connection to emotion.
The choice to love is not love.
The Greek word is called agape, A-G-A-P-E. The Greek word
That's
is
unconditional love.
A-G-A-P. Okay?
Yes, but
that's the love of the spirit, to wish for the spiritual growth of others.
I'm not talking just that. I'm saying love, the verb, the ability to do, is not physical. All you see is an action, but you cannot. There's no physical tangible of why that action happens. There's no chemical. There's no chemical that says unconditional love, for example.
There's a range of chemistry that doesn't be involved.
Well, there's a range of chemistry, but I'm saying none of them is transfers to the act of anti-naturalistic reasoning. For
I'm going to go under the assumption that we have not yet gotten this far, although I think we actually have gotten to the point where we could kind of explain the chemistry of it, but I don't know it, so I can't say it. But going with the assumption that we haven't explained it, just because we have not explained something does not mean it has no explanation.
I mean, I agree with you from a theistic perspective, yes. But I'm coming at this from a philosophical perspective when they look at it and say, we don't know, but here's a possible explanation as to why. Yeah. Most of the time, it's not, well, there's neurons firing off or chemicals being bounced around or being sent to certain locations. That's not typically the philosophical answer for things. Science relies on philosophy. But if you're coming to a conclusion that this is this way because this reasoning, that's usually a scientific version, not the science version. The scientific being the explanation that the scientist comes to based off of their data of the science. In other words, you could have two scientists have the same data but come to two different conclusions based off of it. It's called scientism.
Yeah. And one of them, well, not necessarily one of them.
Not necessarily one of them.
There is.
They're both conclusions, but they're not necessarily true conclusion, but one of them could be, but neither could also.
There are
be.
Circumstances where both could be right. The whole differential
depending on how it's
integral calculus issue, for example,
depends on how it's set up. Though, if it's saying is this or this true, and they go through, they both can't be right.
Well, I gave you an example where they could both be right. The invention of calculus. I told you about the invention of calculus. Newton invented integral calculus, and the German guy invented Leibniz, whatever.
Okay. Here's an example. Here's an example that you could use in real world to show that both can't be right. You're like, okay, is this thing a cat or a dog? You put the data in. One says it's a cat, one says it's a dog. They both can't be right because they're two entirely different species.
Well, of course, we defined them that way.
Well, no, because their genetic code and everything about them is different in that species. That's why they're in different categories.
In our system of language, we defined all that, though.
Yes, but don't we define things by genetic code?
Well, I mean, it's not that simple.
I wouldn't say genetic code is simple, but okay.
How do you know?
Because, see,
right?
Genetic code is sort of on a spectrum, right? And so at some point, yes, you need to draw a line at some point between cats and dogs. Right?
Yeah.
Yes, they are different.
We have chosen to put that line at the point where they can no longer reproduce with one another and produce fertile offspring.
Yes, but they also have differences between them.
Yeah, but those differences
there are species under like the category.
Those differences would have arose as a function of them not being able to reproduce with one another.
Those
or having
differences are minor,
features
right?
that nobody else has.
Same thing.
The difference between
I know.
cats and dogs in
That's my
their
point. Is that those
physiology
things?
is not actually that big.
If the question is this or this an animal, you could say yes to both. But if it's under is this a cat or a dog, you can't have both be right. It's the context or the build
Yeah,
of
but that's
Because
because
we've defined it that way.
well, everything has to be defined, otherwise you have no idea what you're talking about.
it's a categorization, right? We
Yeah,
have to come up
exactly.
with the
But
category.
But there's
just
also
because-
categorization errors. This is a well-known
Okay.
fallacy.
Is
when
a
it comes
cat
to
and a dog different if we have not defined them that way?
If we
Well, we
only
would
have the
cat or
category
dogs.
animal, for example, would they be
Yes, but what would the question be?
well
To build
is this
data.
an animal or not an animal?
If
Yes.
you've never heard of a cat or
But
dog,
that's
if
you-
you're a
that's
primitive
you building.
tribesman,
That's you
you're-
building the category or the data to end up with the result that ends up with that. But if you're building one up that specifically shows differences, like is it a cat or is it a dog? When a cat and a dog are different in many ways, but they have similarities. They both have like hair or fur in a lot of situations. In the average situation, they both have a tail. They both have claws. They both have mouth. They both have eyes. They both have ears. Blah 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 blah. Like there's a lot of similarities, but they're still categorically different. That's why one's a category of cat or feline, and the one's canine and dog. So if you're the philosophy aspect is how to question or build the data question to get the result you're looking for. But if you always build a result where both answers are possibly to be right, then you're not necessarily doing the science correctly because your data input is always going to be skewed one direction or another.
Again, there are always going to be circumstances where two different interpretations could be equally correct. That doesn't
There
mean
are situations that can be, yes. I'm just saying that's not necessarily the correct
There's
question.
not a lot of them.
it's gonna depend what question you're asking and what
Which
type
is
of answer
philosophy.
you're looking for. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, you shouldn't be looking for an answer. You should be looking for whatever the data provides. That's how you do science.
Yeah, but you just said something about looking for an answer.
Well, I'm saying you're looking for okay. So if I'm looking for the answer to be yes to it's a cat and a dog, and both of them being correct, that's me looking for the answer before I input the data. Then I input the data and say, "Ha! See, the data supports. They're both the same thing." That's not science. That's scientism.
Well,
Scientism.
no, you have to have a hypothesis before you do anything. So
That's
what is
called
your hypothesis?
Your philosophy. Yes, you're asking a question. How
No,
do
no.
I get
in a
this or that?
specific scientific experiment? You have to make a statement of what you're trying to prove.
I would say that was typically how you're supposed to do it. Yes, that's not how everyone does it, but yes, I agree.
Well, then it's not science. The scientific method requires you to form a hypothesis.
Welcome to scientism. It's not science. We know this. That's what
The
I'm trying to point.
scientific method requires you to form a
input-
hypothesis.
Input 1 plus 1 to equal something else. That's the scientific data. You're inputting data.
No. The
compared to
scientific
data.
method says you must form a hypothesis before performing experiments and gathering data.
And how do you get the hypothesis?
You make it up.
Yeah.
No. You ask a question, which is philosophy. Science cannot be done without philosophy.
No, it doesn't necessarily have to be a question. You can also have a statement, and then you check if it's true or not.
Why would you check?
Because you want to know if it's true.
Why would you want to know if it's true?
Because you want to know what is true.
But why do you know? Why did you pick that
Why
thing?
would you ever be a scientist if you don't care about what is true?
It's not it's not a matter of caring. Every time science is done, it is how does this work? Why is this the way it is? What is the reason for this? Like it almost always ends with a question mark. That's what philosophy is, the action of questions, because you're in pursuit of truth. But you're in pursuit of truth.
Yeah, but a hypothesis does not have to be a question.
I know, but I'm saying prior to the hypothesis, there was a question. The question was urged on the hypothesis. We say,
Sure.
how does X? Like in philosophy of religion, you got why did God X? And you come up with the problem of evil, problem of suffering, the problem blah 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 blah.
Are observations which are based on the reality.
But if you say the observation of this thing plus this thing, this animal plus this action equals this, the first question is, why does it behave this way? Why is this animal this way? You built the hypothesis off of that understanding of there is something you want to know. You don't do science on things you already know the answers of because that's silly.
You know it because you observe something that you don't know.
Yes, so you say, I observe this. Why does it behave that way? Why does it act that way? Darwin did the same thing when he made his notes.
It's this.
Yes, but you came to I think this is this because somebody asked the question, why is this?
Again, there's nothing wrong with
yeah, sure.
philosophy helping you
that's not-
formulate thoughts.
It's not a philosophy helping. It's a philosophy exists before the scientific method can be done. You have to ask the question to get to the answer.
No, philosophy as a subject exists to study the work of philosophers. Okay.
Well, no, it's the study of being and everything involved with everything. The truth, the study of truth, the pursuit of truth. That's philosophy. Science isn't the pursuit of truth. Philosophy is. Science is the engine by which you pursue truth. In the materialistic.
Science is the study of knowledge, which is truth, which is a type of truth.
Which is the pursuit of truth, which requires philosophy, which is the pursuit of truth.
We're not disputing that. You're somehow jumping to the conclusion that because you can't answer a question, it can't be answered.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You said that multiple times.
No, I'm saying science is the pursuit of physical knowledge.
That's all there is.
That's all that you know of, considering you have both of you have multiple times.
Because that's all we can know of.
We cannot know of non.
Are you attributing to all knowledge? Are you attributing to total knowledge?
No.
Well, then how can you know that that's all that there is?
Because all physical knowledge that there is physical necessarily.
Yes, but you're not saying all physical knowledge is physical. You're saying all knowledge is physical. You're saying all we know
all we can ever know is a physical.
Yes. So
that's a claim of absolute knowledge.
No.
Yes, because you're saying without a shadow of a doubt, no other thing. It's the difference of philosophy and science.
We operate on physical processes.
Yes, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with operating off of physical processes. I'm saying the difference between all knowledge is physical and all physical knowledge is physical are two different things. You can be correct in saying
all knowledge we can know has to be physical because we can't know anything for certain if we can't check it.
You can't know anything for certain if it's physical either, because there's always going to be potentially more data that you don't know unless you claim to have total knowledge. No one can claim to have total knowledge.
Okay, all possible
therefore it doesn't exist.
Knowledge is
it's not therefore it doesn't exist. It's therefore you haven't
if you can't prove it, it doesn't exist.
And it's not knowledge. Yeah.
But you can't prove it doesn't exist. That's called an unfalsifiable claim. If you have an unfalsifiable claim, I can claim the complete opposite.
But that's not knowledge.
The knowledge is the thing behind it real or not? If you don't know,
don't know, you can't know because you can't check, and so
you can't know that bacteria exists until we did find it.
Yeah,
they had a point in which knowledge was discovered in a position where they didn't have that knowledge, and thus, up until that point, they didn't have it. But they thought they had total knowledge. Well, they couldn't test it because they didn't know it existed.
Testable, it is physical.
Okay, you have the capacity in the time before bacteria was discovered to test it, but you didn't have the knowledge of it to test it. So if you don't have the knowledge, you can't test it.
Sure.
But it is testable, but you don't have the knowledge of it. Yeah. So when you discover the knowledge of it, you discover the knowledge of something you didn't have the knowledge of. Thus, the knowledge was not there. So the only way to say that we have knowledge of everything is total knowledge claims.
But I don't say we have knowledge of everything.
You said all things we can know are physical.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, all physical things we can know are physical.
But that's all there is are physical.
But we can't know things that are physical.
That's literally.
I could prove the physical is the only thing that exists.
You cannot prove. You can provide evidence. That's how science works. You cannot prove. You can only provide evidence in favor of.
That's what proving is called.
Can you prove Julius Caesar existed? No.
Scientifically, no.
Can you show evidence to support the claim that he existed? Yes. That's how philosophy works.
No, that's how history works.
The philosophy of history, yes. The study of history, the pursuit of history, historical truths, yes. But my point is that history can claim things. They can claim that Julius Caesar existed, but did he actually exist? You could say, well, we have this, but all of that doesn't necessarily prove, which is 100% certain. With no scholar I can think of would ever, and I'm talking top scholars, would ever claim with absolute certainty that he existed. But they will say there is more evidence in favor of him existing than there are against him.
That's why history is not a real science.
So we can't know anything historically.
Technically, no.
Technically, no.
So nothing before our knowledge now existed.
We don't say that.
You can't test the world as of it was 10 million years ago. So how do you know the
we
world
have
exists?
tests that can show that the world is however many billion years old, 5.5, whatever.
Yes,
Okay.
but we
That
can't
doesn't-
specifically say.
But that's you
specifically
testing
for
the
definite
ground
existence.
now and trying to trace it back 10 billion, but you didn't have the Earth 10 billion years ago to test. So
Mhm.
you can't know for certain that's the exact thing. You can have an algorithm, you can have whatever, but you can't know for certain that that's accurate because something else then could have
Yeah,
changed
but
the
not
algorithm.
knowing does not mean it doesn't exist.
So not knowing history doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but you just said that it didn't exist because we don't know it.
No.
Nothing is 100% certain. That's the only thing that's certain.
Just because you know something or don't know something doesn't mean it does or doesn't exist.
Welcome to theism, I guess.
No,
this is
that's
science.
actual philosophy for you. That's actual philosophy.
I know, but that philosophy does not seal out any alternatives other than the physical world. That's my point.
Again,
It's just saying
you cannot
knowledge.
argue.
Can you have knowledge of something that's non-material?
You're trying to insert
You
something
cannot.
into the process of knowledge.
No, you can't say you cannot because you don't have the knowledge to know whether or not it is or isn't possible. It's unfalsifiable. If it's unfalsifiable,
Okay, all of
this-
our knowledge is defined on the existence of everything being physical.
no, all of our physical knowledge is based and defined on
That's
things
all of
being
our
physical,
knowledge. That's all of our knowledge derives from
which
laws of
is not necessarily 100% knowledge. Thus, you cannot claim total knowledge.
Where is this other
Both of
knowledge?
you have
If you're
both denied
contending it
claiming total knowledge.
exists, if you're contending it exists, you must prove it.
No, you have to provide evidence in favor of it. You don't have to prove.
Then it's not knowledge. Knowledge requires proof. You're talking about beliefs.
No, I have literally just mentioned evidence. Evidence is a physical, tangible thing provided through a
And
series.
physical, and therefore knowledge has to also be physical.
Knowledge requires a
Knowledge is
process
not
of proof.
required physical, otherwise philosophy wouldn't exist.
Philosophy isn't necessarily knowledge.
Philosophy is the source of science. That's my whole point. Science does not
But-
exist without philosophy. That is a fact.
Philosophy is not knowledge itself. Philosophy
pursuit of
tells you
knowledge.
about processes to get knowledge.
Yes,
It potentially can. Yes.
that's what it
I'm
does.
saying, are you guys familiar with what an unfalsifiable claim is?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So how would you counter an unfalsifiable claim?
By pointing out that it's unfalsifiable.
Okay. So if somebody makes an unfalsifiable claim like God doesn't exist,
Mm-hmm.
do you negate it and thus it's not true?
No, you say you can't know that.
You can't know that.
Yes.
Because it
So
can't be
if somebody
proved.
was to make an opposite and said God does exist, it's a
Also,
unfalsifiable claim.
unfalsifiable
Yes.
claim. You say you
Yes.
can't know that.
Yes.
Yes.
Done.
That's why those are both terrible argumentations. This is the
Mhm.
philosophical.
That is why God is outside of knowledge.
Indeed. Which is
also
why knowledge is
false.
also physical.
But now you're making unfalsifiable claims because you can't know that because you're claiming that a being that you don't know if exists because you can't have 100% proof of it
You're missing
can't do something and is outside of something else.
Thing to
But
the
that has
system of
no
knowledge.
relation to us knowing things.
Not knowing things, knowing that specific topic. If you say it's unfalsifiable to show that God does or does not exist 100%, it's never possible. It is not possible. You cannot prove it either way. But if you don't prove one, you say, God doesn't exist. But if you don't prove the other way, it says, God exists.
We are not
That's
talking
why
about God.
No, I was just
about knowledge.
I'm using that to explain an unfalsifiable position. Your unfalsifiable position that you are both claiming is that you know that only things that we can know, all things of knowledge relation, have to be physical, thus we know all of them.
Have to exist under the laws of physics.
We humans,
all physical things apply according to the laws of physics. As we know them so far, yes. Because there hypothetically could be a law of physics or the law of the universe that we have not come across yet because it hasn't.
There are non-physical things in the laws of physics. And I want to tell you, grab me some kinetic energy. Can you grab kinetic energy?
That does not mean it's not physical, though.
Well, in a sense, he's using the word does.
It's
No.
intangible.
He's
No.
using it in terms
I'm
of
saying-
materialism.
I'm saying if I can
knock
choose,
on wood type stuff.
if I can choose to be nice or not nice to you, it's not a random happenstance of chemicals, because then it wouldn't be choice. Everything I'd be doing would be
You
puppeteer
don't
by
know
nature.
that.
Well, how do you know I don't know that?
Because
If that is the case, then you cannot hold anybody moral, like moral for one existence is not a thing that exists in a materialistic world.
no, but see, we choose.
Why would you say that?
Right.
Because morals, the good and evil, do not exist in a naturalistic world. Where everyone
it can be
behaves.
shown
That
scientifically.
sounds like an awfully 100% certain claim.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so if you
It's
have
more
somebody,
unfalsifiable.
if you are a puppet of nature, thus the
Mm-hmm.
naturalistic, realistic viewpoint, if you are here, everything is neurons randomly deciding to do stuff in your body. Nature is randomly deciding you to do things. You are randomly behaving in that way that is making you randomly do. You cannot be held morally responsible for something because morality requires intent.
You can make a strong case that what we call morally good behavior is a beneficial survival trait, and that's why we adopted it.
But if it's a beneficial survival trait that nature is requiring you to do something that is not of that, thus like murdering somebody, it cannot be morally wrong to murder somebody because in their sense, it could be the survival trait to do that. Your survival trait is to do the opposite. Well, then nature's fighting itself.
You're taking killing and murder as being synonyms in that case.
I said specifically murder. I did not say killing.
Murder is always wrong because it's unnecessary.
Why is it unnecessary?
Because you don't do it for a good reason.
Well, no, because if I deem you as taking something like a resource that is mine, or I deem as mine, my survival, I could believe, that is bent on that, whether it be gas, electricity, water, food, whatever it might be, and I kill you who are innocent, that is what murder would be.
Innocent by which definition?
No, if you can prove in a court of law
you have
that
innocent,
was the case,
no moral.
If you can prove in a court of law that you killed me for like there was one meal left and there was an island, let's say we're on an island, we have one meal and we have to survive for 6 days and one of us kills the other, in a court of law, you could self-defense would justify that killing the other person.
Self-defense would only be as if they made an aggressive attempt towards you.
Nope. Self-defense means killing someone else to preserve your life.
But they have it, according to our court system in America, maybe it's different in other places in the world. According to our court system, they have to do something aggressive towards you.
They ate food that you would need to live. That's aggressive towards you.
But that's not aggressive towards you.
Yes, it is.
No, because if I'm on the other side of the island eating a banana, not even thinking about it.
You ignored the condition I gave you. You ignored the condition I gave you. I said there's only one meal on the whole island. Otherwise, it's a patch of desert. Okay?
So eating food is not the same as offensively attacking someone.
Yeah, it is if you need that food to live.
That's some serious mental gymnastics to come to that conclusion.
No, it's not. People have been killing each other justified over food for thousands and thousands of years.
And I would say they're not morally justified. That's my point.
They're morally justified. What? They're supposed to starve to death because someone took their food?
You could hunt for fish. There's an endless supply of that in the ocean.
So you hunted for your fish. You went fishing. You have a nice fish for the day.
Let's say there's no food on the island and you have fish. Neither of you catch fish. You kill the other guy to eat him. Is that morally justified?
Well, you don't know how to fish or have no means to fish.
Your knowledge of being able to fish is irrelevant to whether or not a person assaults somebody else. Whoever attacks the other person.
You need to watch more self-defense trials, my friend.
I've watched a few of them. I don't particularly care to watch a whole lot of them.
It is not required for you to. It's required for you to reasonably. How do I want to phrase this? I'm trying to think of the way the lawyer phrased it. You have to, depend on the state, obviously, but you have to reasonably, essentially think that killing them was necessary for you to not die.
But I could say that because they're breathing the same oxygen as me, therefore it was reasonable.
But that's not reasonable.
Why is it not reasonable?
Because we have an atmosphere full of it.
That's just your opinion of the reasonable.
Reasonable is
under naturalism. That's again, not neither reasonable or
my opinion is irrelevant. There's an objective standard for reasonable.
There is no objective standard in naturalism.
There is in law.
Law is made up, literally.
Yeah.
Somebody said, I think this is right. I think this is wrong. Somebody else said, well, I don't agree with that. Well, I'm just going to
And
kill
guess
you.
what? That's the way it works. The same way
That's not objectivity. That's
That is
societal.
objectivity.
It's not objectivity because it can be different across different societies. One people group could agree with you and another people group disagree with you. Which one's correct?
And our society,
it's not objectivity. That's
our
subjectivity.
society using that system of morality as a survival advantage has become the greatest civilization in the history of the universe.
So you're implying that we are greater than all other civilizations
that we know of.
That's pretty inferior or not inferior. Superiority complex you got there.
It's not superior. The civilization of the United States is the greatest on the planet. No one can contend that.
I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody, like the Chinese, the Russians, everybody.
They can make their claims, but
they have objective claims just as much as you do.
You know?
Like, you could argue that we have like further technological advancements, or
we have the greatest civilization in the history of the earth. There's nothing no one could. People can claim, like China can claim they're better.
But okay.
Our response to China is, well, we don't have to continuous genocide our own population to maintain a civilization.
I mean, we had a civil war that killed like 500,000 people.
That's not a genocide. That's just a war.
I mean, it kind of did.
No, a genocide is deliberately exterminating a large group of your people to purge, basically.
Like the Northerners wanted to purge the Southerners because they were trying to leave. The Southerners wanted to purge the North.
That wasn't what it was about. There was the war to reconquer territory.
Well, treason. I love when people bring up in America treason is this evil bad thing that you shouldn't do because it's against the law. I'm like, oh, like when we did against King George. Yeah, right.
Well,
about that.
No, you can make the argument that on certain circumstances, treason could be the morally sound thing.
Was it objectively moral to break off of England?
Yes.
Was it?
Yeah, the Declaration of Independence quite well spells it out.
But the Declaration of Independence could be also completely one-sided or immoral.
Well, from the perspective of England, I'm sure it was, but from the perspective of rational people, it wasn't.
Okay, that's no true Scotsman. But your objectification in terms of like what is objective isn't based on anything. It's wishy-washy. It's what I deem it to be so, therefore it's objective. That's not how objectivity works. Objectivity is despite your existence. It's despite your opinion. It's despite society. That's what objectivity is. Anything else is literally subjective. Everything else is literally opinion.
Well, everything by definition, just everything is subjective. Everything, even objectivity is subjective.
Something existing outside of yourself.
How do you perceive that something that's outside of yourself? How? Through your subjective perception of it.
So you're admitting that there is no objectivity? Is that what you're saying?
I'm telling you, objectivity is when people who are subjectively experiencing reality form the same conclusion.
No, that's called societal groupthink. That's people of the same society agreeing with the same concept and saying that's the way it should be.
General relativity is groupthink?
Did general society come up with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or did somebody actually lay out like an actual algorithm and pathings?
Einstein laid out general relativity, and then everyone else through their subjective scientific experiments
is it moral?
Conclusion.
Did everybody else who didn't come to that conclusion agree with that conclusion immediately?
No.
Okay, so somebody had a different opinion.
But their systems don't work.
That's what makes it objective. But it's going to be, it's okay. General relativity, as a theory put forward, if it was put forward by anybody other than Einstein, would it still be true?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's objectivity. It doesn't matter who puts it forward.
You can't experience that objectivity except through your subject experience, subjectivity.
No, you have to provide something that is true against things that are not true.
Okay, now you're arguing against your own argument from before. Okay.
What, for moral? Because moral is different.
There's a reason I did it. No, way back before. When we're Sage now mentioning everything is a subset of physical existence. Okay. So you Sage and I are stating that the laws of physics, what you keep using the word physical for, okay, are essentially the basis of knowledge, because knowledge is defined as being within the laws of physics, within the experience of.
I'm saying it's within the physical knowledge of physicality. Yes, materialism.
That's all of knowledge, because that's how knowledge is defined.
That's all possible knowledge.
Yeah. All possible knowledge. Yes.
Well, you don't know it's possible knowledge because you haven't discovered all total knowledge yet. Neither of you have
all total knowledge to do that.
If you know everything, then you have total knowledge. If you don't know everything, you don't have total knowledge. And if you don't have total knowledge, you can't possibly know that.
You can never. Total knowledge doesn't exist.
Interact with.
So total knowledge does not exist, then you are claiming an unfalsifiable claim because you can't possibly know.
Can we agree that in order to know stuff, you must interact?
What other topic is a different story?
Right?
What?
In order to know something, you must be able to interact with it.
But if I interact with something and then you can't interact with it because you can't recreate that instance, did it happen?
That's not proven.
That's not yet.
I'm not proving. I'm saying something happened. I am evidence that it happened. I go to you and I tell you, you go try to do the same thing. You can't get it to recreate. Did it happen? True or false? Well, from your perspective, your subjective perspective, it didn't happen. From my perspective, which seems a subjective, it did happen. But the thing is, if it happened, it's objective. If it didn't happen, it's subjective. I could imagine it happened, but if it did actually happen, it's objective, not subjective. Because truth,
we don't know that it actually happened. We only know that you claim it actually happened.
All truth is objective. It's not subjective.
Sure.
Yep. So you have to know something.
We're talking about knowledge.
But I'm telling you, if I say I went here, this thing in the physical world happened, you go there, it doesn't happen.
So that means you could be wrong, you could be delusional, you could be a liar, you could be paid to tell us.
I could be, or crazy. It happened. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but see, the issue is we're talking about knowledge. We can't know.
I have knowledge of something that happened.
Yeah.
You don't have knowledge of something.
No, you don't have knowledge of something because you can't. You didn't prove it.
He can have knowledge.
If I come to you and say I experienced this thing, and you test me for crazy or any insanity things, none of that rings out as insanity.
Right? Let me finish.
Okay.
You interact with something.
Yes.
Therefore, through that interaction, you have knowledge about that interaction. And the thing
I have experienced something in the physical world. Yes.
I have not interacted with it. You come to me and say, "Oh, this happened." No interaction on my end, so also no knowledge because I don't know if that really happened, right? Regardless of if it did.
But your knowledge of something happening across the world does not mean the thing across the world that didn't happen. That's my point.
That doesn't matter.
I'm saying the fact that something happens is the true objectivity. But if I come to you with an eyewitness account, so seeing something and experiencing something is not knowledge. So eyewitness testimony
is really not. You interact with it.
It's data. It's
data. But it's either true data or it's false data,
which has to be proven to be true or proven to be true.
It can't be proven. You're just going to have more evidence in favor of rather than against.
It can be if it's knowledge. By definition, knowledge is that which is proven to be true.
Yeah.
So there's lots of things we don't have knowledge of.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if one of those things we don't have knowledge of is things that you don't think exist outside of physicality, then that also is what?
Can you interact with it?
Well, I mean, philosophers claim to be interacting with it for the longest time ever.
Wow.
I mean, just pick a philosopher, choose one.
Name an example.
I mean, philosophy. Look at it. Wouldn't be in philosophy if it was proven.
A definite example, not a category.
Well, one could argue what would be claimed as a miraculous situation, which have been recorded by both hospitals, doctors, and entire nurse staffs of something that was the case.
Example?
That's what I'm saying. Like they do exist.
No, I want an example, one specific
let me
example.
go search the entire freaking internet. Hold on. I don't remember her name. Let me see if I can find it blindly. I'm trying to avoid the theological aspects because those are the obvious answers. Like historical documentation of things within a range time period, like biblical narratives. I'm shooting in the dark because I have no idea what her name is. This is why I don't memorize stuff. Let me see if this is it. Is this name familiar? I think this was it. Of course, you're not going to like the sourcing either.
It doesn't really matter, right?
I mean, it does because people disregard things because they're biased. But I'm
No,
trying
but
to see.
for the argument I'm going to make, it doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Well, let me find. I want to find the location in the hospital or whatever.
You could literally come up with anything.
Well, yes, but I come into materialistic
And the
things a lot
exact
more often than I do.
specific example
not.
doesn't matter. As long as there is an example.
I don't want ads, you dingus Himes. No. Okay. I have a video, but I'll wait until after the recording to watch it, and I'll send it to you.
Guys, I gotta do some stuff in real life.
Okay. Well, we can finish this. We don't have much time left, technically.
Yeah, sure. Let's do this.
I'll message you, or I'll talk to you after this goes, and then I'll show the explanation stuff.
But as usual, our side discussions are much more interesting than the garbage topic itself.
Yeah.
But,
I wish I had access. I wish I had access to a whole bunch of scholars from all different things, whether it be science, theology, and philosophy, just so I could bring them on and just be like, "Here's the stuff." But unfortunately, I don't have those kind of connections.
Guys, I'll talk to you tomorrow or later or whenever. Grab Shogun
tonight. Technically, I mean, Discord still exists.
Yeah. grab that so I can give you the other one and get out of my. You know what I mean? The Shogun.
Oh yes. I was trying to avoid that. You can go ahead and dip. I'll grab it in the next couple minutes.
Yep.
All right. So since we had a lovely time, thank God they finally got dark mode for Google Drive.
Yes, let's ruin it with this video.
They won't be on that. Oh gosh, I gotta figure out where I'm gonna save that. But anyway, it'll do its thing. No bother. Where are you? I apologize, everybody. This was not anticipated. This was not expected. But yes, I will get you the whatchamacallit. Wow, that was fast. Apparently I can do these basically instantaneously. Yeah, we can go ahead and listen to her while we do this, so I don't have to hold up everything necessarily, but yes.
Then a Polish phenomenologist understands such descriptive incompleteness, as I quote, cases of
forgot where we are, by the way.
Own imaginative
it doesn't really matter because she's not saying anything anyway.
When it comes to imaginatively filling such places of indeterminacy while reading Tolkien's works, it seems we often fall back on the movies or other such illustrative representations of the characters.
Yeah.
When it comes to describing
easier to go to the movies.
Both general and specific. As far as being
It
general is
doesn't even matter.
Miriam Miller observes that, and I quote, Tolkien used a strangely limited palette. Red, green, blue, black, gray,
it's not
brown,
strange.
yellow, and white. The last two are also referred to as gold and silver, with very, very few exceptions. And that such, I quote again, color words are used without modification. That is, we see, again, with very, very few exceptions, green, not pale green, or emerald green, or chartreuse. As far as color specificity is concerned, Tolkien, unlike in Garden's example,
this is an argument from silence because they're saying because he didn't mention these things. And it's like, it doesn't matter if he didn't mention those things because if they're not mentioned, that means they're not necessary for the story to be pushed forward.
Yes.
So if he makes a story about this Scottish person up in the Highlands with a sheep and he's a white Scotsman, and that's the only character in the entire story, you can't be like, oh, he had a very limited palette. You think it's about this
he only mentioned one
fishing or what?
Boo-hoo, he mentioned only one color.
Like it's just it's not relevant to the story because if you have to have every color type, you got what, 9, 10, 11, 12, however many
infinite.
there's infinite skin tones. Well, I would say there's a finite. There is a finite.
Because, there could be a slight difference in that.
No matter what slight difference, there's still gonna be a finite. There is a number. it's infinite means it never has a cap. There's always.
How many people are there in the world?
You would have to fit every possible person in every possible show, story, movie, whatever it might be, in every situation possible under the sun, which means you have a minimum of potentially 100,000 people per everything you make, specifically with those descriptions. That's over 100,000 words plus times 3, 4, 5, however many descriptions are necessary, because then you have to implement genders, potentially non-genders outside of genders that you want to cover. You have everything under the sun.
I think we'll stick with only the real ones on that.
No, I'm saying if we're going to the level of, well, they didn't include this, well, you didn't include that, then you have to include every animal, then you have to include every plant, then you don't have a book now, you have a freaking dictionary.
We don't care about plants, though. It's only
because how dare you not grab this plant from India, because that's racist.
Fuck, you're right.
So my point is that just to make one single book about a man or a boy with his dog, well, why wasn't it a woman involved? Okay, now you have a woman. Well, why isn't it a female dog?
Why was it in Scotland?
Why is it in Scotland? Well, now we have to add every other country. You're never going to have a book that is different from any other book, because every book will have to say, well, why doesn't it have this in it? And it'll have to add it into that. And if it adds it into that, it's going to be just like all the other books. Diversity ceases to be diversity when everyone has it.
If everyone's diverse,
If everyone's diverse, no one's diverse. That's the point. If every society is diverse, no society is diverse. They're all the same. That's the trick behind diversity. But the point is that if you go in and say, well, they don't have this palette, well, it doesn't matter, because it's not necessary for the story to go on. The story is about this dude in Scotland who's Scottish with his dog walking the beaches of Scotland and fishing, finding stones, finding gold coins from the little metal detector or whatever. Like, whatever the story is, that's what the story is. You can't be like, well, why aren't there Chinese people? Why aren't there Brazilians? It's like, because they're not part of the story. They're not in the locale. They're not this. Well, there's Brazilian people in England. I'm not saying there's not, but they're not natives, that's for sure. And it's just like, you go on, and you're like, okay, whatever. But you can't cover everybody. It's like, well, we're gonna do a book about Shaka Zulu. Where are the whites? Where are the Asians? Where?
They don't matter. No whites. We don't.
No. This story is about Shaka Zulu. Only Africans. There you go. This story doesn't matter about anything else, because it's not. Did you know that Lord of the Rings is not about Shaka Zulu? Gasp horror.
I'm sure it is.
I'm sure those orcs are. Wait, that's racist. The people are like, oh, he's racist because he made orcs black. It's like, well, no, you're the one who made the correlation. Therefore, you're the one who's racist. Congratulations, you fooled yourself.
Yes.
You played yourself. But that's the whole point. Is like the palette is irrelevant because it's not relevant to the story. If it is relevant to the story, it's in the story. If it's not relevant to the story, it's not in the story. Now, if there are things you believe need to be part of the story and can show why they need to be part of the story, you could argue that the author didn't do a very good job. But that's totally different to that which is necessary.
Yeah.
If you can show that it's necessary that they have one of every skin tone, one of every gender and other non-genders, one of every plant, one of every animal, etc., etc., etc. Well, eventually you're going to run out of freaking ink in the entire planet if every book's written that way, because every book's going to be the same. None of them are going to sell. The entire book industry is going to collapse.
Well, I mean, that seems a bit excessive, but
well, no, because if every book's the same, it doesn't matter. But like, okay, well, why did Sonali Chunodkar?
Who?
Why did she write the lady who's doing this thing?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Dr. Sonali Chunodkar. Why is she the author name on her paper? Why isn't it everybody on her paper? Why is she not diverse enough to have everybody take credit for her paper?
Yeah, I definitely inspired part of this.
Obviously, Tolkien's name should be on there because he's the one who did it. This paper wouldn't exist without him. Therefore, his name should be taking credit for this. But like, no one makes those silly arguments because they're silly. They're not necessary for things to exist the way they are. That's the point. But if you're going to argue, well, they didn't use this, it's just an argument from silence. They didn't say so, therefore it doesn't exist. It's like, well, no, there could be parts in the world. Like, just because every term we see of the Haradrim or the Runies is showing bad guys because they're coming into range of the story, doesn't mean every Harad or Haradrim and every Runies is bad. I'm pretty sure there was at least mentions of civil wars going on in those places where the good guys were fighting the bad guys, which means there's good Runies and there's good Haradrim, but they're not, those stories aren't directly necessary for the story of the Lord of the Rings to exist.
Indeed.
That's the difference. But obviously, doctors such as Dr. Sonali Chunodkar can't figure that out. Why? I have no idea. It's
well, they don't want to.
And skin color of
okay. Don't steal the show with obvious answers.
most
Well,
of the
someone has to give them.
of peoples.
Well, I mean, might as well be us because she ain't doing it.
Indeed.
Much has already been written about Tolkien's descriptions and the attendant racial implications and applications of the facial.
Do you want to go ahead and read this whole thing?
I don't know if I want to.
I was going to say you do it so you can sound posh and good, where I just sound kind of boring and bland. Also, because I always read it. So
sure. Let's see.
I'm going to help.
Which includes return and renewal of health, is regaining. Why is it double saying regaining? The fuck
is regaining?
Is a regaining of a clear
view. And don't question him. He wrote the dictionary.
Yeah, but okay, sure. I do not say seeing things as they are and involve myself with the philosophers, though I might venture to say seeing things as we are or were meant to see them, as things apart from ourselves. I have no idea what this sentence means.
It's based off of On Fairy Stories.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Read the bottom.
In any case, to clear our windows, because sometimes they're a bit filthy. So the things seen clearly may be freed from the drab blur of triteness or familiarity, from possessiveness. Of all faces, those of our familiaris are the ones both most difficult to play fantastic tricks with and most difficult really to see with fresh attention, perceiving their likeness and unlikeness, that they are faces and yet unique faces. This triteness is really the penalty of appropriation. Oh no, not appropriation.
He means in the actual sense, not the wannabe.
No, of course. The things that are trite, or in a bad sense, familiar, are the things that we have appropriated, legally or mentally. We say we know them, they have become like the things which once attracted us by their glitter, or their color, or their shape, and we laid hands on them, and then lost them in our hoards. Yeah, wow. Acquired them, and acquiring ceased to look at them.
Like this stuff back here.
Collection. Look at that.
So that's what you're referencing.
Fairy Stories apparently is what you're referring to. Maybe
On Fairy Stories is a book Tolkien wrote.
No, it's in the Monsters and the Critics and other essays, and this particular bit is Fairy Stories.
I'm pretty sure they have a standalone book of it. Maybe they broke it off of the entire thing. But always
Fairy Stories are familiar, and therefore we have.
I think the Monsters and the Critics and other essays is chapter. I'm pretty sure.
Could be. It's unclear, right?
I'm gonna go find it. I'm gonna go find it.
Lovely. Well.
Yep. Tolkien on Fairy Stories, a book by John Ronald Reuel Tolkien. So yeah, it says in the Monsters and the Critics and other essays, which is the chapter, in page 146.
Could be.
So page 146
is about monsters. Or critics.
I mean, who knows what she's going to try to say it means, but I haven't personally read it all the way through. So
You kind of need the context, right? Because this is
yeah. Well, that's the best thing about context is that you don't just read the single passage; you read before it and after it to get the context of what it implied to. But yeah, we'll see what she says about it because it's probably wrong.
The features and skin colors of the different peoples of his world.
Gosh, now skin colors.
Still, I want to bring to our attention the explicitly described skin color of one particular positive character, that is Samwise, and that of, I quote, the most normal and representative variety and the most numerous hobbit breed.
I wonder if she thinks that the Harfoots were Indians because brown.
Probably.
And they're the most numerous, thus correlation equals causation or something. I hate my brain. I wish it didn't work. Okay. I know half of you.
I mean, that's
work anyway, but that's beside.
It's a bit excessive, though, right? You could just maybe.
You and Matt already think that anyway, so don't lie.
Fair enough. No, I don't think it does.
Checkmate!
That much emphasized recovery from what Tolkien calls, I quote, the drab blur of triteness or familiarity from possessiveness and appropriation. Tolkien described the Harfoot.
I don't see appropriation in that thing. It just says the drab blur of triteness or familiarity from possessiveness. That's it.
Yeah, but he also says this triteness is really the penalty of appropriation.
But that's a different. You don't say them together. You say them individually.
Yeah, but I mean, this is like not a good.
Well, it's not from possessiveness and appropriation. It's the penalty of appropriation.
Yeah,
that's that's completely different context.
This person is Indian, right? How dare you demand that she has a good grasp?
I demand she understands her own language, if her own language is originally Indian, before she goes after the guy who wrote the dictionary. Like,
yeah, okay, that's fair, probably.
I mean, I would demand that you know your language before you know my language, if my language is different than your language. And if it's the same language, I still demand you know it, so you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, sure.
I quote, browner of skin in the prologue of The Lord of the Rings. He notes that by the
only in the prologue, is it not mentioned anywhere else?
Well, let's go find Samwise Gamgee in the Wonderful World.
Yeah, I'm not going to look through the whole book to find instances.
No, go to the wiki, man. Go to the wiki.
Yeah, but the wiki only gives the first source of things. Usually,
if it gives anything at all.
If it gives
portrayals in adaptations, that's not the right one. I don't want portrayals. I want.
It definitely, however, will not give a page of a list of every page on which it is mentioned.
Eyes are brown, race is hobbits. Nothing about his.
No, it's in characteristics.
I don't see characteristics.
It should be there.
There's biography, early life, Quest of the Ring, After the War of the Ring, later years, etymology, commentary, portrayals and adaptations, all those adaptations, weapons, frying pan. I love that. Trivia, voice dubbing actors, gallery, translations, and references. There's biological. Biological does not have anything about him, or not separate biological, biographical. Physical description is just race, eyes, and culture. Actor and voice. That's it.
Are you looking on that page?
I am now. But where is that under this list?
It's in characteristics.
Oh, you're on a totally different page than I am.
Looking at Samwise Gamgee.
Oh, I was on a different one. I was on Loader Fandom. That's why. Different page. Characteristics. I like how the picture of him's not brown. Whatever. Having browner skin than the Falahides, to which breed Merry, Pippin, and Frodo belong. I was totally right about that early on.
Mm-hmm.
Or it could simply be a tan from years of working outside, which is possible because the Harfoots are more of the land, so that makes sense. His face is often described as red-faced, turning scarlet or blushing. Can brown people blush?
Yeah, but it just looks different.
But is it blushing? Because if your skin's dark enough, if it's browner skin, if it's a brown, like, can a Middle Eastern brown skinned person blush to where you see red and see a blush. I can't even see a blush on me. I don't blush, but that's a different story.
Yeah, that's unrelated, probably.
Like if you have, let's say, like you put a white person, a brown person, Middle Eastern person, African person, whatever, put them all into a race and have them all run the same distance that they're not prepared for, and they get winded and the blood's rushing to their face. Are you going to be able to tell on a brown person? Because if you can't, then it's definitely not that brown. Because he is described as turning red-faced, turning scarlet, or blushing, and his face is turned to white before flushing scarlet. Well, if that's the case,
I'm not an expert on that, so maybe ask someone with brown skin.
I mean, I would. I don't have like a list of people I can call right now to be like, "Hey, you've got brown skin."
Yeah. No, that also seems like a really weird question to ask. Maybe
it's for purposes, I swear. Actually, I do have a coworker I could ask, but I make fun of him and he laughs and he's probably embarrassed by me all the time. And I've never seen him blush, so he's Indian, so checkmate. But never happens. He's also really based. I love the dude. He's awesome. But yeah, like it's the same thing when we get in like, remember in Eye of the World we get Egwene. Remember that argument we made a while back?
Egwene, yes. Well, I don't remember the specific argument. So
in the end of the Eye of the World, she was as pale as a flower.
Yeah, that's right.
It was a specific flower that's white. She's like,
I don't remember which flower, but
I'm sure we can find it. That's pretty easy to find.
In the end of Eye of the World?
We'll just put Egwene
flower.
Pale as flower. I'm sure it'll pop up. How dark skinned, blah 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 blah. Let's see if it's in the fandom. I don't know if they have characteristics under this. I have no. They have horrible categorizations of this. Pics. Wow. Somebody wrote that the picture that they gave her really sucks, and I don't even see the picture, so I don't even know what that means.
I don't know either. Do you know which chapter?
I'm trying to find sourcing for this, but they have personality section. Skin. But here we go. Eye of the World, chapter 53, The Wheel Turns. He did not want to meet her eyes, but he could not stop looking at her. She wore fed wild roses twined in her hair, flowing about her shoulders. She held her cloak close, dark blue and embroidered along the edge with a thin line of white flowers in the Shinaran fashion. And the blossoms made a line straight up to her face. They were no paler than her cheeks. Her eyes seemed so large and dark. And then somebody made the comment, so it seems Egwene has pale white skin. I'm sure they would love to hunt that thing down and change it. That was made in October 23rd by Laren Sedai. Somebody was honest, which is very, very strange.
53, you said, right?
Chapter 53, The Wheel Turns.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's when they're at the Green Man with the Green Man, and he's like putting the flowers in their hair and all that stuff. You probably know the chapter.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now.
I mean, I literally just read the passage for you, but yeah, there's that.
Yeah, but I'm looking to see if there's stuff around. Morning stars, white and fresh. Love is not okay. So likely it's called Morning Star, the flower. I'll just search for Egwene.
Is there a standard white Shinaran flower? Because that's all you have to look up. I don't know if they have that named.
Well, earlier in the chapter it says morning stars that are white. So
white morning stars of Shinar and creation or whatever.
Right, so it says the leaves still on the oak seemed greener and more firmly attached than before. The flowers encircling it stood straighter. The morning stars white and fresh. The lovers not a strong crimson. So, since those flowers are there and the flowers in her hair are also likely from there.
There's a lot of white flowers, so I'm going to have to be more specific.
Yeah.
All right. Plants and herbs, the Wheel of Time companion. Oh, I didn't even think about that. I have that.
Same.
Oh gosh, trying to figure that out. Let's see if Control F help me out at all. A blackthorn, a bush with beautiful white flowers amid blackthorns.
So in chapter 52 and 53, a whole bunch of mentions are given to morning stars, which are a white flower, apparently.
I'm going through a whole list of things that say white. The Saldea ice pepper has a white, or no, that's not. Maiden soap, a white wildflower in the mountains of mist. A marsh white, an herb that leads bitter to stomach. A morning star, a plant bearing a white flower. The cut flower has a stem long enough to use in a vase. Moraine, Nynaeve, and Egwene wore these flowers in their hair when they were with the Green Man.
Yeah.
There you go. She's white.
Problem solved.
I guess. I mean, the problem is like, how white? Like, white itself is multiple shades. So it's like,
if it's a flower that's white, I think we can assume a pretty white.
There are flowers that are not like pure white. Like, there are flowers like there's dogwood flowers. They're pretty white. But there's also other flowers that are like an off-white. Like, all he says is specifically white. So we're assuming he's using the standard palette, as she would say.
Yeah.
The point being is that,
to be fair, this is also pretty white.
It's racist. I don't think the morning star is a real flower, so I sadly cannot see it.
Probably not. But generally, most white flowers are like really fucking white. So, yeah, safe to say.
I would say I would mostly agree with you, but I know that there are exceptions, but I don't think he's using the exceptions. I think he's using the rule. So I would probably agree with you. But it could also
not brown.
It's not brown, no. It's definitely not brown. But at the same time, what we know, because Matt has never been described as anything other than white that I can tell, and neither is Perrin.
But he is the Two Rivers is pretty homogeneous in skin color.
Homogeneous.
Except for Rand.
You and your Europeans can't say homogeneous, right?
No, it's homogeneous.
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 Homogeneous. We'll get you there eventually.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what my point is that if they are homogeneous and you have Matt, Perrin, etc., why would Nynaeve and Egwene be different?
They wouldn't. They would have the same.
That's my point. And here's the thing: it's
only Rand is different, but he's also white. So,
well, he's abnormally paler than they are, I believe.
Yeah,
is what they said.
So really, he should be the one who's.
But he's also a redhead. There's very few things more pale than a redhead. So let's be honest. But I mean, the only thing I can think of is an albino. But yeah, my point being, like, if she could hypothetically be paler because of altitude, I don't know where they're at. They can be paler because of a lot of reasons, because blood flow is not circulating as much. Blah 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 blah. She could be white without being necessarily the brightest white possible. Like she could not be my white, which is pretty stinking pale, but she could not be as dark as obviously Matt.
Mm-hmm.
So in that regard, Sam could be brown of skin, but he's not as pale as the Fallowhides, which is what the other three hobbits are. Case in point, it's browner versus brown, but if it says it's brown of skin, brown compared to what? Well, compared to the Fallohides, which are pale.
Yeah, probably.
Means anything that's darker than them is brown. So it's not
Probably
picked.
that's
I
right.
don't think Tolkien was like, I got to get the exact shading right. So they're really going to be confused about that.
Yeah. We also use some really awkward words for skin colors that you are like, okay, but what does this mean? For example,
Well, I mean, it goes down to, again, like how I mentioned earlier with the palettes. Well, you have this one Scottish guy. Well, you got to add this, you got to add this, got to add this. You could add details for until the end of time, but it's going to be the same as everything else. You might change the order in which the words are put together, but it doesn't matter because at some point, well, I mean, you could argue like, well, why did you put the white person in front of the black person? Why did you put the Asian in front of the South American? What? Like, you could just go on forever while one society's yelling at the other society for why they didn't do the same thing as they do. It's called ethnocentric for a reason. But the point being, we can't possibly know how dark, but it wasn't that dark because there could be other explanations, thus the gardening or something like that. Because apparently Harfoots like to be outside. They like being in plains, which doesn't have a whole lot of tree coverage when they're working in fields. And thus, they can get sun darkened. White people can get sun darkened, but we know that Frodo wasn't sun darkened because he was inside most of the time.
Because he was living in a fucking hole in the ground.
Yeah, and Merry and Pippin were most of the time in the Brandybuck, weren't they?
Wow.
Why am I brain farting? Merry is a Brandybuck, and we got Peregrine.
Tooklands. I think it's called Tookland.
On the other side of Brandywine? Close to the Old Forest?
Tookland was a wide region of the Shire's West Farthing. It lay to the south of the East Road.
East Farthing.
With its chief and central township at Tuckborough in the Green Hills.
I'll just look up the map of the Shire so I can. I type in a map of the Shire, but I put Shire T. It shows a bunch of shirts with maps on it. That's not what I'm looking for at all.
Nice.
So we're looking East Farthing.
Yeah.
Buckland's what I'm looking
for. Buckland. Yeah.
Buckland.
So there's Buckland and Tookland.
A lot of trees. A lot of trees.
Sure. Yeah.
So you could be a Fallowhide living in Buckland and not get a whole lot of sun. Huh?
No, I was just checking where Tookland would be. It's in West Farthing.
The West Farthing?
Yeah, below the East Road.
Oh, yeah, I see Tookland. Yeah, next to Green Hill Country, to the west of it. Under Tuckborough and next to the right or the east of Tuckbank.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they could get to Buckland, because I'm pretty sure Pippin is in Buckland a lot, correct? Because he's always hanging out with Merry.
So, yeah.
And Merry's from Buckland, so.
I mean, they're basically always together.
Yeah. Well, and they come from Buckland into Hobbiton quite often.
Yeah.
Like, despite this place looking really big on a map, it's really not that big of a place. It's really not.
Mm-hmm. So let's see. Merry lived in Brandy Hall, which is the center of Buckland.
Basically, yeah. Where did Pippin live?
And Pippin. Do we have a link to Pippin from this page, or do we need to put it in there?
Pippin is so difficult to spell. I really need a link, man.
No, I just don't feel like spelling if I can also click on a link.
Eippin. It's not that difficult.
No, it takes time. He lived in Tuckborough. Which is...
that's south of Hobbiton. So, yeah.
Very far away.
That's hill country. Like, really hill country. But also, keep in mind, hobbits do live in holes in the ground.
They live underground.
Holes in the ground aren't notorious for getting a lot of sun.
They do have some really nice windows, though, in that.
They do, but they're not very large either.
True. And yet, somehow, it is well lit still.
Well, they do have candles.
Yeah, but candles don't give that much light.
They could be very special dwarven candles.
Okay, there could be special candles.
Or maybe they have what are they called? Sun windows, sunlights, whatever they're called.
Yeah, they have sunlight that exists.
No. They're sunlights, two different words. Like basically, like from the roof, like going through the hill, they have like a window up top.
Oh yeah, could be.
I can't remember what the stupid word is. Why am I blanking on the word?
I don't know.
Oh, what are they called? What are they called in cars?
Sunscreens? I don't know. How are you talking about?
There's two definitions for sunscreens. The space differentiates them. Oh my gosh. It's on the tip of my brain. Sunroof.
Sunroof. Is that the word?
That's for the car, I believe. It's a sunroof. So it's basically a window that you can pop up to let air in and possibly some light, or you can also just remove it, like pull it into the car, and then light can come in directly, but it's usually tinted or something.
Okay.
So sunroof. It'd be kind of like a sunroof, but there's an actual term for a window that's designed specifically to drop light straight down. So basically, it's like a natural light.
Skylights?
Skylight, thank you. They could potentially have that. I don't remember if that's ever discussed, but I don't think he goes into.
I mean, it seems like a practical thing to have in a Hobbit hole.
I don't feel like Tolkien sat around and was like, I'm going to describe the blueprints of every Hobbit hole that they have. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, he did get really meticulous at places. So maybe
well, he did, but I don't recall a blueprint of a Hobbit hole, because if he did, I'd be totally down to get one. I'll make a human-sized version.
Nice.
But
anyway, video. Let's go.
The time of the event.
She's wrong. That's the end of the discussion.
In The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings, the least numerous northerly branch of the fairer-skinned Palohhites had mingled with both the Harfoots and the Stews. While Bilbo
Are you implying that the three branches of hobbits we have intermingled?
That sounds like racism to me.
I mean, that sounds like normal nature. But yeah, go for it.
Merry and Pippin are examples of those who have a strong Palohhidish strain. Gandalf's description of Frodo,
Merry, Pippin, and Frodo.
marks him out as a Palohhide exemplar. On the other hand, he
is exemplarily pale.
He specifies Sam's skin color.
Oh, I want her to really say that because Sam's brown. That's the reason he's the real hero. I really want to hear her say it.
Damn.
Being brown. I learned
it's the reason everybody else failed is because they're too white.
Yesterday that Eliana Choi has already pointed this out in an earlier seminar, and I do wish to acknowledge her efforts in doing so. There is, however, some cognitive resistance to accepting Sam's described skin color, which attempts to explain it away as a tan.
I like to say describe as if it's a whole book of description of his skin tone rather than just like a quick reference.
What do you mean explain away? Tans make perfect sense for outdoorsy people.
Read it there. A stout little fellow with red cheeks.
Yeah.
If you're that dark of brown, you're not going to have red cheeks. At some point, you cease to have red cheeks.
Yeah, sure.
That's already arguing against her.
Mm-hmm.
A cleft in his chin. At least they got that right for Pippin. Perky chap with a bright eye, begging your pardon, but he said it, not me. In his lap lay Frodo's head, drowned deep in sleep. Upon his white forehead lay one of Sam's brown hands. Why is it brown?
Yeah.
Like they always just assume that it's a natural skin color, like it's a natural skin tone. Like for me, I am obviously not brown, but if I go out and I work for a landscaping company,
my hand is whitish, right?
You're brown compared to me.
Yeah, but that's probably mostly a lighting thing.
Doesn't matter. We're not talking about how it came to be. Remember?
Fair enough. So wait,
You are my Samwise Gamgee, good sir.
Wow.
You should feel honored.
I never am.
You're the hero of the story.
Okay, that does seem like a good Yeah, I'm
Second
convinced.
thought, maybe. But it's like he lays one of Sam's brown hands. I'm like, well, is he a gardener? Yeah. Is he out in the sun?
Yes.
Yeah,
Wait a
okay.
minute. Gardeners
So-
use their hands. Hmm.
Now, when in relation to all Harfoots, when does it explicitly say that all Harfoots are brown of skin?
It
Or are
doesn't-
they? Or
they
are
are
they
darker
taking,
skins than the others?
which doesn't take much when you're pale.
Yeah.
But my point is that if it says Sam's brown hands, and they're like, oh, that means Harfoots are brown. Does it though? Because if it doesn't explicitly say it, you can't just presume it or assume it, I guess.
Yeah, because all Harfoots are the same, right?
I mean, they're literally carbon copies. They all look the
Yeah.
same. I mean, Sam and Rosie look identical.
Mhm.
Can't
So
tell
it's
the
impossible for Harfoots to be not brown if
beards.
Sam is brown.
But yeah, I mean,
Well, I'm not racist.
and to grace with splendor his faithful brown hobbit hand that had done such deeds, such as gardening in the sun.
Is that literally what it says?
Literally what it says. It's right here. Literally what it says. Deeds. I can explain what deeds are, like they can explain what brown means. The explanation is totally on one side. So yes, this is how not to research things and how not to source things.
And acquired from years of working outside, or as him being in a muddied state because of
Okay,
his
no one's gonna say muddied state because he doesn't just walk around after being in the river in a
Yeah,
muddied
no,
state.
that would be ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
Why would you ever do
occupation as a gardener. Both these readily
The gardener makes the most logical sense,
that?
other than his natural skin tone. But we have
Because why is it always his hands that are brown, right? I didn't see anything about his face being brown.
well, his face has a red blush, and you can't have a red blush if you're that dark or brown. But if you have a browner skin, which it never says it just says brown, but it's always his hand, which is almost always. I don't think they use gardening gloves in Hobbiton. Call me crazy.
Yeah, that sounds roughly correct, probably.
It says they like to work with their hands. It doesn't say they like to work with their gloves. Looking into things.
contributions erroneously assume that the other hobbits spent most of their time in
Did you say erroneously?
Hmm?
1 second. 1 second. Where are we going back? Right here. Listen to what she says.
occupation as a gardener. Both these readerly contributions erroneously assume that the other hobbits spent most of their time indoors, and that one can only have a tan if one works outdoors.
Yeah, like
One
Sam.
can only have one can only have a tan if they're outdoors. That's
Okay,
how
yeah.
it works. Oh, I forgot. I should have remembered. In Hobbiton, they had a great tanning salon.
Oh, yeah, no, that's right. I remember.
You could
that.
also go down the convenience store where they have ale and pipeweed and stuff. You can
Mhm.
pick up a spray can of tan, so you can just tan your.
No, that would explain.
I can't
Of
remember.
course, because Sam's a gardener, he's not very rich, so he could only use it on his hands, right?
That's as much as the can only went so far. He couldn't even afford sunscreen to have it naturally come by being outside. Oh wait, he wouldn't need it.
Yeah.
Which helps one
Okay, as somebody who worked in landscaping, I can guarantee you I was not this pale when I was working landscaping.
Sure.
tap
I
into
believe you.
such sand or muddied states where the other
I have physical evidence, good sir. Just because you don't experience it the same way I do doesn't mean.
three hobbits are concerned, despite all of
I kid, but I'm serious at the same time.
them traveling mostly on foot toward Mordor. Furthermore, the fairer than most Frodo is known to have worn, I quote, trampling all over the Shire, and often
Isn't it funny that Frodo is only ever related to his white forehead?
What?
It's only his white forehead, so clearly he's brown everywhere else. His forehead's the only thing that's white.
Yeah, because he has a hat on it, right? I don't know.
What are you talking about? Falahides are always outdoors.
Yeah.
often beyond, since the year 3001 of the Third Age.
I feel like they don't understand how tans work. Like you have to be outside actively under the sun for a certain amount of time in order to become white. or not become white.
Yeah, wow, that
Darker
makes sense.
Science.
The year of Bilbo's disappearance, till 3018 when he finally left Bag End. Even the pale, stern-faced Aragorn is described as traveling
Oh, he's described as stone face. His face is made of stone, people.
Oh no! Wait, I didn't know Aragorn was a stone elemental.
Yeah, he was also a pilot in Star Wars, the New
Was
High
he?
New Republic. Yeah, don't you remember?
No.
They had the stone character who was literally a pilot. He's just literally a stone. You don't remember this?
When was this?
In the new Disney Star Wars books.
Okay, that explains a lot.
Do you want me to pull that up?
Sure.
Let's bring it up.
I don't remember a stone character in Star Wars.
His name is Geode, ironically.
Wow, of course, because why come up with a good name?
I'm not even kidding. I'll post it here.
Oh god,
Evidence, good sir.
that is crazy. Geode, fucking hell.
Look at this picture. He's literally a slab of rock. He's a co-pilot.
How would that even work?
He's a Vintian male stone geode. Okay, I'm sorry. He's not a pilot. He's a navigator.
Okay, navigate. I suppose. Well, it's kind of hard
Which
to.
way, geode? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ah, that.
Vintians, is that just like a species of stone slabs?
A Vintian is a sentient species from Vint.
An appearance similar to that of a regular rock. Nice.
I wonder how he moves.
I think they don't. They just sit there.
This rock is not a rock. This is our Vincian navigator from the trip back to Starlight. He's known by his nickname, which happens to be Geode. Geode, the Silver Magi Knight. Oh, they have flinty, flaky surfaces, like stones that are flaking. To some species, they resemble rocks or boulders. No, to every species. Despite tending to stand still for long periods of time. I can't possibly imagine why, considering they don't have legs. They were capable of independent movement.
Okay, sure.
These rocks mated during mating smelts.
Who even came up with all of this?
Somebody who is high or drunk or both. Oh my gosh. They even have a society and culture.
I don't believe it.
It literally says society and culture right down below. They preferred to remain settled on Vint, not moving.
Yeah. To be
At
fair,
least
if I were to make a sapient rock species, I would also make them like.
At least one Vincian was known to frequent bars and clubs and was considered to have a wild man personality. Can you imagine him going up to a woman? He's like, "Hey, baby, you should try me out. I'm rock hard." It's just like the jokes write themselves. Unfortunately,
True.
somebody this whole story about Geode seems to be written by itself too, because we have no idea how that happened. I'm sure Geode wrote his.
I would totally make one of these as a meme. But not as a serious character.
He's actually, his first starring role was in that of Spaceballs, which is a meme. Sorry. Anyway, back to the video.
For nearly 30 years, even I quote, far into the east and deep into the south.
Okay, sure.
Rather, it is more in keeping with Tolkien's explicit description of the three different.
Everyone knows that Braycombe and Archit were of darker skinned rather than the nearest people around, which were pale, like the Dunedain and the Kingdom of Arnor. This is well known, well documented. Won't bother.
They were rather odd and independent and belonged to nobody but themselves. Browner skins. Okay.
I would like to point out the term browner is on a scale.
Darker hair.
Darker. Does not mean dark.
Slightly stouter.
Stouter. Not the stoutest. Not saying they're no more stout.
They're not the dwarves, right? Yeah.
I hate people who can't read and understand context and
A
words.
good deal broader than the average hobbit of the Sham,
Perhaps a trifle tougher.
which, to be fair, is quite broad because hobbits eat a lot of food, and yeah.
Well, they can be broad one direction without being broad the other direction. Broad usually means width, not.
Yeah. Well,
front.
I mean, debatable.
Is it though?
A bit, yeah.
What descriptions have words and technical definitions, good sir? All right. There were fair-haired men and women among the folk of Beor. I can't imagine why. But most of them had brown hair, going usually with brown eyes. I can't imagine why. And many were less fair in skin, some indeed being swarthy. They can exist, yes.
This is okay, yeah.
The folk of Beor were more steadfast in endurance and hardship and sorrow, slow to tears or to laughter. Their fortitude. I thought there were no good dark-skinned people in this series. What are you talking about?
But no, there were not. What?
Are you saying that the folk of Beor did not exist, good sir?
Yes.
According to apparently her logic. This doesn't exist because there is no her logic. There is only logic. Hobbits were not as numerous or variable as ordinary.
Means dark-skinned. Okay, sure.
Dark skin compared to what? What is the standard here?
Let's look at some images. That is not dark-skinned. This is just regular semi-white people. I think it means Arabic type color.
The Harad?
No, swarthy.
I know. Weren't the men of Harad described as swarthy?
I don't know, but here the people of Beor are described as such.
Distance in coloring, stature, and build, and their ways of life. Okay, none of this really isn't making the argument she thinks it makes. That's what's the funny part.
But intermingled hobbit breeds to see Sam as someone bearing a strong half-foot strain. To conclude, it is only when we recover his literal skin color we become free to recognize.
But which of these says that Harfoots are all dark-skinned?
None.
Or brown-skinned, for that matter.
Blah blah blah.
They had long, clever brown fingers. Again, why is it always only the hands? Why is it always only the hands? Nothing else. And hold on. The villagers of keep this in mind. The villagers of Bree, Combe, and Archet, however, were settled folk. In reality, not more rustic than most of their distant relations in Hobbiton, but they were rather odd and independent and belonged to nobody but themselves. They were browner skinned, darker haired, and slightly stouter, a good deal broader than the average hobbit of the Shire. The average hobbit of the Shire would be the more numerous ones, which would be the hobbits. These guys are darker than them. It never says that the Harfoots are dark. It says they're darker than the hobbits in Hobbiton. But every time we see it...
Half-foots are just regularly slightly darker, but they have brown hands. And the rest is just normal colored for some reason.
For all we know, they're as pale as the Falahides, but have brown hands for some reason.
Yeah.
Every instance she's giving, it's always hands. I don't understand it. But they're saying, and when they are first encountered in the histories, they already showed show divergences in coloring, stature, and build. Divergences in coloring doesn't mean anything. It just means they're different than the people group that they're referring to. Which you can have with only slight variation. That's what coloring is. Coloring is a variation. It's not. Bless you. Yeah. It's not distinctive like black and white, complete polar opposites. Coloring is as a spectrum. But don't worry, they only had brown hands.
Nice radical.
I'm waiting for more brown hand quotes just to push it in.
Implicating implications and applications of Tolkien's Sam, a member of a low social order in the Shire, becoming its elected mayor. However, ceremonial deposition thereby discover one more aspect of his perilous realm.
That's the highest grade of person you can be in the Shire.
That was it.
Wait, was that?
At least you have sources. That was it. That was the whole thing. We
Damn.
got 7 minutes of questions.
7 minutes. Oh, I don't know if I can survive that.
And there's the second. See, I give her credit. She actually sources stuff.
Yes.
Power to her. She
But
might get it all wrong in context, but she at least sources her inability to know it.
there is not much of an argument, though.
Gosh. There you go.
Hmm?
Merriam Y. Miller, 1981. The Green Sun, A Study of Color in J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, here we go. The problem with Bahubali's casteist supremacist logic. It's a story.
Why?
People don't take it. Oh, bother.
But why is that in a Lord of the Rings thing?
Because people are racist.
But why?
Why are people racist? I mean, if only we knew.
Yeah. Makes
The
sense.
women who dominate Indian TV. That's the reference. Oh, boy. That doesn't sound biased at all.
Let's see what questions there are, because honestly,
Thank you
Oh,
so
he's
much.
back.
I don't think there was much in this.
Experiences
It
and
was mostly just, this is India. We have translations.
Here's Indian translations. Okay. Here's Sam with brown hands. Oh, okay. Now what? What is this again?
I had to go all the way to London for
well, you really
He had to go to Buckland to get his tanning done.
triggered a lot of our audience
Wait, what? We're going back.
dipped into the chat every once in a while. I think you've really triggered a lot of our audience to go out and look at these.
Not the same triggered. He's using it properly.
Yeah, to look at the sources and see that
It should be you inspired. That's the proper word, but he wouldn't know that because he's English.
Adaptions and other
the English people that can't write entirely really good fantasy series and also dictionaries. Those guys, they can't.
Well,
they
no,
don't.
that's the old English. The new ones are kind of shit.
Okay, fair enough.
ways.
Well, are they the same breed though? Do they have darker complexions?
Ooh.
Ooh,
No
do they
comment.
have brown hands?
No comments.
Looking at Tolkien. So thank you very much for bringing such a different and varied approach to Tolkien that I don't think many people were aware of.
Because it's not relevant in any shape or form.
And it's also wrong.
I need to be quieter. My kid's sleeping. I apologize.
So
At least your voice is
now.
not.
We do have some questions. I've seen the Q&A function lighting up. So
has my voice sounded good this whole time though?
It's been perfectly fine the entire time.
Okay, so we did fix the problem. Okay.
Yeah.
Mono versus stereo. Call it what?
Not until there's something breaks in the future.
Just let me know.
Right into it.
You know how to get a hold of me.
Okay, so our first question. Sonali, in your opinion and experience, what are the hardest difficulties a non-English speaking Tolkien scholar has to go through other than the language barrier?
The context? I don't know. Like, knowing how to speak the language doesn't mean you understand the language. Those are two different things.
No, but it's specifically a non-English speaker. So they don't even speak English.
I know, but like they're originally not. So that you said besides learning the language, what would be difficult? Well, the context, because the context in England might be different than the context they have in India.
I suppose, yeah. But
well, like if he's making up an entire race or species or whatever it might be, well, it's going to be unique to him, which is not them, which they might not be aware of. So them just hearing a phrase and saying, "Oh, this is what it means," when that's not what it means. That's totally different.
Fair.
Are we going to see a picture?
I
of her
would be
face?
very polite in answering this and say that I am not a non-English speaking.
I'll be honest, I was not expecting that.
Yeah, no, that's sure.
For a non-English Tolkien,
Was she a dwarf?
No, that's impossible. Dwarves don't have dark skin.
Oh, I thought it was the beard.
Scholar who is not me.
You and your alt-tabbing.
To study Tolkien, to become a Tolkien scholar, they would have to have access to either the language, any of the primary languages of the translations. So they might have to.
Okay, she's literally saying literally everything everyone has to go through.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the point? Like, everyone who's not English has to learn English.
Yeah.
To understand the English.
Duh.
Yes. Everyone who's not Indian has to learn Indian to understand Indian.
Yeah, okay. In that case, yes.
I mean, call me crazy, but I'm probably never going to learn Indian. Or any one of the dialects.
Yeah, no, fuck that. I mean, the text alone is crazy.
I don't have any planned trips to India or come into contact with people who don't speak English from India. So why would I learn the language if I am never going to actually be able to interact with it? Because usually when you learn languages, you're supposed to interact with people who speak that language.
Well, or you are talking.
Or I'm talking. That is also true. I am talking.
To have access to, say,
I wrote the dictionary. Don't correct me.
Marathi, Bengali, Polish, Russian, Chinese. So that becomes what.
But they all had to learn the same thing you did.
Yeah.
Like the Poles didn't know what it was.
English.
Well, you're in the process of learning.
No. I speak English.
You still don't understand the difference between proof and evidence leaning towards. I don't want to hear it. You're still learning.
No, that was Matt, not me.
It's the same thing.
No, I'm not Matt.
What are you talking about? You're the herald of heaven.
We are different people. Yeah, heaven Ron, but not hell Ron.
This heaven Ron and hell Ron are ironically the same person.
No, they're not.
It's just two sides of the same coin. Same person. You are the dualitarian.
One way of accessing Tolkien's works and studying Tolkien's works in translations. And I guess that answers your question a little.
You would have to study English mythos and folklore, which there isn't one. That's why he's creating it. So you'd have to study. You'd have to study the inspirations in which he got them from, which would be Finnish, Norse, etc.
Well, mostly Germanic. The languages were Finnish.
I think he took certain inspirations from Finnish culture and mythos, didn't he?
Like what?
I don't remember off the top of my head, dude. If I had all the knowledge in my head, I wouldn't need people. I would just know everything. I would have total knowledge.
That seems like quite a big claim to make.
It's an unfalsifiable claim.
Yeah. Well, no, it is falsifiable.
No, it's unfalsifiable. You can't prove that I don't have all knowledge because I could just say I know. I don't have to answer.
I can prove if I go actually look into it.
You can't prove. You can only have evidence leading forward. I told you this, Matt. Or should I say, person who says they're not Matt?
No. See, if I have a piece of paper written by Tolkien that specifically says, well, not yet.
So you don't have total knowledge. Ha! Checkmate.
Not yet.
Exactly.
Not yet, but maybe soon.
Or not.
Or not, because I'm kind of lazy, so I'm not going to actually.
There's that too, which is why I'm worried about your physics tests.
Other than that,
by the way, are those coming up soon or not?
Not really soon. No.
Is it this side of the summer or the other side of the summer?
This side of summer, yeah.
Oh, thank God! Hurry up! I want to play Battle of Middle Earth with you.
Sure.
You don't actually need much.
Just go to your professor and be like, "Can I just take the test now and just call it good?"
No, let's not do that.
Oh, so you're not confident in your abilities? I thought you knew everything.
I have other things that I also need to do.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
don't lie. You're just a student. You don't do anything.
Yeah, but I do student stuff.
Thank you.
I can't do everything simultaneously.
Why not?
Because I'm only one person.
I thought it was because nature hasn't designed you to fire off the proper neutrons in your brain to make it happen that way.
No, it's because I'm only one person.
Yes, you're only one person, but nature hasn't decided that you can fire off all those neutrons and chemicals and everything in your
Why would
body.
I fire off neutrons? I'm not trying to.
Use anything.
Hmm?
I'm just picking every atom under the sun that you are composed and comprised of. If they don't have a purpose,
firing off neutrons. I'm not trying to eradicate all life on a planet.
Why not? That would make you pass your class.
You do make a good argument there.
It's also survivability. I think I meant neurons. I apologize.
Yeah, no, that's more likely.
I'm not a chemist, good sir. But my point still stands. If your body wasn't firing off all the things in your body that your body needs to fire off in order to do anything or act or behave or anything or have brain cells or whatever, then you wouldn't be doing your tests to begin with, and it would be pointless.
Sure. I would just be sitting there doing nothing.
Yes, and you're saying you're not doing something, so therefore they're not firing off because nature doesn't deem it necessary for your survival. Congratulations. You just
to be fair, it isn't really necessary for survival.
I mean, it is. How else are you going to make a living?
Well, I mean, there are many, many other ways.
So why are you wasting your time on this and your money?
Because I like physics.
Why do you like it? Nature does not require you to like it.
No, but nature did decide that I do like it.
Nature did not decide that.
Yes, it did.
Nature doesn't make decisions.
I am nature.
I am total knowledge. Anyway, here's the second question.
Yesterday, we were told that there has not been a translation of Lord of the Rings into Hindi. Your presentation seems to confirm that. Do you have any idea why?
Didn't it have a non-confirmation?
Oh, no, that's right. It was in Marathi and Bengali, which is not Hindi.
Which, if she was a good researcher, would learn those languages.
Yeah, or you make your own translation into Hindi.
Or find somebody who knows those languages, have them translate the book for you, and then read it.
That seems like less work, yeah.
Or too much, I don't know. Depending on how much. I don't think she did that much work for this paper. So
I mean, why not just read it in English, right? Fuck it.
Well, then you have to learn English.
Yeah, but that's easier.
And then you have to understand English.
Translating a book into
reading a language because you can read the language does not mean you understand the language. Those are two.
Yeah, sure. But learning English and reading the book is probably easier than learning English and Hindu and then translating the book into Hindi. Yeah, sure.
Oh boy.
There is no translation in Hindi at the moment.
There are many reasons. One of them is
because they didn't translate it.
It's a fucking annoying language, probably.
Well, more than that, it's just like the reason they didn't is because they didn't. That's the reason they didn't.
Maybe they couldn't
Did you find a publishing company that would do it? What is your reasoning? Why didn't you do it? Why did India not take responsibility and translate this glorious piece of classical literature? What possible good reason do you have? And I don't think you do have one. Therefore.
I don't have a good reason for that.
Not you. I'm talking to her. Not you.
Yeah.
Nobody talks.
I mean, I don't really care about India, to be honest. So why would I?
I mean, that is your natural viewpoint, isn't it?
Of course, the reading culture. There is
racist.
not. There's probably not for.
Well, you don't care about them. You're obviously racist.
No, that's not how that works.
I mean, that is how that works. Haven't you been paying attention to DEI? Jeez, what's wrong?
Fuck. You're right.
It's so honest. I like to point out that how often you say you're right or you have a point way too often, and then when I give you one other reason, you're just like, no, wait a minute.
Lengthy translations. There might not be translators available to
Why
There's
not?
always translators available. Do you have any idea how many translators exist in this world?
I don't, but probably more than one.
You do. It's called a lot. That's the amount. There's a lot.
No, I don't think that's knowledge on how many there are.
That is. There's a lot. A lot is how many there are.
No, that's
how
not.
many are there? A lot. It's grammatically and contextually
right, but it's
permissible.
not definite.
It is definitive. Yes. There are a lot. How do we know this? Because there's a lot of translations happening simultaneously.
Are there though? I don't know.
Well, I mean, we know there are because their entire corporations.
Well, you might. I don't.
Okay, bilingual things. Like if you know how to speak Korean and you are a stewardess or a pilot or something, you get a lot more jobs than those who don't because you can go international and communicate with
Sure.
people. If you are a business person and you are bilingual or multilingual and you can go to a place, you are more valuable. So you'll get a lot more jobs because you need to talk to people. The people do exist.
Maybe all the people that speak Hindi don't speak English.
I didn't say all the people speaking Hindi speak English.
No.
The question wasn't how many people, but how many of those people speak a primary language that it was translated into?
Don't know.
Probably a large portion of them because that's necessary.
Sure.
Primary languages.
Translate them into Hindi.
Does anyone speak Hindi? I don't know.
It is more, obviously, the Hindus. It's more reasonable to believe that there are more people that can translate at least a primary language, even if it's not English, than there is not. But we also know they speak a lot of English in India because they call us all the time.
That's true.
And we call them a lot, and they speak to us.
I don't, but maybe other people do. Sure.
Well, I mean, you don't buy electronics either, so yeah, warranties.
Hindi. I would like to emphasize that Tolkien is much more readily accepted and known in English. And
I can't possibly imagine why.
Yeah, wow, almost.
How did this phenom happen?
Almost as if he speaks English naturally.
It's almost as if he is English.
Almost as if the word is also written in English.
He doesn't just speak it. He writes the dictionary for it.
Wow.
It's almost like he has a very deep knowledge of the language, and that's where its origin is. Like, how are people like this taken seriously? How do people like this have a doctorate?
I mean,
this is akin of he's having a heart attack. Are there any doctors? I have a doctorate of philosophy.
Yeah,
because it's totally relevant. Her, whatever it might be, I'm assuming it's a PhD, is completely irrelevant when you can't be smart enough to tell the difference. I don't know why, but there's some weird correlation that an English book made by an English author who wrote the English dictionary and has a thorough understanding of English, when its book is written for the English, is well received and extremely happy by people who are English.
Wow.
I have no idea why this is. Why isn't it more accepted in India, where we don't have a translation for it in Hindi? And I refuse to learn any other language. Anybody? Anybody?
I have no answers. Wait.
There are answers for this. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I wish I understood Korean, Japanese, so I could watch anime and read manga without having to get it translated, so I could have plethora of it in a much cheaper form.
Yep.
Game consoles that are Japanese are much cheaper in America than they are American versions, because most people can't read Japanese. There's not a high demand. But if you get a region free where you can change the language from Japanese to English, the price goes up.
Lovely.
That's the way it is. Same thing for the games and everything else, because there are certain consoles that are region locked to the regions in the world, and then there are certain ones that are not region locked, usually the newer stuff. The former stuff was region locked because all the countries had different rules and regulations about stuff, but apparently with the newer stuff they didn't care as much, so there aren't as many requirements, so the regions are not locked.
Makes sense.
I mean, it happens so shocking that the value of things in different places. But I'd also like to learn Italian, Sicilian. I'd like to learn Polish. I'd like to learn a bunch of different languages.
What's the difference between Italian and Sicilian in the language?
Well, considering they're technically different countries, it's just the Italians took over Sicily, but let Sicily be Sicily. So basically, it's one place ruled by the same place, but they don't really bother the Sicilians, which is a good thing. 'Cause they're very stubborn and very aggressive. If it wasn't for tourism, it'd be a bloodbath over there. But
Could be.
Through Jackson's trilogies, I suppose.
But here's the question. Why did they translate the movies into a language in which they could understand it for them to become popular there?
Well, translating movies is much simpler than translating a book.
We're not talking about difficulty. We're talking about the ability to do so.
Demand?
There's obviously demand.
Yeah,
Because it
probably
became a
more
big
so
hit.
for the movies.
Yes, but the movies became popular. So they go, what's this? Is this movie based off of a book? Oh, would you look at that? It's based off of a book. So what do? You go look for the book. You say, I don't have a book. Well, you go to your bubble. Keep asking, hey, we want this, 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 want this, want this, want this, want this. Somebody somewhere is like, there's a
Maybe
market.
they just went over to the Bengali or Marathi version and read that. Right?
Maybe.
Or maybe
But
they
if
thought,
somebody,
speak English anyway, let's just go for the English version.
but I mean, there's a lot of them that do speak English. Just like if you go to the EU, there's a lot of people who speak English. You go to Japan, a lot of people at least understand English.
Maybe not if you go to France, right? But
we don't talk about France.
Fair enough.
They surrender too often. Are they even France anymore? Who knows?
Rather than bothering to go to a secondary source, they can easily access the primary one, the one in English, that is.
So she's complaining that it's not easy to do something that she doesn't put the effort into doing.
Yeah.
Sounds legit.
So there's not probably there is,
and it's not flattering when she's showing her head really low when she could just tilt the camera or whatever it is that she has to make her actually see her rather than seeing half of her.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, just like that. I'm just gonna slide down here.
Isn't so there is historical criticism against fantasy fiction, fantasy elements, as I have tried to show, particularly since the time of Premchand. So that actually shapes a good deal of the publisher's decisions. And
I feel like she's realizing during answering these questions that her entire speech was literally pointless.
Yeah.
Makes no sense.
Maybe I don't think she realizes that.
Yeah.
Just states as well. And there are.
I think she does. She just don't want to admit it.
Options available.
Well, she pauses. She's like, I need to reevaluate my life.
Possibly, yeah.
Hindi as well.
But
so
we will
naturally, they will prefer to read the ones that are written in Hindi, and the ones that are written in English.
Yeah.
But they're not. There is no Tolkien work
in English. Right.
There's no original Tolkien work that is originally in Hindi.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be Tolkien's work. I swear, people don't think before they let words out of their mouths.
Well, I suppose you could argue.
The one superpower I do have is
translation of a work is still the work itself.
But a translation is not the original. It's a translation.
Yeah, it's a translation, sure.
You altered
the content of the translation, if done properly,
could be altered. It could be the same content, but it's not the original form.
Sure.
It's not in English, which is the way it was created.
But it is still Tolkien's work.
It is still Tolkien's work, yes.
Yeah.
But Hindi is not the original.
Just not the original, yeah.
That's what she's claiming.
Was she?
She was. Weren't you listening?
Sure.
Rather than alt-tabbing everything.
I was, no. I'm not alt-tabbing now.
Number three.
3. We actually might get to a fourth question.
Among other things, you've spoken about the issues of language translation and research in a formerly colonized country. I'm wondering if you have...
What? Nope. Get rid of that. What just happened?
I have no idea. Also, I'm going to sit normally again. Fuck that.
It just totally blanked out for some reason.
Maybe your internet died. No, that can't be because we're still talking.
All right, here we go. I got to reset back again.
Country. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on the experiences of Indian readers given Tolkien's colonial and colonialist narratives, and if these narratives are as
I'm assuming the Númenóreans colonizing everything under the sun.
But they
Or maybe
just
elves.
back to where
Or
they
the elves. Well, no, they leave colonies.
Yeah, but they originally came from Middle Earth.
But they didn't like there were no Arnor and Gondor. They colonized those areas.
Sure.
But those places must have indigenous peoples.
Yeah, the same people that they came from.
But they're not technically the same people because those people don't have long lives like they do. They're a different people group.
Okay, yeah.
Otherwise, you could argue that if Adam and Eve's story is true and all humans came from Adam and Eve, we're all the same people group, so we're all the indigenous people of everywhere. So every time you conquer somebody, you're just the indigenous people replacing the indigenous people because we're all the same people.
Yeah.
Colonization does not exist. Congratulations.
Thanks.
prevalent in translation.
That was all I did.
Remember, colonization is when somebody with a different skin color shows up and takes over.
Skin color is part of it. I see now. Yeah.
Not genetics or anything.
No, it's just skin color, sure.
The original English.
Not so much in translation. As far as Tolkien's colonial and colonialist narratives, we are used to worse.
Worse as in it
you.
doesn't exist. It literally doesn't exist. Of course, you're used
but
to worse.
also in the Lord of the Rings, there is no specific colonial narrative.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, they did purge the orcs and displace them from their home in Angband and Mordor.
Angband didn't happen
in what?
Angband didn't happen in the Lord of the Rings book itself, right?
I mean, it technically was happening, I believe, at the same time. But
I think it was happening.
Was it right afterwards?
Before?
Well, there was the war in the north that was going on. Wasn't that Angmar? Or was that after?
Yeah, Angmar was in the north, but that was not.
Well, the Dunedain were fighting in the north against Sauron's forces.
Yeah, but we don't see that ever.
How about this? I'm gonna Google this.
Because we're focused on the south and Mordor. And that's not colonization, that's conquest.
I want the actual... Oh, Laura Bailey was in that. I didn't realize that. I don't know who the rest of these people are. That is not the correct one. Let's see. A 675-year-long war occurred between the northern Dunedain kingdoms of Arnor, mainly Arthedain, and the forces of Angmar led by the Witch King, but that doesn't say when it ended.
No, because Arnor is pretty much dead at the point where...
What was going on in Arnor during the War of the Ring? Arnor didn't really exist anymore and hadn't for over 1,000 years. The only population in Eriador was the Shire, Breland, and any dwellings of the Rangers, mostly suspected to be in the Angle, south of Rivendell. Under Saruman's influence, evil men traveled up the Greenway to the Shire, and the Breland were joined by the worst members of the Breland community who resorted to banditry, per Butterbur and Return of the King, Book 6, Chapter 7. They also asserted control over the Shire, installed a puppet government, blah, 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 blah. Mm-hmm. Beyond the Breland and the Shire, not much was going on in Eriador due to lack of anything to fight over, or indeed lack of combatants on either side. The Rangers of the North would have been busy fighting small against any evil men that traveled outside.
But not Angmar specifically, because I'm pretty sure that fell a while before.
It did fall, but I didn't know if they had either revived it or...
Of course, the Witch King is no longer in Angmar. He's chilling in Mordor.
Yeah, but if he's the king, he doesn't have to be there. he still exists. So his forces.
That means his forces are leaderless.
Well, no, he had was it Morkamir, his lieutenant, and I think I'm trying to see if whether or not he's a real character. Rogash of the Hill Trolls. I wouldn't particularly make him a leader, but he was a leader of the Hill Trolls, I believe. I'm trying to remember the difference between made up stuff and not made up stuff. Who gave the war? Oh, that's a mod for Battle of Middle Earth. Okay, never mind. How Aragorn and Isildur are related in the Lord of the Rings? I wonder why. How could they possibly be? It's a mystery. How about this? Because I know the dwarves are busy.
Yeah, but the dwarves are, I think, fighting in the east near the maybe Gundabad, right?
Rangers fought against orcs and wolves so orcs and wolves are still up there.
Okay, sure.
No idea how many. No idea how big the battles were. There weren't that many Dunedains, so I can't imagine they're big pitch battles. It was probably just random skirmishes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Mirkwood was invaded by Dol Guldur, and the area of the Lonely Mountain was invaded by an army of Easterlings. I really would like to see those battles, honestly. So there was stuff going on, but I mean, yeah.
Question number 4. It's fascinating to learn about the translation / adaptation of the Lord of the Rings in India.
Adaptation. Oh my gosh! I thought British people were supposed to be smart. He said adaptation. It's adaptation. This is like the third word he's butchered.
India. If a reader understands English they speak English in India, do they rely on the original English work? Does this mean limited need for
I mean, even to be fair, if you have one person who speaks Hindi, also Bengali and whatever the other main language is, but also speaks English, and they read the English, they themselves could translate it. Like, you're telling me that one person has all those qualifications that enjoys the series so much that they would translate it for you? Get out of here.
Translation into many languages in India. Has this limited the spread of his works in India at all? I think we've kind of touched on this already. Did you have anything else that you would like to add?
Not really. Not really. This has to do also with the presence of fantasy fiction works in those languages as well. So he has to compete with a lot of these works. So he can't, a reader prefers to choose something else over him. This is not the case for the Harry Potter series, though. Harry Potter has a dedicated school-going audience, which actually accepts those translations, loves those translations. So there is a difference between a lot of.
There's not, though. You could just do the same thing. Have a school that teaches the Lord of the Rings.
Oh wait, what?
Well, she's talking about Harry Potter being accepted by the huge children group because the schools are teaching stuff about Harry Potter and all that jazz. I'm like, then use Harry Potter on like middle schoolers, use Lord of the Rings on high schoolers. Like, that makes sense. Harry Potter's for younger kids than Lord of the Rings on a typical average. Both could read it technically, but it'd be easier for an older child or older kid or older teen or young adult or whatever to be able to read it. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Okay, so I just looked it up. The Angmar is destroyed sort of like 1,000 years.
Arnor was destroyed too. Yeah, Arnor was destroyed 1,000 years before Angmar was. but there was forces up there. I just couldn't remember if it was Angmar being reformed.
Itself.
Well, I'm saying like all it requires for Angmar to be reborn is the Witch King or somebody else to start breeding orcs and wolves up there. That's literally all it's required. They do that, boom, you have Angmar again.
Sure, but he wasn't there, so
I said or somebody he assigns because he himself. Oh,
This is a real B&H.
that is not what I wanted. I accidentally hit something on the keyboard. Hold on a second.
nice.
What just went wrong? I
don't know.
I accidentally restarted everything. Hold on. We'll have to redo that one particular section again, but you'll get to hear it this time.
Though Harry Potter has a dedicated student school-going audience which actually accepts those translations, loves those translations. So there is a difference between Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter because there is a difference in the perception of genre between them.
Okay.
What does that have to do with translation?
Okay, and I think this is going to be our last question.
Well,
before,
that's where I was
we
talking
move
about.
on.
That's where I was talking about. Like they don't have this problem with Harry Potter, who's also English, who also has all the same translation issues, right? They don't have that problem with Harry Potter, but they do with Lord of the Rings for some unknown reason, and they do it because of school and a large following of school kids or whatever. And it's like then like. Most high schools in America cover at least Lord of the Rings or something similar to that as a literary masterpiece.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Well,
we only get like stuff
very
from a million years ago.
Well, that's because you guys are barbarians who are only like still back millions of years ago.
No, it's because we have more history.
Also, you guys don't speak English, so there's that.
There's also that, true.
And you can't possibly translate it. You guys have the Indian problem. We're gonna now refer to that as the Indian problem. It's like, oh, yes. Sir, you have the Indian problem. What?
Wait a minute.
To what extent would you agree that the casting in the Jackson films was overly racialized to the degree that even non-humans such as elves and Maya were uniformly of a European phenotype?
It's almost like it's based off of a European
phenotype.
You know what a phenotype is?
Phenotype is the pronunciation, yeah, not phenotype.
We've already established this guy doesn't know how to say words. This has been established. Phenotype.
Phenotype.
It's like you guys saying aluminium.
Yeah, because it's aluminum.
Yes, but I prefer to say aluminium because it sounds funnier. Aluminium. That's the one thing I would give the Brits. They have aluminium. It is aluminum, but we say aluminium because it's funnier. It's the last question they got.
I don't see an answer. Did she disappear?
To what extent? They were to that extent.
The weirdest delay ever. It's like, how about this question?
Wait, why's no one answering? Oh no. And this is pre-filmed, right?
Well, this is live film.
Is it live? Okay,
I
sure.
think so.
I guess.
They're talking live. The presentation might have been filmed. But
yeah, but like maybe the presentation is filmed. I know because they do questions from the chat, right?
Well, no. So you can record your presentation, give it to them. They cut the recording. You are still there.
Sure. The presentation is definitely recorded. And
well,
I mean, maybe this part is also recorded.
They could. I don't claim to have total knowledge on this.
Maybe they cheat the chat questions.
I'm not going to. Well, no. The recording
maybe the chat isn't real.
Solipsism, dude. What can I say? Do you know what solipsism is?
Vaguely.
Can't claim to have.
I thought it was called solipsism, not solipsism.
Tomato.
Wow.
Aluminum. Yeah. But either way, you can't claim to have total knowledge about this thing. So
yeah.
You can shut your pie hole, good sir.
I never said I had.
Well, you did. You said things
No.
didn't exist outside of the physical realm. That's claiming total knowledge. We had this
No,
conversation
I never
earlier.
said
You
that.
don't learn. You don't learn, Matt.
Because
you
I
don't.
never said that.
You agree
I
with
did
him.
not say there's nothing beyond the physical.
You
I
said
say
anything that we can know is physical.
we can only know the physical because
Can
we
we?
need to interact with stuff to know.
What if somebody comes to you and says they're not physical?
And then I can try and touch them, and if I can, I know they're lying.
And if you can't,
Then I can't interact with them.
well, you could. You just did. That's why
Yeah.
you're trying to touch them. You literally try to touch them because you can interact with them.
Yeah, but the interaction itself is necessarily
happened,
physical.
sir? It's not, though.
Yeah, it is.
Because no audible sound might be made.
Right. But if there's no sound, I can't hear them.
Well, if it's telekinesis.
If it's telekinesis, it interacts with the physical world.
Does it? If
Yeah.
you're the only one person who can hear it, does it interact with the physical
Also,
world?
telekinesis is not.
I was going to say, is it telekinesis?
It's telepathy.
Telepathy. I was like, telekinesis sounds wrong all of a sudden. Telepathy. Sorry. Telekinesis would be the physical world. Telepathy,
Right.
no.
But there would still need to be a mechanism that makes telepathy interact with the physical world. Otherwise, I can't interact with it.
Well, only if the mind and the brain are one thing, but there's no conducive or conductive or whatever. Conducive, I think is the term.
If
no
my
conducive
mind could detect stuff that's not physical, then I would
realize
there's no physical.
people claim that all the time, right?
Do they?
They do. People are like, I talk to God.
Right.
Well, there you go.
I don't.
There are people who claim to have telepathic powers.
Sure.
So if they do,
They
then
don't use that telepathic power on me.
so they don't have to.
So
Are they required
I
to?
don't interact with their telepathy.
Yes, but the idea
And
is that if it
therefore,
happened,
I cannot know whether that is a
well,
thing.
if it did happen and you did know, but there's no physical evidence that it did happen, which is what telepathy would be. You have no way to physically prove that you had a voice in your head.
Yeah.
But you had a voice in your head.
Did I?
Well, did you?
I don't think so.
So you're insane.
Maybe.
But if you're not, because they test you and you're not insane,
How would I
you can be on
test
drugs. But if you're not, there's no drugs in your system. At some
Well,
point,
you
you're
could
going
be insane without drugs, right? That's not.
No. I'm saying if they tested you to see if you were insane, and they weren't, they
Yeah,
they
but see, I don't trust that you can test that.
You don't trust that you can test that.
Not with our.
Is it not physical?
No.
Not do science good stuff.
See, insanity is something that's very.
So you're saying
not
psychology cannot
properly defined.
good stuff.
Psychology is not a real science, right?
So the mind and the brain are not the same. Oh, gee golly whiz, Matt, man, we are
I'm saying that they have problems with their methodology.
But why? It's science.
Is it though?
Well,
They talk to some people and say, "Oh, yeah, that means this is the case."
They're doing physical science in the physical world, good sir.
And yet they can't replicate anything important.
Ha! But it's the mind which is physical, therefore you could replicate it.
Yeah, if every mind was the same.
No, not if every mind's the same. They mechanically work the same.
They don't.
Might not. They don't.
They're all unique.
Brains do not fire off things in the manila jazz.
See, the specific structure of those neurons is unique for every single individual.
They don't have craniums. They don't have all the necessary. What is it?
Well, yeah, they have all the necessary parts, but the connections between those parts are different per person.
But they perform the same functions.
Not completely.
So you're saying that they have hose A stuck in hose H on somebody else?
What the fuck does that even mean?
I'm scared. Like they got the tubes in the wrong places.
No, not in
Because-
the wrong places, in different places.
If they're in different places, they're not doing the same thing. They're probably in
Yeah,
the wrong.
they're not
place.
doing exactly the same thing. There is a slight variation between every single person's brain structure.
So you're saying every person's brain structure is a snowflake?
So you could look at it like that. Yeah. Except
I could, because I did.
You're not made of snow, so there's that.
I mean, are you though?
No,
You're not made of water?
I'm not made of snow.
I mean, if you get cold enough, you can be.
Yeah, but I'm not right now.
Well, not right now. Snow's not right now the same way because there's no snow in here. Congratulations. You've made an observation that's obvious.
Yeah. So I don't know why you're asking this if it's obvious.
I forgot. I can't talk philosophy with you guys. You guys just don't understand philosophy.
No,
It's
I
so
do. I just
No,
think
you don't.
you're taking
Literally-
it a bit too far.
That's what you do in philosophy.
No.
You go all over the place and then you narrow it down based off of certain things.
Yeah,
You make
except you never narrow it down.
You guys don't let me. You cut me off immediately and say, but nature doesn't do it that way. And I'm like, yeah, because I'm not making a natural claim. It's like saying science cannot prove God exists or disprove God exists. It's like, well, yes, because God is not physical. Science is a physical only thing. So if science is a physical only thing, you cannot prove a non-physical thing with a physical measurement. That would be stupid and insane to even try. So why do people like, because I can't do it via science, therefore it doesn't exist? It just blows my mind because it's like, well, then maybe you should use a different measurement because you're using the wrong one.
Like what?
I don't know. I never claimed that there was one to possibly use or physically be reliable or whatever. But that doesn't mean there's not one, is it?
It doesn't mean no.
Okay,
But
thank you for not claiming total knowledge. Thank you. We're back to the same.
I never said I was claiming total knowledge.
You never said you were clever either.
Sure, but I am. So
But you never said it. You couldn't be. There you go. Congratulations.
No. Being clever has just nothing to do with total knowledge.
I didn't say it was. I just said you never claimed it.
Yeah, I claimed it just now.
But you said you didn't, and then you claimed it, which means you didn't.
I said I never claimed it.
And then you did.
I am going to do it now.
You didn't say I'm going to do it now. I'm saying your claim that you never did it, or that you didn't claim you were.
Okay, sure. I
clever.
said
It cancels out. It cancels out.
I am. So I have now claimed it, right? That's how that
works.
works.
Do you have any proof though?
Do I need proof?
Can you prove 100% that you are clever? Because you made the claim?
Yes, I can.
How do you do that?
Because I know how my own mind works.
Wow, that sounds like a subjective claim that has no actual proof of it at all.
Yeah.
It's like an eyewitness testimony, which apparently
is not something you prove because it's an opinion.
Well, everything's opinion if that's the case. Science is opinion.
Clever is a word that is necessarily opinion based.
It's not a word, it's an attribute.
Yeah, but it's necessarily opinion based.
But you can prove an attribute by doing the attribute.
Right, but then it's not an attribute.
It is. An attribute is a part of you, but it's separate from something else that's also a part of you.
Sure, but it's not an inherent thing because it's opinion based.
It doesn't have to be inherent. You could become smart if you're not smart to begin with.
Yeah, but
a baby that's a newborn does not have the intelligence level of Albert Einstein.
But
you know why? Sure. Because there's this thing called growth. You have to develop these things. Just like going to school doesn't make you smart. It just allows you to potentially become smarter. You have to still put the work.
That does not change anything about the fact that whether someone is smart or not is purely based on your own personal opinion.
I never claimed it was. I claimed it was an attribute.
Yeah, and I said it's purely opinion based.
Well, everything else you were saying is opinion based, but you can show the attribute by comparing it. Okay. How do I show I have a strong attribute? Do I do strong stuff?
Sure.
Okay, then I show by lifting a lot of weight that I am
But
strong, correct?
what is strong?
Well, that depends on what your standard is. If your
Exactly.
standard-
It's opinion based.
well, no, you find the average, and then
No.
you go above the average. That's the
It's
standard.
opinion based.
Average is the standard.
I can think the average is weak.
Okay, the average is well, no, it wouldn't be weak because the weak needs to have a standard to fight against it.
Right, but average, what do you include in the average?
So if everyone in the world lifts 20 pounds and everyone can lift 20 pounds,
Right.
then you move 30 pounds. Everyone cannot lift 30 pounds. So then the
Sure.
people who can't weigh 30 pounds are weak.
Do
People
we
who can
include
weigh more than 30
the
pounds.
lifting power of an elephant in that?
What do you mean?
So humans
Okay.
versus elephants, average.
Well, that's not a comparison you could have considering muscle mass is different between the two.
Yeah, humans are weaker than elephants.
Yes.
I can think humans are weak.
What's the standard to make those things?
Right, but the standard is based on opinion.
No, the standard is clear fact. No one can lift more than freaking somebody who
Because
can't.
it depends on what you consider strong to be. Where is the baseline value?
Strong means you can do more than less.
Yeah.
You can do more than the weaker.
Mhm.
So if your max capacity is
But
say,
by that nature, everyone's strong.
well, no, they
Yeah,
might be
because
stronger. Everyone might be
weaker-
stronger than you, but they're not.
weaker can include stuff that is, for example, not a human.
Yes, but the context we were talking about is among humans.
Is it?
Non-humans didn't. Yes, because you said we were talking about humans and strength, power levels, and weakness. Then you're like elephants.
No, you said,
like-
am I strong?
Yes, I
Yes.
be a human would be strong. Now, if I said, "Am I a human
You have
stronger
to
than say a
specifically state.
Vincian who's a slab of rock who is a navigator for a spaceship?"
I mean,
Well, yes, because he can't lift anything.
I'm not sure how that works for Vintians, right? Do they lift stuff?
Is it factual? Well, I mean, they're a rock. You take that guess. If you
If you put something on top
would
of
you
it,
admit I am stronger than something that can't do what I can do?
Sure, yes.
So if I say this stick on the ground, am I stronger than the stick because I can lift a rock and it can't?
Well, that's
That's
a bit
obvious.
awkward.
It's clearly weird. Obviously,
Yeah,
that's the point.
sure, I would say yes.
We're establishing.
But see, you can only do that relative to other things.
No, because
Yeah, you can.
is it subjective that I'm stronger than the stick?
No, see, that's not what I'm saying. You have to always include another entity to compare your strength to.
Technically, I don't. I only have to fulfill the claim in which I am making. I made a specific claim
Which is?
that I can pick up a stone and that stick can't.
Okay, yeah, but you're comparing your strength to that of the stick.
Yes.
Yeah.
I am thus stronger than the stick.
Mhm. So you have to always compare two things to see which one is stronger.
Yes. That's how attributes work.
Mm-hmm.
Am I smarter than
You
somebody
can't
else?
say
Yes,
am I
but am I
strong?
smarter than everybody?
purely
Possibly.
without comparing, right? Because strong is not a thing on its own.
I mean, it is.
Is it though?
There are people who are naturally stronger than other people. This is
Yeah. You can
documented
say
in
stronger
physical-
compared to the average of humans,
Yes.
but that's
The
not
average.
strong
The average is the bar.
objectively.
Is above average and below average a thing?
Yeah.
So if I'm above average in a specific topic,
In
it's
a
also
specific
a thing.
category. Yeah.
Like strong or weak.
If you are stronger than the average, then you are
Then you are
stronger
strong.
than the average.
Well, you're strong.
But
Because
if
you
you're
have-
strong, depends on if you actually want to compare it to that average.
Well, it's not that if you want to. If you want to, would be the subjective part. That's not objective.
Right.
So if I say the
So
average,
I could totally not care about the average of humans.
you could not care about literally anything. That doesn't mean it's not real or objective.
No, it means that you have no baseline value.
The baseline was the average. That's what I said. The average is
but it's not universal.
It is universal. Pick something. Pick something.
Right. Okay, but see, I can say, are you stronger than an elephant?
The new baseline is the level of strength of humans versus elephants.
Yeah, and that means there is no universal baseline because you have to first establish where it is.
Well, no, because you're trying to use the average human baseline as the entire baseline of everything.
No,
that's not how it works.
That's what you're doing.
No. I said for a particular thing. When we say I am strong, it's comparative to other humans. You say, how do you find the baseline? Well, the baseline is the average.
That's if you specifically compare yourself to other humans.
Yes, when you change...
But that's your value.
No, it's the value.
I can decide that I don't really care about that.
Okay, then you pick a different value.
Yeah.
And then you compare across the average.
We have different...
On average, can an elephant pick up more than a human?
Of what is
considered strong. So an elephant would be stronger. Well, no. If I can pick up 50 pounds and you can pick up 5, you can't say I'm objectively stronger than you.
No, stronger is a different thing than strong.
Well, yes. Well,
yeah.
No, because I have the attribute of strength, which is where strong and stronger would be based upon.
But everyone has the attribute of strength. It's just the value.
More so than others, and thus one is strong or stronger. You don't give the attribute of strength to someone who's doesn't have strength.
Using the word strong or weak, right, as its opposite, is dependent on where...
What's the opposite of strength?
Not having strength, being weak.
What's the actual title for it?
I don't know.
It's not strength and not strength.
Weakness,
it's strength and the weakness is just a variant of weak.
Yeah.
Which is also a variant of weaker, which is a variant of... You got variants. The point is context.
What word do you want specifically as the opposite of strength?
I don't know.
Right.
I'm not claiming that there is one. Because you were saying that this, and this are variables. So the opposite of this would be a variable.
The attribute we call strength, sure. And you can be stronger than things or weaker than things.
Are you claiming that strength is literally being able to do anything with muscles? Is that your definition of strength?
That's the attribute. You can have a value at which you are in the strength.
The value, if strength is literally you pick something up, there are people who cannot pick something up, so they would not be strength. Well, no, they'd be strong. There you go. We're using the proper term for the proper grammatical variance.
No, but strength is how much you can do. You have enough strength.
But if you can do 0, if you can do 0, you have...
Then you don't have it.
You have a lack of strength.
Yeah.
Okay. But then how do you the person who has strength versus somebody who's strong? It's the person who can do more is stronger than the person.
Yes, stronger. It's relative.
Then we find an average across the board of bodybuilders or non-bodybuilders. Typically, bodybuilders can lift more,
and does not give
have more strength.
Absolute value of what is considered strong.
Well, you don't have weakness if you don't know what strength is.
And I don't care about that.
Well, you have to.
No, I don't.
Because when does the line of weak start?
Yeah, that's the question.
That's where you find the average. The average is the only possible way to do that. Otherwise, I could say the strongest man in the world is the weakest person in the world, and you have no proof to otherwise.
The average is a useful place to point it, right? Because it's useful, but it's not the only one you can choose.
What's an alternative?
The alternative is setting a specific value of how much stuff you can lift.
Okay. So if the average pound weight is 100 pounds across all humans, and somebody lifts 300 pounds, would you call them strong? Would you say they have strength?
Stronger than the average.
When do they have strength?
That depends on what I choose to be the value at which I consider things to be strong.
Well, if it's 100 and that's the value you pick,
100, right? If 100 is the average.
that's the value you
By the
pick.
way,
Which
pounds. How much is that in proper units?
oh, yeah, right. Pound is the proper. Are you talking about kilograms? Is that what you go off of?
Yes.
No, that's not proper.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Right. 100, I would say, is, well, if we see that as average, right?
A bag of concrete
It's
average is 80 pounds.
a bag of concrete.
A bag of concrete. Some people can carry 2. Some people can only carry 1. Which
Yeah.
one has strength?
Well,
both
they
of them?
both have strength.
Either of them? Well, why? How do you know that
Because
they both have
strength is the ability to exert force.
So everyone has strength,
Everyone has strength.
except for those who can't.
No, they also have strength, just not as
How
much.
do the people who can't exert have strength?
Everyone can exert force.
Except for those who can't. That's why they're paralyzed.
Yeah,
They
but
can't.
those don't exist.
Paralyzed people don't exist.
Well, no.
Wow, that's pretty.
Okay.
That's pretty dark.
Paralyzed people who can do absolutely nothing
They exist.
do
They
not
are
exist.
people. What do you mean they can't do? What?
Because if they can't do anything at all,
They're
nothing,
literally stuck in
then
chairs.
they are instantly dying.
No, they have other people taking care of them. That's how that works.
How do they eat food?
Somebody feeds them through either a tube, liquids, or they
Right.
pump it
How do
directly
they
in the stomach.
digest it?
Their body's going to break it apart through bacterial. They don't use
Their
muscles for that.
body needs to do something.
Yes, but a
Right.
bacteria or a blood vessel is not your muscles.
No, okay, sure. But you
Plus,
need
you
to,
can use
if you
things like
cannot
warm.
use any
blankets,
muscle in
increase
your
the blood-
body.
You can use warm blankets or electrical blankets or something to create warmth in a body. Which
Okay,
increases
let's
blood.
just say they are probably better off dead then.
That's not the point, and that's also kind of cruel. But you might not be wrong. I'm not disagreeing with that, but it's cruel. But the point is that you're identifying strength based off of a value that you subjectively pick, rather than something that can be a constant, despite your opinion. Despite your opinion,
No, but it can't be a constant.
it can be.
No,
It's constantly the average.
but the average can change and therefore make it
Yes.
constant.
Yeah. No. It's still the average.
Yeah,
The
but it's
average
not
will
constant.
change, but the constant is always the average. The average is not a number. The
Yeah, but
average is
you-
the averages. Okay. I'll explain this to you like you're a 2-year-old.
Sure.
Because currently in philosophy-wise you are. But, okay. So, I say that with all the love in my heart. So
I sincerely doubt that.
you're right. I don't have any love in my heart.
Indeed.
I don't understand romance. Anyway, it's autism. So, okay. The average,
Mhm.
100 pounds.
Yeah, that's a number.
Yeah. People become stronger. And
Mhm.
the average is now 105 pounds.
Yeah, different number, not constant.
Number is not what I said. I said the average.
Yeah,
If the average is now
the
105,
average
the
is
average is
105. 105, different number than 100. So
it is
the
a
constant
different
is
number,
not constant.
but you still have to beat the value.
Sure. But the value
Percent-
changes.
Can a number change, but a
Therefore-
percentage stay the same? It is
Yeah.
possible. Okay. An average is a percentage. If you say
it's not.
50%,
An average is not a percentage.
if I say 50% and numbers change, it'll stay
Mhm.
50%.
Not necessarily.
Yes, we just
No.
established that if the numbers change, the percentage can be the same.
There
Is
can
there
be, but it's not
Okay.
necessarily the same because the average is not the same as 50%.
I'm not claiming the average stays static, if that's what you're going. I'm saying the average will always be the average because it's the
Yeah,
average.
sure, but it's not constant.
The average is constant because there's always an average. There's
There's
always
always an average, sure.
an average. Thank
But
you.
the value of the average is not
Doesn't matter.
constant. It
Doesn't
does.
matter. Everyone above that number, whatever the number is, wherever it changes to, everyone above that is stronger than those who are not above that.
Yeah,
they're
sure,
weaker.
obviously.
So what I'm saying is that the average will always be the average. It will not
Mhm.
always be the number. That's
The
the same.
average will always be the average, sure. But
Yes. The number will change. If the number shifts
associated
up, the
will
people who
change.
are above it, if the people who are above
That
it
does make it
are
not
below it,
constant.
they are not. I'm not
No.
saying the number is constant. I'm saying the average is constant.
Yeah,
They're
but that
all
doesn't matter because the number is the important bit.
Is it?
Yeah,
Who's it important to?
the ones who are measuring
Subjectively
whether
making it
people
important.
are
That's what makes
strong.
it subjective. What I'm saying is you're picking a value. You're saying this number, you are picking it. It's your subjective opinion, but everybody
Mhm.
else could have a different value.
Sure.
But if you have a number that's not a set number, but is a set average,
Yeah.
that always can change the number of, but it's
why
always
is the
average.
average important for considering what is strong?
Because it's objective, because it does not itself change. You cannot move the average against what the average will be. It's despite your preference,
Yeah.
always going to be that
But
thing.
it doesn't
It'll
matter if I think the average is not strong.
If you think the average is 72, but I think it's 84,
No, it's not about the number.
that's what I was saying. It's about the average.
If the average is average, right? And let's say
The
on a
average
scale
is
of 1
average
to
by
100,
definition.
it's 50.
What? Say that again.
And let's say the average is 50 on a scale from 0 to 100, right?
Okay. It changes to 51. Now it's 55. Now it's 54.
Is
Now it's
someone
32.
with 51 strong?
Yes.
I would say no.
They have more strength than somebody else.
They have more strength than the average, but they're not strong.
Yeah. Well, if the average is what you would consider base strength, like on D&D, it'd be a 10.
Then
Anything higher than
10.01 is not strong. It's just a bit better than the average.
That's what stronger means.
Stronger, but not strong.
If you are stronger than, you are strong. If you are not stronger than, you are not strong. That's
right. So if I'm not stronger,
the attribute
than
of
the one
strong.
who is at 100, am I not strong?
You are stronger than average.
Yeah.
It's a whole category. It's above and below.
The stronger
are you alive or are you dead? The average baseline of life and death is here. If you are above it, you are alive. If you are below it, you are dead.
Sure.
Are you
lifer?
Binary.
No.
Are you deader?
No, but that's
you are in
the
categories. There are two categories.
There is no gradation.
The numbers are irrelevant.
Or dead.
The numbers are irrelevant.
The numbers are relevant.
No.
Yes.
If the average is 300, then being over 300 means you're strong, and if you're below 300, you're weak.
If the average is 300 and you are at 300.001, you're above 300, but you are still basically average. You're not strong.
Well, you would be. You are of stronger.
You would be stronger, but only barely so, and that's not actually strong.
Barely is not part of the calculation.
Because calculation doesn't matter.
In range. Okay, how about this? In range of points, if it's 50 pounds, and you do 70, well, that's barely over average if compared to 4,000.
Yeah, but we're working on a scale of 0 to 100.
No, we're working on a scale of higher or lower. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, but I don't.
That's what average is. An average is here.
Average, but average doesn't mean the difference between strong and weak.
No, I'm saying the objective standard is what is setting if you're higher or lower based on the average.
The objective standard is useless for determining whether someone is strong.
No. The subjective standard is useless because it was only your opinion. It's only your value. And everyone under the world has to agree with your value for it to be valid. That is not possible. It's literally impossible.
Yeah, but having a 50% is strong, 50% is not strong is equally silly.
But we're not talking about 50%. We're talking about 51.
We are
or 40.
talking 50%.
No. We're
Because
talking
you say
above.
everyone above the average is strong.
If 50.0000 infinity, if you are higher than that by any little speck, you are above. If you are below it, you are below it.
Yeah.
That's how, like, if my hand's here, I am below it. I am above it. That's how that works.
Yeah.
So I fit in a category. There are not 70 billion categories for strength.
Well, you could argue there are.
There's strong. Well, no, you could say there's different weight classes. There's difference.
There is average strength. There is a bit above average. There is strong. There is super
You
strong.
would need a ceiling, which is usually the highest. You basically go to the weakest, which is at the bottom. You'd go to the highest, which is the strongest. You'd have to find the strongest human, and then you would fit into that. But if you're only placing the average, there is no cap, there is no bottom, then it can't do that. Because it hasn't been set. That's not how the data gathering has been put together.
Yeah.
It is dependent upon the... Okay, think of it like
see,
you input data, and the data comes out is only going to be based upon what you put in. I can't put in, if you're above, you're strong. If you're below, you're weak. And then come out with, well, what about this? What about that? No, it's a totally different equation.
I get that.
You're changing the equation in that sense for it to count.
I think you're, let's call it...
crazy?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the word is.
I don't know. In order for it to be objective, it has to not be based on a random value that people deem to be the value.
Yeah, sure.
So the only way you can do that from a naturalistic perspective is from an average.
Sure.
And the only way to get an average is to get everyone to participate, which makes it really difficult because you'd have to get every single person in the world to participate.
Which is why you approximate.
So you approximate, and you take a poll or whatever, and you get a large sample size. You say, this is the average. Everyone who could do more is able to do more. And everyone who can't do it, can't do it. You can't say, well, they can barely do it or they can barely not do it.
Right,
you just say
but let's say the average is at 10 for whatever reason.
I don't know why we're going from 50 to 10, but okay.
Well, 10 is just a number.
An easier number to hit?
That too, but also I know a person who is like 1 million.
I'm assuming you're being sarcastic.
This is like an exaggerated example.
Hypothetical.
Right. So the average at 10, let's make it 100, right? That's a bit closer to 1 million.
You might as well make it 500,000 since we're going to go averages anyway.
Yeah. So anyone who is close to the average and very far from the 1 million that I happen to know, totally for real. Yeah.
Totally legit.
I would not consider strong.
Why?
Because they are very far away from my ideal of strength.
No. They're not near the cap. They're still in the section. They're still above the average.
But I say that doesn't matter.
That's subjective, though. That's not objective.
Because it's a subjective measure.
What I'm saying
is
subjective.
No one ever is going to determine people to be strong based on the average of the population.
Let's pick
unless they are very far above the average.
Let's pick a small sample size for the ease of simplicity. You got 10 people.
Sure.
You have a 50-pound bag of dirt.
These 10 people are all of the existing people you can choose.
Well, I'm picking a small sample size because they could stand for 10 billion people. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, okay,
but it's for simplicity's sake.
So there are more than 10 people in this hypothetical example. We just use 10 people as a sample.
I'm not counting a specific large number because then it gets into larger mathematical stuff I don't really want to do.
Yeah, no, but do we take the 10 as a sample taken from the total population or as the total population itself?
That's why it's called a sample size.
Yeah, sample size, sure, but that is basically useless.
I'm taking 10 people. No. Okay. It's a percentage. The percentage will never change. The number will.
No.
Yes,
The
because
percentage can change.
10 people is a percentage of all humans on Earth. The number will change if
Right.
people die or are born, but the percentage of 10 people will still be that
No.
percentage of people.
Yeah, but if 1 people gets born,
And somebody dies,
the percentage is different.
Yeah, I know. What I'm saying
And why
is
do
that
you say the percentage will never change?
the percentage for the average of those 10.
Okay, sure.
So if you have 10 people, there's a
Mhm.
bag of 50 pounds of dirt. 50 pounds is not a high number. It's not
Sure.
difficult to reach.
50 pounds, probably
Let's-
not difficult. Yeah, sure.
It's not if you have both arms and you're using your legs and you're bending your knees and
Yeah.
all the basic stuff you need to do to pick it. Every single one of these 10 people gets a lesson for like a week long of how to pick up stuff. They have perfect form.
Yeah.
They go up to it. They pick it up or they can't pick it up.
Mhm.
3 people can't pick it up. 7 people can pick it up.
Okay.
So your average is that percentage.
What percentage?
What is it? I hate math.
Well,
Do the math.
measuring,
Make
right?
this easier.
Oh.
So if you have what would it be? How would you even do that? Is that 30? Well, I mean, it's 30% couldn't and 70% could.
Okay.
What's the what would be the average percentage? 30% or 70%?
Well, I would assume 30% is the cutoff point, but it's
I know, but is the average 70% people could or 30% couldn't? Exactly.
See.
You're supposed to be the physics person. You do the math, remember?
No, but I need to know what it is we're measuring. Is it just the
How many people of the 10 couldn't
Oh,
do
how
it?
many people? Then you would just say 70% could.
Okay, so what's the average of 7 and 10 or 7 and 3?
What do you mean? There is.
I'm trying to find an average point. I don't like math. I hate arithmetic. I love mathematics. So you're trying to figure out calculate.
Yeah, but this is weird because you have a sample size of. There is no value attached to the individual people, so you can't make an average.
Well, the value is, can you pick up 50 pounds?
Yeah, but that's not a value. That's a yes or no.
It's a weight.
It's a binary.
Yes, the whole category. If you're above, you're yes. If
Yeah,
you're below,
see,
no, that's binary.
The thing was 50 pounds.
50 pounds.
Sure. The people who couldn't lift 50 pounds, do we assume they can lift 0 pounds?
It's irrelevant.
No, it's not, because you want an average.
I know. I'm saying they can't pick up the 50. That's the only data we have.
Then you can't make an average because you need to know what they can lift.
Okay. They can pick up 40, but they can't pick up 50.
Sure.
Obviously, the other 7 people can pick 40.
In that case, you can calculate the average by doing 40 times 3 plus 50 times 7, and that divided by 10, which is 47 pounds.
So 47% is the average.
No, pounds.
Or 47 pounds is the average.
Yes.
But what percentage of people who can lift it?
70%.
So 70%. Now, how do I build that into an average for people to go above and below, or do I do that purely off of the 50
You
pounds?
do that based on the pounds.
Okay.
If you can lift more than 47 pounds, you're above average.
Okay. So you're strong enough to pick up 50 pounds.
So do we consider all 7 people to be strong?
Yes. Because the question wasn't, are they strong? Is this person stronger than this person, this person, this person? And they just keep bouncing back and forth until they find a weight they can't. That's not the question. The question is, do they fit into the strong category because they can pick it up, or the weak category because they can't?
Right, but I disagree that the strong category is half of the population.
Why are you disagreeing with that?
Because it's clearly not.
It's clearly not what?
Strong.
Why is it not strong?
Because
it's a subjective number that you picked in your head?
Yes, and
because
also
it can't pick up 60,000 pounds?
It includes the central positions.
Can someone be strong?
Yes.
No, they can't.
they can.
They can't.
Why not?
Because they'll never reach the number I make up in my head. They'll never
Okay.
reach that value. So none of them are ever strong.
But
Therefore,
I can reach my value. So my answer is yes.
you're picking a random value, which is
Yeah, but
subjective.
you're also picking a random value. So
Exactly why subjectivity don't work, dude. I'm telling you
but
that.
it
That's
is subjective because it's based on what you value. You say, I consider all these
I'm
people
basing
weak
it off of
because
what is possible.
my value. Well, but possible is not what you value it of, because otherwise it would be
No,
lifting
that's what it
more
is.
than zero.
No. What's possible? Is it possible for all 10 people to pick 50-pound bag of dirt up?
Yeah, and my range for that
Answer
would
at
be
the current
probably,
moment, no.
if
Yes,
you
but
want to be considered strong, you
It's a
have to
sample.
be in the top 20%, maybe 30, but not
Well, that would be
just
the
above
strong
average.
guest.
Hmm?
That would be the strong guest.
And only the strongest are considered strong.
Or should I say strong est? Whatever you want to say. But you're also comparing them to be the strong guest. I'm sorry, strong est. I keep doing that. Wrong.
And why would you do that?
I'm focusing on the wrong syllable. But
Yeah,
so
that's syllable. That's
syllable. So if somebody can pick up 100 pounds and you're like, oh, they're strong. And I'm like, well, they can't pick up 400 pounds.
Mhm.
Are they strong still?
Well, it's not an objective category.
Because you're picking a subjective number,
Yeah.
a subjective value.
Because it's not an objective one.
But if you had 7 billion people come in
Mhm.
and a percentage of them, whatever that might be, come up with they can pick up 47.5% or a 47.5 pound bag.
Sure.
If you go above that, you would be considered strong. And if you were below that, you would be weak. Because the objective
I
standard,
disagree with that. I would say only the
you're
top
disagreeing because of the
percentage
value.
is true.
So you're saying no matter what the value is, only 1% is strong.
No, not 1%. That's a bit excessive.
Okay, top 30%?
But not, say, a 20% range around the average.
Well, they can't all be the strongest because only one can be the strongest.
Yeah, sure.
So how do you base that value?
Because you just don't include things that are near the average.
Well, no, you pick an objective mark. Can you hit 500? They both hit 500. Can you hit 550? One hits 550, the other one can't. Well, the objective mark is the 550.
Sure.
It's an
But
average.
it's not objective, though.
Well, it's an average because one can, one can't.
Why? Sorry,
Between
550 is
just
what
throwing out
only
numbers.
one person can do.
Out of two.
Oh, we're doing two. Okay. I thought you were
Okay,
on
out
the
of the two
7
people who are
million.
the strongest. That's the person who's the strongest, the person who's the second strongest.
Right.
How
But
you
that's
find
I
I'm
don't
saying
think that's possible to make
No,
any
no, no,
conclusions.
no. This is how we're picking an objective point.
Yeah, but you
When someone-
can't do an objective point. That's the
can.
whole thing I'm trying to say.
But you can, because
No,
one is capable of doing it, the other one is not capable of doing it.
Yeah.
Objectively.
So
you
one
find-
is stronger than the other,
Yes.
but they don't necessarily have
One
to be
is
strong.
strongest.
Yeah. But
The
not
other one
strong.
cannot be strongest.
It could be that you have two people,
That's what we were just doing.
and one can lift 2 pounds, the other can't. Do you
Okay.
consider that strong?
What's the average?
The average in this case is 1 pound.
Can the second person pick up the 1 pound?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, the second person is basically paralyzed and can't do anything.
I thought those people didn't exist.
Those don't exist. Yes.
So I don't know the mathematical or the arithmetical. Is that even a word? Arithmetical.
0
the arithmetic
plus
aspect.
2 divided by 2 is 1. Average is 1.
Okay, so the average is 1.
One
Objective.
person can lift 2 pounds.
I know.
Yes.
As long as they're over the average, they would be above in that category.
Yeah.
This is only in strength. There are other categories.
Sure.
Intelligence, there's other dexterity, there's
We don't care about those. We just have a strength measurement.
No, I'm saying all of them universally can have an average.
They can have an average, yes.
They can't
But you
universally
don't define whether someone is strong, smart, clever, whatever, based only on the average.
Why not?
Because you need to have a large difference from
Why?
the average. Because otherwise, you are approximately average.
If you're setting the sample sizes, here's the average, and you need X amount to be above average, or way beyond, or excelling average. Now you're creating additional categories. We haven't created those additional categories.
But you need to do that.
You don't need to.
Well,
you just have to fit in a category.
You cannot do that. Sure. But then I can disagree about the validity of your category.
No, because you can't argue the validity of objectivity.
I can't argue that it's above average.
Okay,
but I can argue
there
that
are
it's
three
not
categories
strong.
in my instance. What are my three categories?
Below average.
Okay.
Average.
Okay.
And above average.
Okay. If those numbers are set objectively,
sure.
Every person fits in one of those three categories.
Yeah, sure.
That's a guaranteed. There's no way around that one. So if you say, well, I want to
argue that no one fits in the perfect average category.
Well, no, I said everyone fits in one of those three.
That's why I said yes.
Yeah, exactly. So if you want to add additionals like the extra excellent or the extra pathetic, well, you have 5 categories.
Sure.
Everybody fits in one of those 5 categories.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. So regardless of how many categories you add or don't add, somebody's going to fit in one of them.
Yeah.
They have to. They're either average, above average, less average, excellent, or not excellent. They're always going to be something like that.
Yes, and the point is
standard as opposed to your particular percentage of value. Whatever you feel the value is irrelevant because your value can change or be contested by somebody else's value.
Yeah.
You cannot contest an objective value because it's despite you. That's my point.
But see, the point is whether or not you use the same objective value is important.
Why?
You say everyone above 50% is strong.
Everyone who can be higher than the middle,
sure,
which cannot be strong nor weak.
Let's say we have more information. Right, and we can get
data we have to input for this outcome. Yes,
we can with the exact same input.
It's not the same input if you're adding additionals to it.
No, but I'm not adding additionals. I'm using
the exact. Let's do this, which is a new thing.
Okay,
it's the data,
but it's not really. It looks like it's more, but it's not. Right, because you used a specific set of data to establish your average.
That's how science works. You put
with
in
that exact
specific
data, you can establish what is, say, the 60% mark.
Are you using average as your baseline or the bottom of the weakest?
I'm using the original data set.
I know. Where are you starting your percentage from?
I'm starting it from the data set. Okay, example.
Above or below?
We have 10 people. Right?
Okay. Number doesn't matter. That's not going to help either way. I'm saying you have a cap up top, you have a cap down below. Are you starting from the bottom to get 60%? Are you starting from the middle to get 60%? Are you starting from the top to get 60%? Where are you putting the 60% weak, 60% strong, 60% average? Where are we putting the 60%?
See, we have a 0%. No, there's no one there. It's 0%.
Are we starting at average 0%?
0% is the bottom.
0% is the very bottom.
Yes.
Okay. So you're going 60%. So 10%.
100% is the very top.
Okay.
There's also no one there.
Infinite cap.
50% is exactly the average.
Okay.
We established that with a data set.
Okay.
The same data set gives us values for 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%.
What do these values stand for?
Say we have a bunch of people. We measure how much they can lift. That's the
Okay.
strength. The average
Okay.
strength would be
So
a
you're
number.
saying if they're 60, 70, or 80, are they strong? The answer is yes.
No. See, let me quickly explain. I need.
I was hoping for one explanation.
So if you measure for everyone how many things they can lift, right? Pounds, let's call it, because let's not use
We're real
proper
people.
measurements.
Freaking weirdos over the European Union.
You can take, say, 100 people, measure how much they can lift, and then you can say, okay, the average is here. 60% of people cannot
10%.
lift more than this value.
Okay.
70% of people cannot lift more than this value.
Okay.
80% of people cannot lift more than this, and all of the percentages in between, of course. The larger your data set,
they're only 10%.
the larger the data set is, of course, the better your accuracy.
The more varied the amount will be, probably.
Right.
Yeah.
But those are all objective sets points.
The 70, 80% and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they're based on also.
That's all going to be based upon what the volume of number of people there are there. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
So why would you mandate, let's say, that everyone above the 50% mark counts as strong, rather than say everyone above the 55 or the 60 or the 65%?
Why would you not only pick the person at the top percentage?
You could do that, sure.
No, you couldn't because there's no one there, remember?
Yeah, but then no one is strong.
Exactly. Yeah. So you have to base it off of something.
You have to base it off of something, yeah, which is your data set.
You can say.
Also, actually, I lied. There's actually one person at the 100% because it's.
Well, no, they're not the 100%. They could still only be an 80% because they can't lift a higher number.
No, but that's the maximum strength. The percentages are based.
Now we're adding information to the data set. I see how it is.
No.
Scum tactics.
The data set has a number of people, and of those people, one person can lift the least.
If the average is this percentage, not mean that there are more people above it than there are below it. It just means there are only so many people above it. And because they are above it, they can do more than the average and thus fit into the strong category. If you're trying to find out what the answer to how many people can reach 80%, well, you'd have to have actual objective weight values, which literal pounds, and say, this is this mark, then this is this mark, and this is this mark. And
but of course,
data, how many people will actually make it to that, and then you find that percentage. Are they stronger than everyone below them? Yes. Are they the strongest? Well, not if there's somebody above them. That's an obvious given. But are they strong? Yes, because the average is here, and anything above that.
Yeah, but see, you can arbitrarily lie the strong range at a specific value.
Is a binary. The percentage of people you can. It is. You're either strong or you're weak.
No. You can have various amounts of strength.
Well, I could be strong in the arms and not in the legs.
Yeah.
I can be strong in the hands, but not in my neck.
Strong is not a binary value. Strength is measured in how much force you can exert.
No, that's only if you're comparing it with other strength values. I'm saying across what you can do. If everyone has to
do that, otherwise you cannot get an average.
No, you pick something and say, can everybody do this? Yes. Okay. Well, can everybody do this? Yes. Can everybody do this? Well, now we're starting to have a drop off.
That's measured in force.
That's measured in how much you can pick up. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But it doesn't indefinitely become a thing. Like at some point, if you take the entire 7 billion population and you find that average, whatever that sweet spot may be, it could be really high, it could be really low, whatever it might be. Again, the number doesn't matter. The fact is that becomes the average. That's the objective average.
Yeah, but you also have an objective 60% mark.
Sure, but you're not going to have an objective certain amount to that point.
You do, yeah.
But that you can't know what that number is if you don't know what this number is.
You can. They're based on the same data set.
No. What I'm saying is that hypothetically, it's 100 pounds for the average.
Sure.
Because we don't know what the actual number is. We just don't know.
You do if you measure the entire.
I'm saying we don't have 7 billion people to test to see if they could pick up 100 pounds.
We do.
So we're making up and assuming that the 7 billion people average ends up being 100 pounds.
Right, but with that same logic, we can assume that the entire 7 billion people have a 60% grade at, say, 110.
Did you say 7 billion?
That was the original number we talked about.
For overall, how many did you say got above that?
No, not above.
Or below?
The entire population that we have to measure, we assume the average is 100.
Yes.
That assumption is that if we were to measure,
the assumption's only assumption because we don't have the actual definitive number we're using for the purpose of.
But the same definitive number for 60% can be found with the same method you used to do the average.
Because we know what 100, yes. Because we know there's 100, we can find out where the 60% is.
Yeah.
But if we don't, what I'm saying is if you don't have that 100 as an objective number, you can't have a higher number than that or a lower number because you don't know what the number is. It's an unknown. You can't have an unknown value to base everything off of and then say, I can find a 60%.
Right, but if you know the 50%,
I know.
Definitely also.
I'm agreeing with you, but you're disagreeing with me, which doesn't make much sense, does it? So I'm saying I agree with you.
Okay.
We know what the 50% is, therefore we can find the 60%. I totally understand that.
Okay, sure. Then what's the problem?
The 60% is not the average.
No.
So it doesn't matter.
It's definitionally not the average.
The only information 60% would be more valuable in is if you're trying to find a percentage of people who can lift more than the average, but not enough to something else.
No, it's to find a definition of strong.
Why do you need a definition of strong? Why is the 10% difference make you strong? You're only stronger if you're over that 10%?
You're strong if you fall under a specific category set, right? You place it at 50% of the population, roughly, assuming the average is at 50%.
Yes.
I say average is not enough to be considered strong. You need to be above average, more so than just a little bit.
But now you're adding a requirement to the requirement. But that's a subjective requirement because you're saying
the subjective requirement is what you consider strong. You set that subjective requirement at the average.
I did not set it's not subjective. I didn't pick a number and
the
say
average is a number that exists.
It's a number. I did not set that number.
You did not set it, but you decided 50% is good enough to be strong.
No, I said that 50% would be the average.
Yeah. And then you said everyone above 50% is strong.
Yes, but if I said 40% was the average, everybody above 40% would be strong and everybody below 40%. That percentage doesn't matter where it goes. It's wherever the average is, above is this, below is that. 60%, 40%, 20%, 10%, 100% doesn't matter. That percentage is irrelevant.
Okay, but
so I'm using 50, assuming that 7 billion people equals out to 50% can deal with 100 pounds. It's a hypothetical.
I don't have hypothetical. I understand that.
Yes. So anything above average, whatever that number is, you might not be the strongest. You're not stronger than the strong dude or the super strong dude who can pick up 10 times that weight or whatever. But you're above what the average is.
Mhm,
At
sure.
what percentage is strong apply? Well, you say 10%. I'm like, well, why is it 10%? Why is it not 20%? Well, you say 20%. Well, why is it not 30%? Well, you
Because
say that
it's subjective.
it's subjective because you placed a marker. I didn't
Yeah,
place a marker.
you did place a marker. You placed it
No.
at the average.
I placed it as a counter. I didn't put a number there. It could be 100 pounds. It could be 300 pounds. It could be 500 pounds. It could be
Yeah,
6
I
pounds.
don't care about the number either.
Well, you're saying the percentage has to be 10%. You're subjectively placing that 10%. I'm
Yeah.
not placing
You
any.
are subjectively placing it at the average.
That's not subjective.
It
If
is.
I'm not there, it still calculates.
Because you have a value range from 0 to 100.
How would you calculate
Percentage
anything objectively?
with numbers.
Well, no, that's your subjective position. If I said the average of 7 billion people and it happens to come out to 50% at 100, I didn't place those values.
No, it doesn't matter
The
where you
values
place.
exist by default
The
of
average. Right, we assume the population is roughly, of course, Gaussian distributed. Right, assume maybe. Don't know if you agree.
What do you mean?
So that the average is in the center of the distribution of.
It would be the average of whatever.
Yeah.
The average is always going to be the middle. It's never going to be the extreme up or the extreme down.
Yeah, obviously. Well, it's not entirely in the middle always.
Majority is
But
always going
if
to
we
be
assume a Gaussian distribution, it will be in the middle.
We're just assuming that the average is going to appeal to that because that's where the largest is going to be, because that's where average is. Average is the largest pool. So if the largest pool fits here, you're going to have people who go down, and you're going to have people who go up. So
and
largest pool is
average,
going to
I
be
agree.
middle.
The
and that's
average
be
is an objective measure. Yeah.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere.
But
I did not subjectively make that.
I did not. Yeah, sure. You did not subjectively make that.
That was my point earlier.
Average,
you said I made it. I didn't make it.
No. The average is an objective point.
Yes.
The 60% mark is an objective point. The 70% mark.
But the reason you
pick an objective point.
Yes. Percentages are objective points, but why you're reaching those specific
the choice pieces of you to place the strong limit at 50%, which is the average in this case, is a choice that is arbitrary.
No, it's just flat objective. I can't change it. You can't change it. Nobody can change it.
The average is objective, but the value of strongness is not.
So somebody who can pick up 200 pounds instead of the average of 100 is not strong.
That depends on what you consider to be strong.
Well, is not being able to pick up more than the average strong, since it is a positive, it is a more than.
But as if to a negative, for example, can pick up 1,000.
Okay. You're still strong.
For the sake of argument.
Yeah, you're still strong.
Assuming there's also a bunch of other people I know with
possibly
that same 1,000 strength.
Right? You can all be strong.
I can then say that 200-pound guy is weak, despite the average being 100.
He is. You can't say he's weak. You can say he's weaker.
I can say he's weak because I value strength at a higher.
No.
Yeah.
That's a subjective marking you've made.
Yeah, because strength, the value, considering people strong, is subjective.
Can't go backwards, buddy. We can only go forwards. So, if you're
going forwards,
you're going backwards.
No,
there's an objective standard to now know my value, which is subjective, not objective. Now, if you said only people.
The average
if the average is subjective or is objective, if the average is
not the same as the marker for strong.
How do you choose to place a strength marker?
It's based on your subjective value.
So 100 is weak.
Could be.
Or 100 is strong.
Could also be.
It couldn't because it's average.
Okay, if it's average, then it's not.
Yes. And if you're over the average marker, you are.
102 is not strong.
Is 102 greater than or lesser than?
It
100?
is greater than. But
Okay.
that is not enough to make it strong.
Why not?
Because it's
You're
a
choosing
value.
a subjective value.
Yeah,
that says it's
exactly.
not. But I'm
Because
not.
there is
I'm
no objective
There
value
is.
to being strong. There is
If you are
only an
higher
objective
than zero,
value to being stronger than the average.
if we both have $0
Sure.
and I get $5,
Then you
and
have
you go
more
in,
than me.
and you go into debt for $5, so you have negative $5.
Okay, yeah, sure. That's
Okay.
fine.
Am I rich
No.
compared to the average of 0?
Compared to the average, yes.
Ah,
But you're not rich because you only have $5.
but you have to pick what standard rich would be. And again, that bar would depend
No,
on
that's-
your location, the
That's
economy.
objective.
No. The objective was 0. 0 is the objective,
Yeah, that's the average.
which is the objective.
No,
I don't
it's
make
not
that.
the objective. Average and objective are not the same thing.
It's an objective marker.
It's an objective marker for
what I'm
wealth,
saying.
not
Yeah.
an objective marker for richness.
But if you have more than somebody else, you are considered rich.
You are richer, but not rich.
Okay, but what's your objective point for richness?
I say 100 in this example.
Why do you pick that one? What if nobody can hit 100?
Then too bad.
Then nobody's rich?
Yeah.
But I have more than you.
Mm-hmm.
So you wouldn't consider me rich?
No.
You wouldn't look at me, gosh, golly darn it, I wish
What
I
can
had
you do with
$5.
$5 in our
That's
example?
relevant.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, because I didn't build an entire economic system for this theory, dude. I can't.
Right.
Okay,
But see,
if you're in a location,
value-based,
if you're in a
that's the main
location,
point.
if you're in a location with a particular people group, which
Mhm.
would be like that, whatever their value is, for like, is the money worth $1? Is it worth $5? Is that backed by anything? Is it have a greater than or a lesser value in that culture based upon what is wealth? So if it's gold, if one country has less gold, their dollar probably has less value than a country that has more gold, then their money has a higher value. Agreed?
Right. Let's take a larger population sample for sake of argument.
It's not the volume of population.
No, it
it's
is. It is.
the volume of it's the volume of the economy. If the economy is doing well and there's no massive,
We have, let's say, 1 million people. The number doesn't really matter.
I just
Let's
said
say,
that.
yeah, but it needs to be large, right?
Okay,
The exact number doesn't matter, but the largeness does.
Okay. Well, I don't know why, but okay.
Because let's say we have an average of 100. And let's say some guy has 2 million.
Okay.
Maybe a bunch of guys have 2 million. The
Okay.
average is still 100 though, because maybe
Yeah.
some people have nothing. If you were to have, say, $102 rather than the 100 average, would you be rich?
If the three categories are rich, poor,
But
or
that's not the 3 categories.
that's what I'm asking, because the categories do matter.
Yeah.
So far, I have named
And
every
the
category.
categories are subjectively defined.
Well, no, they're different categories. If you're above, you're not the same as below, and you're not the
The
same as you
above is not rich, but rather above average wealth. There's a difference.
Well, there's not, because
There is.
that's assuming there is a knowledge of a higher percentage. I didn't pick a higher percentage.
We
or a
have
knowledge
no.
percentage.
We know there are a bunch of guys with $2 million.
Well, how did they get $2 million?
Well, I don't know how they got it. It doesn't matter.
You
They have-
subjectively gave them $2 million, or they have an
No, this
objective?
is for the sake of example,
That's what I'd be
right?
saying.
We have an
So in the
average,
category,
and the difference from the average to a certain point at which you become rich is not 0.
if I have more than the average, and there are so few of everyone above the average, I can still be in the top 10% wealthiest people on the planet.
Sure.
even if I don't have $2 million.
But if you have only, say, $1 extra, and
I
let's
have
assume
more wealth
you
than
have
the
more
average.
wealth, but you're not rich because you
The
can't
more
do
wealth
much
you
with
have,
$1
you
extra
equal
dollar.
rich. If I have more than this, I have more than. If I
You
have
could
more
maybe buy one extra piece of bread or something with that one extra dollar. Right?
that's you assuming subjectively that bread has wealth value.
Yeah, sure. But that's what money is used for. Rich is a value.
I don't think
subjective.
money has a random value. It has a set value.
It has a set value, sure.
Yeah. If it's not backed by something, it's worthless.
Yeah.
And that's not
obviously. But that's irrelevant to whether
a roundabout way to say the European Union is poor.
But yours is also not
I know.
backed by anything.
Well, it was.
It
Not
was,
anymore.
but not anymore. So it's
Well, I know.
you are in the same boat.
We're poor too. Yes, I never
Maybe don't
claimed
try
we
to
were.
sneak it.
I'm just digging at you because, haha. If we're
Yeah.
going down, we're taking you with us.
But see, the average exists objectively, sure.
Yes.
But the value of being rich
If
is
you don't
not the
have
same as being greater than average.
if you don't have an objective cap, aka the very top or the very bottom,
But you do
You
have
don't
an
have
objective.
that- but you don't, because you don't know if one of those guys has 2 million. If 2 million is the cap, what happens if somebody gets
We
205?
assume perfect knowledge.
The cap. There is no such thing. Good sir. We had this
There is
conversation.
no such thing, but we assume it for the sake of this example.
That's
Because
horrible.
there is a cap that exists.
So you can't make more than $2 million.
No, there is a cap that exists that is set by the person who has the highest amount. It changes if that person
Well, that just
gets
makes
more.
them the wealthiest person. It doesn't mean
Yeah,
they're
that's the cap.
the rich person.
There is no one above that value.
So you're saying whoever is the top is always the cap.
Whoever is at the top is always the richest person.
So whoever at the top is always the ceiling, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
The ceiling rises and falls with whoever the top is.
yeah.
Okay.
And if
So,
someone else gets
That's
higher,
that's not
then
subjective.
that
though.
person
That's
becomes the
objective.
richest.
Yes.
That's the objective.
That becomes
highest.
the richest. That doesn't mean they're rich. They're not exclusively rich. That's the difference.
No, exactly.
They're the richest, which means they have the most.
And
But
they're
anyone
not-
below
but
them still be
They
rich.
can have the most.
Can I
and
be?
still
Can I have
be
$1 million? Can I have $1 million
considered
and be rich?
No.
Or do I have to have? What?
Neither.
You're gonna in a real situation, sure, go for it. But I'm saying, at what point does somebody not be rich?
Right, and that is
You can't say the top
where you
20%
get
everyone
the
isn't.
subjectiveness, because what is considered rich
No,
changes.
the
per
only
person.
subjectiveness in this is anything that is not the top, it is not the bottom, and it's not the middle.
Why?
Those are the only three objective points.
Why?
Because the poorest is always going to be the person who has the least
Yeah,
or
sure.
owes the most. They're going to cap the bottom, just like the wealthiest is going to cap the top. No
Yeah.
one's higher than them,
Sure.
but everyone's lower than them. But if you're the poorest person, everyone below you is technically wealthier than you, but they're not wealthy.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
They owe less money. They
But
have
there is
less
no
debt.
one with less money if you are the poorest.
You are the poorest does not mean people are not poor.
No, but you are
Everyone
the poorest,
below-
so there is no one below you
Yes.
that is
Well, no,
poorer.
When I say below, I'm saying back towards the average.
Okay, yeah.
You're going the other direction.
Sure.
Because if I owe $89 million and you owe
That's
$88
why
million,
it's
you're
subjective.
less poor than me. That's not subjective though. The cap is objective.
The cap
not
is objective.
Yes, and
The
the
average is
is
subjective.
subjective.
The
Any other
70% mark
point-
is objective.
Is the 70%? Well, why is the 70% marker there?
Because it
Why
is
did you add it?
based on.
Why is it a base?
Hmm?
You're subjectively picking it as a base.
No,
It's
no.
not the base.
I'm not picking it as a
saying
base.
You're saying in order to be if you're saying in order to be rich, you have to be 60% or higher. But you're saying that you're only rich if you hit that 60%, which is your subjective.
Yeah. Because it's entirely subjective.
But I could say it's 70%.
Yeah. And so we disagree about what we consider rich.
But what you can't disagree is if you remove those percentages, everyone above average is rich. Because that entire category
I
is
can disagree because I don't think that is rich.
You don't think having more than somebody else at an average point is rich?
Yeah.
So if the average American household is $50,000, which is probably $40,000 or $30,000 or whatever.
Could be
If the
anything.
average, let's say the average is $50,000, right?
Sure.
That's the average.
If you have one extra dollar, you're not immediately rich.
I'm richer than everybody else below me.
You're richer than everyone else below you. Yes.
Well, I can't be
But you're
richer
not rich
if I'm not in the rich category.
because you're basically average.
I'm basically average, but I'm not because I'm higher than that.
Yeah.
But you're saying that the average objective marker increases in both directions.
It's a range within which you are considered average.
Both. Yes. So that'd be 10% poor and 10% high, or 10% richer,
but
would be all average.
Value.
That's not what average is.
No, it's
the average is that number. That's my point.
Yeah.
Anything above
the
it,
exact average is that number.
Okay. Put it in perspective of a company or corporation, company, family-owned business, whatever. You got the black and the red. You know which one's which?
Sure. Yeah.
Do you?
I don't know. I'm assuming this is a case of I know.
You know anything about businesses and profits and stuff. So I'm asking.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
What
if you're the black?
What is the black company? What is the red company?
No, they're not companies. They're not companies. It's called, the term is used. It's called in the black or in the red.
Oh, you mean okay? Yeah, sure.
So you know
balance. That's it. Yeah, yeah. But you phrase it a bit awkwardly. Well, sort of.
No, I just used the phrase. The phrase is in the black and the red. So I said in the black and the red.
It sounded like you said you have a company, a black one.
That's how I meant. I was saying you have companies. They're in the black or they're in the red.
Yeah, sure.
That's what I was asking. So I apologize if it's not clear enough. So you do know what in the black and in the red means.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in the black is good or bad.
In the red is bad, obviously.
Okay. So in the black is good. In the red is right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
if you're like one,
if the zero,
you're not immediately rich.
You're not rich, but you're profiting.
Profiting, yeah, but that's not the same.
If you're profiting, you are wealthy. If you are not profiting, you are not wealthy.
No. If you are profiting, you are gaining wealth.
Yes.
You're not immediately wealthy.
Wealth is wealthiness.
Yeah, but whether or not you're considered wealthy.
If you have more than zero, you are a positive number, correct?
Subjective value.
No.
If you have more than zero, you have a positive number, sure.
Okay. You're not a more positive number than somebody else or a less positive number. You're just positive.
Mm-hmm.
If you are in the red, you are in a negative number.
Yeah,
correct?
Obviously.
So if you're in a negative number, you are negative like everybody else.
Wealth.
The difference that you have is irrelevant. You are in that category with them.
Sure.
Everybody in the red is in the red. Everybody in the black is in the black.
Sure. That's correct.
Everybody in the black is strong, and everybody in the red is weak.
Not necessarily.
Yes, because those are the categories.
No.
The average is zero. If you have more than
in the reds, because you have temporary expenses.
I'm not saying everybody. I'm not saying everybody in the red is weak as everybody else in the red. I'm not saying everybody in the black is
right, and that's why you have a subjective range of what you consider weak, strong.
Well, I'm not saying there's not a range. I'm saying there's not a subjective range.
There is a subjective range.
Well, no, it's above the average. The average is an objective marker. Everything above it is stronger. Everything that's below it is
stronger,
weaker.
But not necessarily strong.
But in order to be in the stronger category, you have to be strong.
No, you have to have a positive balance at that specific point.
If you have stronger, take the ER off. What do you have?
Yeah, but that's not how it works.
But it is.
No, it's not.
You can't be stronger if you do not have strength.
Yeah, but strength is a value.
Unless, well, it's only a value if you're playing with randoms.
No.
Yes, because I could be stronger than you, but weaker than Matt.
Yeah, sure.
But if we don't have an average or an objective marker to base what that means, then it doesn't mean anything. All three of us could be super, super weak.
Exactly.
Or all
Which is why the average is not a measure for being strong. Just a measure for the average strength in the group.
And would you recruit the people above or below the average?
Probably above, because they are stronger.
Yes,
below. They're not
have strength above the average.
Strong. I would, if given the choice, go to the
only
top,
pick the top 5%.
Yeah,
yes, obviously, because 90%
those
of them are going to die.
Actually strong.
Yes, but they also might die, so you need to have a
They
larger...
might die, sure, but so does everyone
else.
There's
a 90% death rate, sir. You're going to try a larger pool.
Sorry, why is there a 90% death rate at the top strength?
No, not at the top strength, of all strength. Of all numbers, there's only a 90% fatality rate.
Sure. But you just refresh using the top.
Well, you're not going to throw in the little dudes because they're obviously not going to make it. So you're only going to pull from the top ones. And the top ones are everything above average.
The top ones are the ones on top.
But if you pick only the top ones, you'll never have enough numbers. You have to have a larger pool.
Which is why you use a percentage of
the top.
But
some of those that are not in the top can still make it.
Sure.
So they are...
But they're not right now strong.
They are...
Not strong.
They are strong.
They
made it through. They are strong.
To be strong in the future.
Well, no, they're strong if they make it through. They're not strong if they didn't make it through.
They're strong if they make it through your subjective.
It's not a subjective. It's the test. Itself is what does it. That's it. Why don't you understand?
We will never agree on this. I'm sorry.
That's because you are subjectivist and I am an objectivist.
No, it's because you don't understand the difference between values and...
No, I do understand the difference between values. I'm saying that I established the values before I jumped into the equation.
No, you established the values by choosing to make it equal to the average.
No.
Yes.
I'm saying that's the only natural objective.
No. It's not the only natural one. It's one of the possible natural ones.
Okay, give me an example of another one.
The 60% mark.
How do you know there's a 60% mark, and how is that an average?
Because if we measure the averages, we can also measure the 60%.
Based off... So you're saying we get an objective meter off of a subjective meter?
No.
Okay, so
we get an objective meter of an
which is
objective set of values.
What is the original one you got it off of to know the 60%?
The data set.
Which is
a set of people who have specific values for their strength.
So you're picking selective things?
No.
Well, you just did. You said specific this, specific that, this, that, and
that. Yeah. So I have a sample size, right? Let's say 100.
Whatever the sample size is, you have to pick what
I give them a test, how much they can lift, right? Which is the values they have. And from those values, I can specifically see, 60% is here.
So the 60% is not the objective marker that you base everything off of. No. The average is your objective marker.
Make it the average, but the average is just a specific point that
but you reach. That's what I'm saying. You reach the 60% because you have an objective marker to stand on to reach the 60%.
Yeah, which is
so
the
you already have
not the average. The average is obtained through the exact same method as the 60% mark.
Which is?
The data set.
What is the data? You say the data set like that means something. What is the data set?
The data set is the set of people that you use as a sample.
Okay. Which is what size?
Well, let's say 100.
Okay, so the 100, is it an average that you're basing it off of?
No, I'm basing those 100. They have specific measurements attached to their person.
And there's no average of those.
There is an average, yes, but
Okay.
you calculate it from the data set.
Oh, okay. So if there's an average, what's the alternative data set to reach that 60%?
The same data set.
I know, but you're putting in numbers, I'm assuming, into the data set.
Yeah, say 100 people, they have a amount of pounds they can lift.
Okay.
With those
Some
pounds.
say yes, some say no, and then
No. Some say I can lift 10 pounds. Some say I can lift 20 pounds. Some say 30. Some say well, I can't lift anything. Some say
so you're basing it from the
100.
zero at the bottom. There is no negative. There's only the zero.
You can't lift negative pounds. No.
Well, if everyone in the sample set, you're using a totally different metric by which you are making this.
I'm using an objective metric, which is amount of stuff people can lift.
You're saying the ground up.
Yeah.
It's a ground up metric. It's
obviously,
not an average metric.
Because the minimum to lift is obviously 0.
I mean, Goku.
If you have negative mass, right? That's not something
you're
you
in a
lift.
heap of trouble.
Right? That's impossible, as far as we know.
That's impossible. Sorry.
So I can safely say, of the 100 people, no one will be able to lift less.
You're looking for a 60% as your marker.
Yeah, and you are looking for a 50% as your marker. That's a subjective choice to make.
To choose it, yes, but I never picked mine. That's just how it happened. No. I didn't say it. No, I said I don't have the exact numbers to know, so I'll assume it's 50% because I don't know. It's not guaranteed to be 50%.
No, okay, sure, but let's call it the median then.
I couldn't possibly know that number. 7 billion people. No. If 7 billion people, what is the average percentage of lifting weight? You don't have that knowledge. I don't have that knowledge. No. So I picked a random percentage and said, assuming
this. So you don't know the average. So you
know that number. It's literally not. It's impossible to know that number.
Yeah.
You can make guesstimates off of smaller sample sizes, but you can never be 110%.
But you will be able to guess the other values with the exact same data set.
But I was saying if everyone
with the exact same accuracy.
If the average of 7 billion people, because it's going to show up like a wavelength with the middle. Got a wavelength below,
really,
above.
Sure.
No, I'm saying the average. Whatever the average is, it's going to be the largest percentage of people will be in the middle, and the smaller percentages will slowly go the other directions.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be less people who can lift more.
Yeah, obviously.
There are people who can't.
But that's irrelevant because you chose to use the average.
Yes, because it's an average. I can't pick the number. I can't pick the percentage.
Yeah, but the average has as much value if you don't know the numbers as a hypothetical 60%, 70% mark.
But you can go 60%, 70% based off the total.
You can see, oh, this is roughly how many people are this strong.
All I'm doing is calculating what people can and can't lift.
Yeah, same.
You're calculating it has to be a certain amount in order to be definition.
No, but you can't do that because then you don't end up with an actual average.
But I do.
No. If you have, say, 20 pounds and you measure, oh, this is how many people can lift it, you end up with 10 who can't, 90 who can.
Everybody
doesn't give you an average.
Okay, so if you have 7 billion people and you're
that
like,
gives you a cutoff point for people who can't.
Well, it gives you what the most people can do. So if everybody goes through a process similar to your method, which is starting at the bottom, give them 5 pounds, 10 pounds, 15 pounds, 20 pounds, 25 pounds, go all the way up to 500 pounds.
Until they can't lift more, yeah, sure.
Whatever's reasonable. Just you give them a whole lot of set. They go through this probably over several weeks because you don't want to exert that much energy in a single day.
No,
but
maybe just start with the heaviest. Right? I don't know.
7 billion people. This would take literally our entire
life. It would take
life.
a lot of time. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. But assuming all this went through, everything went smooth, everything goes through. The average is where that bar will hit.
No.
The most people is where the average will sit.
That's not how you measure average.
How would I not measure the average where the most people can do it?
Well, okay, sure. The most people can do it is the average, but
Wherever the largest bar,
really.
that's where you average it.
No, the average
Anybody
is actually
below that,
where half is below, half above on average, right? Okay, it's not exactly, but that's why you need the exact numbers.
how do you grade a school paper? You base it off of a necessary thing. There are
No,
so
you-
many correct answers, and
They
so
can
many.
get points for correct answers. That's it.
Well, I mean, you can get some questions can give more points than others.
Yeah,
blah,
yeah,
blah, blah,
sure,
blah.
sure. But they get points.
But the point is,
The
they have to
points
get points.
There's a numerical value attached to each person.
Yes,
It's
But-
not a yes or no.
but how many people get a certain point is an average.
Yeah, sure.
That's what I'm doing. I'm doing the test. People are either reaching that requirement of a percentage,
But-
and then I say that's the
This isn't-
average.
It's not really an average, though.
If I have 200 students take a test and a whole bunch of them made 80% and only a couple did above or below, is that
Yeah.
not the average?
No.
The average student can get 80%. That's not the
Okay,
average.
but that's the 80% is the numerical value you attach to each person.
Well, that would be the baseline. If everyone's hitting 80%,
Okay, so let's say
you
some
are
have
above or
65,
below,
some have
are
55, some have 80,
Yeah.
etc. That's a number you need to measure for every individual to get to your 80% average. You can't just say, oh, 80% is my average because it's my average.
everyone got 80.
No, that
The
the
large
average
pool-
doesn't get a value
Why? It's the
because,
average.
yeah. But
The
you only,
largest percentage of people getting the same thing would
that's
be
not
the
how
average.
that works.
Well, not if you're going from the bottom up.
No, but you need to do
But if
a
you're going where
proper
people are.
mathematical calculation. You can't just
What?
guess
Would that be?
this is roughly the average.
What would that be? What's
You
that?
need to have a measurement for every individual.
Well, it has to be the same measurement, otherwise it doesn't work.
No, yeah, well, it has to be the same test.
I'm saying the same measurement. They have to all go through the same thing, the same test,
Yeah,
whatever.
the same test.
It's still the
The
same
same
measurement.
test, and the test can give different results.
That's what a test is.
But the
So-
results must be numerically based on a scale. Otherwise, you cannot
0 to 100%.
0 to 100%. For every individual, you measure their percentage, you add those up, and then you divide by the total population of your sample size. So say 100 people take the test, you measure for each how much they score, you add all the
So,
scores up,
Are
you
you
divide by 100.
Are you picking the average score percentage changes or the average group of kids changes?
The average individual scores.
Okay, well, I'm saying there's difference. The average amount of students would be the largest pool that got the same thing.
No.
Not the score, the pool,
Yeah,
the average.
that's not how that works.
So, for example,
This
I'm
is
gonna
basic math, right? You need to find. So, of course, if more people have the same score, let's say 10 people score a 1.
I want to use a
Let's
different
say,
analogy because I don't know if everybody will get it, but it's one I am familiar with. Are you familiar with Moxfield?
no.
Okay, so it's a Magic the Gathering deck building type site, and you can put all
Sure.
your cards in and whatever. You get your amount. I play Commander, so 100 cards. You get 100 cards. Each of them has a mana value, has a color ID, color number percentage or whatever of what their base thing is. With their, I don't know how much you know about Magic the Gathering, but that's
Not much at all.
okay. So you have 5 colors and
Sure,
a,
5 colors.
and a colorless. 5 colors
Okay,
and a
yeah.
it's explicitly colorless, not just colorless, because there are some
Mhm.
that are any color, and there's some that have to be specifically colorless. But the 5 colors is what we're going to focus on because it's extra math to do the other one. So we're just going to do the 5 colors. So you got your 5 colors. Then you have each card has a mana value of a variety of combinations. You have one colorless, or 1 color, 2 color, 3 color, 4 color, 5 color, 6 color, all the way up.
By the way, it is getting pretty late here, so I'm going to go real quick. So if you can make the example quickly, right?
So you get up to like, let's say, I don't think I've ever seen more than like 5 of 1 color.
Sure.
But assume to be 5 color, and you're trying to make a 2 color deck.
So
you have 5 black on 1 single character, like a Phyrexian Obliterator, I believe his name is.
Sure.
He's 5 black mana for a 5/5. He's really freaking awesome. But let's say I throw in red.
Okay. Yeah.
So I throw in red, and I have a goblin that's 2 green.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of cards that are a random combination of black mana with colorless, red mana with colorless, just colorless, so I can use either black or red for them, etc., etc., etc. Well, at the bottom of Moxfield, after you select everything, at the bottom, it'll show you how many 0-dropped cards. They don't cost anything, you just play them.
Okay, yeah, sure.
It shows how many you have for 1 drops, 2 drops, 3 drops, 4 drops, 5 drops, 6 drops, 7 drops, blah, 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 all the way up to however the high. I think it's like 15 or something like that. I don't think I've seen anything higher than 15. But needless to say, it almost never goes that high. I think it goes to like 9+ or something like that. But you have all these values. Then you have how many of them are instants, how many of them are, or I should say, instant sorceries versus creature.
Okay, yeah, sure. You have a bunch of different categories.
Yeah. But then you have to go by how much mana do I need? Well, then it calculates how many of each color do you have.
Okay, yeah, sure.
You count that 5 black, a couple other blacks, blah, 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 blah. You come up to a number like 40, like 30 or 40.
Whatever a number, sure.
For both sides. There is a bar for how many cards you have.
Yeah.
The highest bar is what your average is going to be.
No, it's not.
No, it is, because
it's what your highest probability to get is, but that's not the same as an average.
The average card in your deck costs this much. Because
the most cards, not the average. There is no average because
if I draw from a
scale
card
of numbers.
Well, there's 100 cards.
100 cards.
It gives you the percentage of each one. Like you have
percentage. Yes, percentage does not mean the same as
you have a curve. Depending upon what it is.
That's the probability distribution.
Well, that's how many cards you have of that type.
Yeah, but the curve gives you the probability distribution of drawing.
So on average, you have the most of 3.
Not average. That's not an average.
If it's a really high peak and everything else is really low,
then that's not still an average. You can't have an average with different category items.
They're in the 100 category and they're the cost curve.
You are more likely.
So the average,
for example, white cards.
Typically 3 mana.
Assuming the white's the biggest.
The what?
Assuming white cards are the biggest. You have a high probability chance to draw any of them.
Red and black, but yes.
Well, I thought you said red, black, white, blue, green.
No. Red. There's 5 colors, but this specific deck is only black and red.
Oh, you only have black and red. What's the third?
Colorless. It can be either or black or red. It doesn't matter.
Sure. So let's say red has the highest number.
Let me see if I can pull up my Moxfield since I can explain it.
Well, it doesn't really matter because this is not what you call an average.
Well, I'm saying okay, so my mana value is 3, is the highest, 4 second highest, 2 second, blah, 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 blah. It goes all the way down. So if I hover, where's my percentages? If I click on this, oh, no. What is this? You have a 73.7% chance of playing this on the curve. Now, on curve means you're getting a specific set of lands as you go. There's other calculations involved. There's a lot of calculations involved. If I click one and I say, I have an 88% chance of getting this on curve, one, I have a 97%. So as you're getting 1 land drop per turn, you have the highest percent chance of playing whatever this is. But if the majority of my cards are one particular type, my chances are going to drop on the lower ones and the higher ones. Obviously, the highest one has the lowest percent chance, because I have to get a much higher number of cards to get it. So if I start out with a 6-drop in my hand, I am probably not going to be able to get that out right now, like in the first turn. It's not probable in that regard. But out of all of them,
it's a probability, not an average.
There is a probability. There's a 32% white, 62%. This is one of my actual decks. 32% white, 62% black, 17% red, 9%.
So where you would be inclined to say, oh, it's on average black.
The average mana value of my deck is 1.98 with lands and 3.02 without lands.
Right, but that's numbers. Averages only work with numbers.
This is the average mana value specifically.
Yeah.
The median mana value of your deck is 2 with lands
That's also
and
a number.
without lands. Yes, they are numbers. Yes.
Yeah, because averages are always numbers.
I mean, they're based on numbers.
They're always numbers.
Well, I'm saying that
you cannot make an average with things that are not numbers. That's impossible.
I've not sat down to really think about that, so I'll just give that to you.
Well, you have with your 30% red, 60% black, and some bit other.
It was 62% black. Get it right.
Whatever. That's a probability. Probability of you picking that color as your next card.
But that's not the probability exclusively of that card. It's also that there's like 10 different percentage probabilities pushed together.
Yeah, sure. I don't know the exact details of this game.
It throws everything in odds. But let's grant that it's only probability percentage or whatever. There's still a median average.
It's mostly black, sure.
Well, yes, the average
but
card.
Black is not the average, because averages do not work with non-number things.
Well, black is a number, 62%.
Yeah, but that's the probability of drawing a black card.
Well, that not yes and no.
But it's not exactly. But let's call it.
You could draw a black card, but if it has black
okay, so it's 62% of the stuff that you can have colors
has a black symbol on it. That's what it is. Does not mean.
But it's not an average. You can't use that number to make an average. Because what will you do? 32% plus 62% plus X divided by 3.
Something else. I don't remember all the numbers. Maybe. I don't know.
It's nonsense. You can't get anything average out of that.
What if I averagely keep playing matches and it averages always pulls out the same ones?
That's not average.
Why would it be average? If I play 10 matches and I constantly pull out this card consistently, is that not an average?
An average is a number.
It is a number. I played X amount of matches, and in this many matches I picked this card, and in this many matches I picked this card.
Okay, sure. In that case, you can do an average. But that's not based on the thing of your...
What I'm saying is all the calculations combined equals to follow your card curve. That's why people build their card curve towards the front, so they can guarantee they play it.
Sure.
The higher up that is, the less likely you can play it, because you don't have enough mana to play it.
Right, but let's say I have 5 reds and 10 blacks. What would be the average of that, would you reckon?
That depends on the color combination. That's a pretty crazy, because you can have a black-red card. You can have a black-red color.
Let's leave the card game out of it. Let's just say I have 5 red things, 10 black things. Average of the sets.
Average 5 and 10. That'd be what? I'm not really sure.
Again, no, because you can't do an average with things that are not numbers.
Well, no, you could do percentile. You can
say, okay, I have 66.666% black cards.
Yeah, that'd be 2/3 and 1/3.
The other bit is red.
2/3 and 1/3. Yeah.
That doesn't give you an average still.
The average is based upon the information of how many games you played in distribution. That's how you know. Like it's not a simple like for one. simple game.
It's not
Two,
not simple. It's impossible to get an average
without
for
playing
things
the
that's
game.
not a number. Right.
Without
That's
playing the
because, for example, you did have some averages, right? But that's mana value, number. You had a median, which is probably also something related to mana value, also a number.
Remind me why the number is important in this.
Because an average is a number.
Okay, but everything I gave you had a number attached to it, so I'm confused.
Yeah, but it's a number value of a specific thing.
But yes, they're all numbers though.
Yeah,
and
but
they're all values like the percentages and decibels.
But they're not tied to the specific color.
Well, that depends on which value you're looking at, because some of them are color based, some of them are not color based.
What is the value of one of your red cards? Let's see.
I could have a 1, 2, a 3. I mean,
okay, that 1, 2, 3 means what?
That how many red mana drops are on it? Odds are typically
so
I don't.
That means that from that card you can only calculate an average amount of mana drops per card.
Well, put it this way: based upon how many cards you have in the deck, you have to have so many lands to match it based upon the percentages of lands needed to get whatever the mana cost is.
Sure.
Does that make sense? Okay. So it for 100-card deck, you're looking usually like 33 to 40, depending on what you're playing. If you're playing a lower mana drop, you can have less lands and have more cards because you require less of them to play what you're trying to do. The bigger they are, the higher lands you need. But you typically do like a specific, like if you went to a shop and said, how many lands do I need for a 100-card deck? They'd say this much to this much. And then if you have a very specific, highly tweaked deck, you can get a more specific percentage of it. Yeah. So you say, how much of my deck is this and how much of my deck is that? And then you play a game. And when you play the game, you'll get an average of those games you played. You play 10 games, you'll get an average of what you have, of what percentage card you play the most. You say, I play the 3 drops way more than I play anything else. I play the 1 drops obviously more because you
can only those are numbers. With that you can work.
But that's what I'm saying.
That doesn't give you, for example,
it's like 50 different percentages and numbers and calculations.
Yeah, but that means you take the number of drops per card rather than the color of the cards.
Well,
you cannot make an average based on the color.
You can.
Just on the amount of things on the cards.
This is where it's complicated because there are dual lands, which have 2 colors on them. There's tri-lands that have 3 colors on them. There are some that you can be whatever you want them to be whenever you need them to be. So depending on which land you pick.
See, an average cannot input as a value the color because that's not a number.
The number of I guess you call them pips.
The number of drops per card, sure.
Yes, but you need so many lands, but some lands will advance you faster. There are ways to get increased faster.
Yeah, but now we're talking about the game, right?
But I'm talking about
about the concept of
if you build your deck a specific way, the
medians, etc.
What I'm saying is like if you have so many lands that are a tight-knit, specifically thought out algorithmic system of how many types of what types of lands, the best lands there ever are, you can get consistently to a particular turn to get what you need out to get your whatever. That's how you calculate what your average is. It's like on average, turn 4, I have this out. On average, turn 1, I have this out. On average, I have this, blah, blah, blah.
Those are numbers.
I know, I never said no numbers.
Yeah.
But the things like the colors.
Those are meaningless for the average color, as you call it, because that's not a thing you can do.
No, it is.
It's not.
Because if I have a card that's a single black, my ability to play that only works if I have a black land.
Sure.
Or something that can generate the black color, or there's another way around.
Right, but then you're not calculating anything based on the distribution of black versus red. You're calculating based on the probability of you being able to use the card that you draw.
The probability of what you can play is dependent on how you build your deck. The looser the deck, the more random percentages you're going to get, or the random average. The tighter the deck, the more consistent you'll get, and then you'll know I can consistently win by turn 4, turn 5, whatever it might be.
Sure.
So that's your averages.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm trying to say. Is that I was trying to say it in a way that I understood it better, but obviously that didn't help.
Not really. I think we could maybe better do this at another time. Continue.
Yeah,
it is getting pretty. Let's do the last.
I was gonna say it's the last 30. It's the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, let's play it.
As you were saying, they are European phenotypes. There wasn't much diversity in casting at the time. I don't really have much to complain about it. I do love the music.
Except everything. That's the whole
thing. This question was about elves, right? Why are the elves white? Well, no, don't go back.
Well, I'll just hear them and I'll jump forward.
I think this is going to be our last question before we move on. To what extent would you agree that the casting in the Jackson films was overly racialized to the degree that even non-humans such as elves and Maya were uniformly of a European phenotype?
Why are they racist and have to make it that way?
Yeah. Why are the elves white? And why can't they be black?
I don't really have much to complain about it. I do love the movies.
But she doesn't, because there's too many white people.
They did play their part in popularizing Tolkien beyond.
Well, they played their part because they were cast properly.
Europe,
Shocking, I know.
Because guess what? The elves are white.
Well, fair, which is white.
Which is white. That's the same thing.
I like the technicalities. It says fair. It means fair, but it also means white.
Yeah.
The term used is fair. It never says elves are white. It says elves are fair, which is white, but it's not what it says.
Yeah, but that's the same thing.
Semantics, but they matter when you're arguing with people who don't know what they're talking about. So, yeah.
Okay, continue.
They also function as a pathway to discovering Tolkien's own works and correcting our assumptions as well. So that's also a lovely thing.
Correcting assumptions.
Is it? I'm not so sure about that.
Well, no, it's just like it's correcting their assumptions. Like, well, your assumption is that all these white people don't belong where they are. That's your assumption.
Yeah.
So if you don't have that assumption, or if you're getting corrected on your assumptions, what is the point of this paper? Because you're being corrected by what you thought it was to what it actually is. What? Okay. Now here's the question. What's the average percentage of her being corrected on any of this? I'd say 0.
I would say 0, yeah. 0 is good.
We agree! All right. Well, thank you, sir, for hanging out. Sorry it took longer.
Yeah, no worries.
Expecting it to be this long.
I didn't have anything to do today anyway, so...
I know. That's why you're
here.
Well,
no, I lie. I need to do some deadline stuff.
Yeah, I got to do some stuff and go to bed because I got to be up early.
Same. But
well, I got to be early.
It's already morning.
I see the sun outside.
Yeah.
It's sunny outside somewhere. Alrighty. Well, thank you, good sir, for hanging out. Everybody, thanks for hanging out and sticking with us. I know probably
maybe I'll explain how averages work at some point.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll figure out a proper data point set. But I really need to get you hooked up with the philosopher so we can explain a lot of this stuff so it makes sense.
Yeah, you're not doing a great job of making it make sense for me.
I'm trying, good sir. I don't get paid for this crap.
That's fair. But then again, I don't think you understood most of my average talk either.
Well, I think we were using different models, is the point.
Could be.
See, if you were using my model and you adjusted to whatever the model was, it would probably make it easier to understand. If I was using your model and adjusting how your model was, we can still do it. But I was using a model and you were using a different model. So
it works better, I think, if you have actual numbers.
That's subjective because you said you think.
Yeah, sure. I don't care. I think it's much better for understanding if you actually see what's going on, right? So just talking about
I'm better at the hands-on learning rather than the textbook learning. I hate textbook stuff because I will lose traction really quick. Usually when I'm watching videos on certain subjects, I'm literally seeing them do the sourcing and everything right then and there. So it's much easier to think. I don't memorize everything as you do. I in 1 week, I go probably 200 hours of freaking content because I do every day at work. I do everything when I'm not at work. I'm always listening to something. So it's impossible. Well, I shouldn't say 200. That's a little excessive, but for a week. But
Yeah.
I easily cover 200 a month. No sweat. Like that's super easy for me to cover. So I have so much going through my brain. I can't remember it all as much as I wish I would. But if I can, I know somebody who I'm going to have on at some point, probably when Rings of Power comes on, and he's probably way better at explaining it than I would be. Or, not probably. He is guaranteed better at explaining it better than I would because he uses sources. He actually has a degree. He's way brilliant.
Okay, sure.
So if I can manage to get him on with us and he just wants to chat, I don't know how much free time he has because he has a lot of work. But if I manage to do that, that'd be cool. Otherwise, maybe I can get some of his videos or something he works on.
Who knows?
But yeah. Thanks everybody for hanging out. I gotta let Sage Brian, Herald of Heaven Rond to go get some Z's or something before he gets to wake up and do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you, sir, for hanging out. You're a champ. Thanks, Matt, even though you're not here, for hanging out as long as you did. Whew.
Cool. Time to go sleep.
That too. So thanks everybody for joining. I don't know when the next thing's gonna be. Probably the next week or whatever. I'll have something for next week.
Could be.
So
We'll find out.
Thanks everybody for hanging out. And remember, my friends, walk in the light.
Yep. Farewell.